following slides.
Ang ipepresent ko po ay similar, minodify ko lang ng konti yung present ko po sa Senado nung isang linggo.
Father, we would appreciate kung medyo iiksian po na.
I'll try my best po. Ito po. Ang background lang po ay since 2016, I felt compelled to take care of families, victims of EJK. Prior to this, ako po ay nangangalaga lang ng mga homeless, nagbibigay ng kain, aral, ligo, showers actually sa mga homeless, and realizing that one of the things that na nangyari sa mga nanay ay pinatay ang breadwinner, so they will eventually end up in the streets kapag wala pong nangalinga sa kanila. This compelled me to take care of the victims. And moving on, as Senator De Lima was saying, yung DDS killings, I'll just cite two of them. Next slide, please. Ito po ay sinabi ni dating Mayor Duterte. They are saying that I'm part of that squad. Ito ay totoo at pinatutuo niya dun sa Senado ng isang linggo. Huwag na natin basahin pa yan at alam na natin yan. Inaamin niya ang pagpatay. Ito ay ginawa niyang katatawanan under oath ng isang linggo. Next slide, please. If you are doing an illegal activity in my city, if you are a criminal or part of a syndicate that preys on the innocent people of the city, you are a legitimate target of assassination. Again, quoting Digong. Let's see. Art po, I just would like to quote him once. Duterte is the lord of all drug lords in the southern Philippines. He is the most dangerous person in the southern hemisphere. Bukod sa pangangalaga ng mga biktima, ay meron ding pagkakataon na nangalaga tayo ng mga truth tellers. And one of those who fell under my care back then was Edgar Matobato. And this is what he told me in one occasion. It was Mayor Rodrigo Duterte himself who recruited us. He was present when we were organized during the meeting in Old Seng Hotel. He called us as the Lambada Boys. Our work was to kill and only to kill. At the start of the Lambada Boys, actual killings served as our training to kill people who were defenseless and who were caught unaware. I'll just move forward to the slides that pertain to the killings of today, particularly, please, next slide. Ito po DDS template na nireplicate sa NCR. And the next slide would reveal that there are at least sa aking pagpunta sa mga eksena kung saan pinatay, ito po ang nakikita natin. Una ay 3 sachet ng shabu ang inuhulog at pinaplanta. Pangalawa ay mayroong 30 caliber na makikita. Minsan may serial number, minsan wala. At on some occasions, the same gun in the same scene. Meron din mga litrato, and this is where I would also, if you would want to know further and see more graphics, the night crawlers, photojournalists who came out every evening to take a photo of the killings, sila po magpapatuto further na tino-torture bago pasabugin ang bungo. The fourth element, the fourth element, huwag natin kalimutan, lahat po sila madudumi ang paa. Ibig sabihin, nasa laylayan po ang kanilang mga pinapatay at binibiktima. The next slide will reveal example of Jonas. Jesus, Jonas po ang kanyang pangalan. Nakalantad siya. The next slide would be more revealing. The next slide, please. Ito po yung eksena. May barel at yung daliri. Pag close up natin, makikita natin sa next slide, yung daliri ay may handcuff marks plus ang daliri ay gutay-gutay. Pero may kadabing barel. Hindi po ito nag-iisang eksena. Madami pong ganitong klaseng eksena. Madaming larawan na magpapatunay na mga tao ay bago pinatay, tinorture muna. During the first day of his presidency, 39 po ang tinumba just to make true his promise. Papatay ako. Next 100 days, or the next slide please. First 100 days, 3,600 killed. Following this would be just some figures. 39 killed during the first day as mentioned. Merong one-time, big-time na tinatawag na lumalabas na 33 is the average number of people killed daily during the first 2 years of Duterte's war on drugs. Meron pong 122 minors killed. In the list that I will show you, we have at least 10 in our list. 58 were killed in 3 days in what I mentioned, the one-time, big-time nila. Meron sila tinatawag na freezer, doon tinitipon ang mga tao bago i-summary execute. Kasi hindi naman ako maniniwala na merong isang stasyon o police na makakapatay o gagawa ng 58 na operations. Let's move on to the next. This is one of the shots of Rafi Lerma, one of those who belong gallantly to the night crawlers. You might want to be enlightened by their photos. The QUADOM would learn so much from them. When you desecrate life and commit murder as you please, you desecrate and you even indeed desecrate the very author of life. Bastusin mo ang buhay, binastos mo yung naghandog ng buhay. I guarantee you, judgment will come in this or in the next. But in your case, judgment will come soon. Hopefully, and I believe through this QUADOM. Next slide would be one of the minors na pinuntahan ko po, si Maika. Dito ko po kinote si Senator Bato na nagsabi ng shit happens. Si Aldrin po, 13 anyos, ang kanyang huling salita habang akay-akay ng ama ay, bakit ako binaril ni Omar? Si Omar po ay isang pulis na nakikipagbiruan kala Aldrin. Umuwi si Omar, nagpalit ng civilian, saka inasinta ang bata. Dead on the spot. Back in 2019, have 200 members or at least people that I care for. During that time, tinanong ko sa kanila para magkaalaman din, ilan ang mayroong karanasan sa droga? Ang nagtaas po sa kanila, 220. Ibig sabihin, mayroong 120 na may kinalaman, may drug history. Pero ang iba po, meron pong 80 na walang kinalaman, inosente, pero pinatayan o pinatay pa rin ang mahal sa buhay. Another magic number, and this is on oath, makikita po sa affidavit nila na nilika, is 0, and this 0 means no one was doing drugs. Nung pinatay ang kanilang mahal sa buhay, either sa loob ng bahay, kumakain, natutulog, o namamahinga. Wala po nagdodroga. 0 na susunod ay 0 po ang nanlaban. Ito po yung secret jail na sinasabi ko. Ito po ay pinuntahan pero hindi na nag-prosper yung case. Pero it existed and we have people to make true of this. Next slide. These are the principles if you wish to connect the DDS and what took place when he was the president. Senator Bato and the rest. I think I wouldn't want to quote the gallant person beside me. The PNP chief and all the other PNP chiefs from 2016 to 2022, alam nila kung ano naganap. If you want to trace the killings and numbers, you ask the station commanders. The Senate House and the Representatives back then, sabi nga po kanina, may panahon na tayo'y natakot. Pero ngayon na ang panahon ng katotohanan. And we are here to do that today. Before I show this, there's this, gusto ko lang ipakita yung kung saan huli na nagsinungaling si Senator Bongo about yung patayan. Can you just have that? And if possible, thank you. Ito po ay lumabas kamakailan.
No audio.
I see.
No audio.
Hindi po yata compatible, but the video is, I will leave the copy of my slide. Before the mothers speak, allow me, Mr. Chair, to just give you a preview of what 300.
Wala naman siya sinabi na.
Ayun na. Is the video playing?
Wala naman siya sinabi na. May sinabi ba siya na patayin mo ito?
Shoot them dead.
Wala pong ganun. Abogado po si dating Pangulong Duterte. Dati po siyang prosecutor. Hindi siya nagbibigay po ng infraction na illegal.
Pero may order ko yun sa lang sa shoot of him. Wala po kailangan dyan sa human rights. I don't give a shit kung anong gusto nilang sabihin.
So wala siyang inutusan na patayin mo ito. Wala po siyang inutusan gano'n. Sa pagkarinig po, wala po. Alam niya po anong...
Ang intelligence man, binili ko, pinakatay ko lahat. Kaya ganun ang gato. Yung mga kasama ninyo, pinapigot ko talaga. Yun ang totoo.
Gusto lang natin yung totoo. Gusto kong malaman yung totoo lamang po. The truth. Katotohanan lang.
I will not hesitate. My soldiers shoot you.
2016, pinangako niya, sabi niya, susugpuin ko ang illegal na droga. Pero wala siyang sinabi na patayin mo ito, patayin mo yan. Wala siyang sinabi gano'n.
Shoot them dead. Shoot them dead.
Katotohanan lamang po at hayaan na po natin ang taong bayan, ang isda.
Mr. Chair, part po ng katotohanan na gusto ko pong ibahagi, Program Paghilom continues to care for the widows as we speak. This is a list of all dead people na mga tatay, mga kapatid, mga breadwinners, nagpapaaral, nagtatrabaho para sa kanilang pamilya. This is the list. 10 of them are minors. Most or 98% of them are breadwinners. Ito po ay 312. Madami pa ho, o 322, I'm sorry. Rise Up for Life has hundreds perhaps. I would like to suggest, invite now Cardinal Ambo. He has more than 1,000 under his care. Father Bong from the Vincentians, Bong Sarabia, the Diocese of Novaliches, meron pong 5 o 6 na aktibong grupo na kumikilos para sa pagkalinga ng mga tilokhang simula 2016. Death threat po inabot, sedition case at patuloy na panghusga. Pero hindi po kami pwedeng tumalikod sa sinukaan na ang buhay ay sagrado. Inaalay namin po ang katotohanan ito sa inyong magiting na pag-iimbestiga. Maraming salamat po at nais ko pong bigyan ng pagkakataon sana sa munting sandali ang mga nanay.
Okay, thank you, Father Flavi. Sino po yung nanay na nandito? Pwede po maimbitahan po kayo dito sa... Nay, pwede po kayo magpakilala, Nay, at kung ano yung...
Ako po si Arsenia Chico. Nanay na yung dalawa, pinatay po nila. 2016 po. December 29. Habang yung anak ko po nagpunta sa kanyang ate, kasama po yung anak niya at saka yung asawa niya para po manghiram ng pera. Pagdating po ng mga alas 7 ng gabi, pag uwi po nila, napadaan po sila dun sa bahay ng kumpare niya, niyaya po siya. Pinauwi niya po yung kanyang asawa, pinauna niya na po yung kanyang asawa, tsaka po yung kanyang anak na bunso. Hindi pa po nakakalayo yung mag-ina, nagkagulo na po kasi po yung bahay po ng kumpare niya, pinasok po ng mga nakamotor na lalaki. Tapos po, narinig na lang po nila, nagkakaroon na lang po ng putukan. Yun nga po, isa yung anak ko sa nakapatay. January 11 po, nung ilibing siya, pinagabihan, kinabukasan po, January 12, yung isa ko naman pong anak, na wala naman pong kamalay-mahalay, na pumunta lang po sa Genan, nadamay din po. Wala naman po siyang ginagawang masama. Kaya po, napakasakit para sa aming mga magulang ang nangyari dahil po siya po yung inaasahan namin, isa po yung tumutulong sa amin. Asawa ko, mayroon po siyang pamangkin na tinulungan mag-aral na ngayon po hindi na nakakapag-aral. Tapos po yung dumating po yung pagkakataon na iniwan namin yung bahay namin sa loob ng 5 taon dahil sobrang takot. Ngayon po, lumapit po kami rito para humingi ng tulong sa inyo. Nagpapasalamat po ako kay Father Flavi sa committee pong ito dahil nabigyan kami ng pagkakataon na makapagsalita. Sana po tulungan niyo kami na mabigyan ng katarungan para po maging mapayapa naman din po ang isip namin. Dahil nung ilibing po yung anak ko, sinabi ko po sa kanila na darating ang araw na mabibigyan din namin sila ng katarungan. Sana po, ito na po yung pagkakataon na magkaroon kami ng katarungang mahihirap. Sana po, managot po yung dapat managot. Walang taon po, hindi ko pa matanggap ang nangyari. Pag naaalala ko po sila, hirap po akong tanggapin ang katotohanan dahil wala naman pong kasalanan ng anak ko. Sana po, matulungan niyo po kami na magkaroon ng katarungan.
Sige po, Nay.
Salamat po.
Salamat po, Nay. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang tanungin kung ilang taon po yung mga anak niya. Dalawang anak po niya napatay.
Yung una pong namatay, 34 po nung mamatay. Yung isa po, 25. Bali po yung isa, 8 taon. Yung isa po, 57 taon na.
Sige po, Nay. Salamat po.
Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, may tanong lang po ako kay Nanay. Nanay, yung dalawang anak niyo po magkasunod pong araw na napatay?
Hindi po yung...
Ilan pong araw ang pagitan?
Yung isa po, namatay po ng December 29, 2016.
Kakapasko lang.
Magbabagong taon po. Yung isa naman po, January 2017. Isang linggo lang po.
Ilang linggo lang.
Ano po,
26 of December and then January of 2017.
December 29 po, 2016 yung isa. Yung isa naman po, January 12, 2017.
Following year lang.
Sige po, Nay. Maraming salamat. Meron pa ho tayo.
Saan pong lugar? Saan pong lugar yan?
Kaloocan po.
Caloocan. Dapat si General Patay. Ang pula siya, no? Sa Quezon City.
Sige po, Nay. Pwede pong magpakilala kayo, Nay.
Ako po si Elizabeth Campo. Asawa ko po yung pinatay noong October 11, 2017. Naglalaba lang po yung asawa ko. Bigla po pumasok po yung mga pulis at pinaalis lahat po ng tao sa lugar namin. Kakausapin lang daw po yung asawa ko. Sabi po sa anak ko. Pagkatapos po, hindi po ako nila papasukin sa lugar namin. Pinaikot-ikot ko na po yung lugar namin eh. Ayaw po ako talaga papasukin. Pati po yung mga apo ko, nagtatakbuhan na po, nag-alisan, inalis din po nila. Yung apo ko naman po si Danica, kitang-kita niya po, nakatutok ang baril sa kanyang lolo. Nung umikot na po ako, may narinig na po akong 2 putok. At naramdaman ko po sa sarili ko. Asawa ko na yun. Kasi 3 po silang naiwan eh. Yung isa po, si Sherwin Vitas, na pinatay din po nila, hindi lang po nakasama yung asawa rito. Kasi may sakit po yung anak. Yung isa naman pong alaga namin na yung isang bata na 16 anyos, wala na pong magulang. Kaya hindi na po naintindi. Ang akin lang po, itong taon na po, wala pong nangyayari sa kaso ng asawa ko. Siya lang po ang kadamay ko sa buhay. Wala naman po akong kasama. Ang dami ko po nga po, 13. Kami dalawa lang pong nag-asikaso. Wala pong ibang nag-asikaso. Ang mga anak ko po, 2 lalaki at 1 babae. Puro po may mga asawa na. Pero nakapiling pa rin po namin. Ang pinagtatakaan ko lang po, sinasabi nila lumalaban, naglaban ang asawa ko. Naglalaban lang po yung asawa ko. Hindi po siya lalaban. Pero wala po kami kaarmas-armas kahit ano. Pinagbibintangan po, nagbebenta ng shabu. Paano po magbebenta ng shabu? Samantalang, ganito na po ang buhay namin mula sa food. Ako lang po nagtitinda, siya po namimili. Ako po naglalako para po mapag-aral. Wala po na namatay yung asawa ko. At tinukang nila. Nahinto po sa pag-aaral ng mga apo ko. Hindi po nakapag-aaral ng 2 taon. Kasi wala po ako tutos-tos eh. At yung mga anak ko po, mga nagtatago. Kasi may mga pulis na pumupunta na tinatarget bakit daw po kami magsumbong. Ang inaalala ko lang po sana, gusto ko lang po mangyari. Sana mabigyan po ng katarungan yung pagkamatay po ng asawa ko. Yun lang po ang inaangad ko. Kasi mula sa pool po nung namatay nung 2018 ay 2017, wala pong nangyayari o anumang bagay. Humingi lang po kami ng tulong kay Father para pumatikaso yung pamilya ko. Kasi siya lang po ang susuporta sa amin. Ako na lang po kasi ang natitira eh. Ang mga kapatid
Sige po, Nay.
kasama ko.
Maraming salamat po.
Ano po, mabigyan niyo po ng katarungan ng
Gagawin po namin ang lahat.
pagkamatay po ng asawa ko. Salamat po.
Father, 2 lang po ang naimbitahan natin.
Mr. Chair, I would like to conclude sana, but I would allow my field coordinator, Randy De Los Santos, the uncle of Kian, to do the conclusion in my behalf.
Sige po. Mr. De Los Santos, pwede pong ayaw po namin kayo madalhin because alam ko pong importante yung gusto niyong sabihin. Pero dahil po napakarami po ng ating gustong pagbigyan at pakinggan, I hope we can shorten it a little. Salamat po.
Magandang gabi na ho, bilang tagapangulo at sa ating kagalang-galang na komite. Bilang field coordinator po ng program Pagkilong, nais po sana namin pasalamatan at nais ipaabot po ng mga pamilya sa kagalang-galang na komiteng ito ang kanilang pasasalamat po. Simula po ng inyong binuksan ang pag-iimbestiga, may kaugnayan sa mga nangyari po. Siguro po nais po sana namin gamitin ang salitang tukhang ngayong hapon. Nais po namin tumuktok, humangyo sa bawat puso po ng nasa komiting ito upang gaya po ng binanggit, nais po nila ng katarungan. Nais po namin ng katarungan, Ginoong Tagapangulo. At sana po sa tulong po ninyo, sa inyo pong katalinuhan, sa inyo pong kakayanan, umaasa po kami na maibigay po ito sa lalong madaling panahon. Lalo tigit po, nais ko sanang banggitin na sa amin pong mga hanay, marami po, Ginoong Tagapangulo, ang pinatay. May mga police report po, pero hindi po naimbestigahan. Sana po sa tulong po ninyo, ang kagalang-galang na komiting ito, tutok-tok po kami at hahangyo kami ng inyong tulong. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. De Los Santos. Now,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
there's another one I'd like to ask. Mr. Conde would like to present someone. May silang ito, no, Mr. Conde, no? Mr. Chair, can we allow him to do that, please?
Yes, I was about to recognize the next presenter. This is Mr. Conde, right? Meron po ba kayong presentation, Mr. Conde?
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Actually, wala akong formal presentation, but I would like to talk sana in line with what the experiences of the mother na biktima, ng mga anak at mga pamilya, about what happened to Mrs. Clarita Alia. Senator De Lima alluded to her case in her report, but I would just like to give some context on what happened to her. She's supposed to be here, pero nag-back out po for some concerns. But so I feel like medyo authorized ako to speak on her behalf because I actually know her since the 1990s when I was living in Davao. And as a journalist then, sumulat po ako ng mga storya tungkol sa kanya, yung nangyari sa pamilya niya. In fact, my two-part story for the Philippine Center for Investigative Journalism was published in 2002. This was way before. And then later on, with the New York Times, as I was reporting the killings, I also wrote about this. And then my organization now is Human Rights Watch, and they published a report in 2009, which Attorney De Lima also adverted to. This report, this is called "You Can Die Anytime." This about more than 20 killings in Davao when Duterte was mayor. One of the highlights of this report, this is Ms. Alia on the cover of this report. So what happened to her was her children, 4 of them, were killed by the Davao Death Squad. This was between 2001 and 2007. All of them were teenagers, children basically. Lahat po sila ay pinagsasaksak sa Davao City. When I interviewed her back in 2000, Mrs. Alia was telling me kung paano natay yung mga anak niya. Ginamitan sila ng tawag nila dito ay kolonyal. This is a butcher's knife. Allegedly, some of the killers were working or sourced the weapon from the nearby Bangkerohan market, where to this day, Mrs. Alia, nagbebenta pa rin siya ng gulay-gulay, vegetable vendor po siya doon. Kung paano pinatay yung mga anak niya ay nakapanlulumo po talaga, and this was emblematic of the spread of the Davao Death Squad during that time. It was so brutal kasi ang tinatarget nila ay mga mahihirap, marami mga bata, in an effort to cleanse the city of what Mr. Duterte was saying were the dregs of Davao society, so that they can claim that Davao was the safest city in the Philippines during that period. Keep in mind, I lived in Davao for 10 years, and I know, I know exactly the context of these killings. So this was very, very worrisome. And when I entered into human rights work, isa ito sa mga cases talaga na tinutukan namin. And in fact, to end this, I would like to point out that this was not happening in Davao City alone. In fact, in this report, other cities were cited there where similar killings were happening. Davao City, Digos City, General Santos City. In 2014, Human Rights Watch published a report. This is One Shot to the Head entitled. This is about the Tagum death squad killings. Tagum is just one city away from Davao City. And in this report, the modus operandi of the Davao death squad was detailed as well. Almost an exact copy of what happened in Davao also happened in this city. So this is something that Mr. Duterte actually encouraged to happen in other areas because they were able to get away with this. And in fact, in the recommendation of this report in 2009, it says here that it urged Congress to investigate these killings. And I'm so happy facing you all of you now tonight that this is actually happening 16 years later. And I'm echoing the call of the mothers who just spoke about the loss ng kanilang loved ones, that we hope that these committees would finally make the wheels of justice turn, because it's been a while for justice to have slept in this country since Mr. Duterte unleashed these death squad killings that are happening to this day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conde. Can you give a copy of that publication you made?
Yes, I actually gave COMSEC copies of this report.
So we do have a copy. Thank you. Salamat.
Thank you.
So the next is former Congressman Nery Colmenares.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening po, Mr. Chair. I have a short presentation on 5 slides. If I may ask the committee to allow the presentation from the council.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Well, the presentation, Mr. Chair, is all about the elements of the crime against humanity under the Rome Statute. Sorry. And then the second part are the implications, the legal implications of the Senate admission of President Duterte. May I ask the council to show the slides, please?
Secretariat, can you please assist Congressman Colmenares? Oh, there it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. The elements of the crime against humanity under Article 7 of the Rome Statute, I just summarized it to 2. Widespread or systematic attacks against civilians. Marami na pong witness na nagsabi niyan from Mindanao, Visayas to Luzon, at civilian ang mga tinitira, Mr. Chair. Ang pangalawang element ng crime against humanity sa ICC is dapat may knowledge of the attack si Duterte. Ano ang proof na sinubmit sa ICC as proof of knowledge of the attack para ma-fulfill ang element na yan sa crime against humanity? Una, public statements niya po, ordering the police to kill drug suspects, ordering the police to kill lawyers of the drug suspect, ordering the police to kill human rights defenders. Yung second element po, yung second evidence na pinresent, are the public statements of President Duterte encouraging the killings. Marami po siyang statements na ako bahala sa inyo, i-amnesty ko kayo, i-pardon ko kayo, tuloy nyo lang. This is a very important component of the proof na may knowledge siya of the attacks. Next slide, please. Ang pangatlo, siyempre, ang testimony ni Colonel Garma that President Duterte did not only set up the Davao template nationwide, but also funded it. Ngayong tinahi ni Colonel Garma ang elements ng crime against humanity because not only nag-utos siya na patayin, kundi pinunduhan niya pa. That is a very important element to show na may knowledge talaga siya sa attack. Kaya hindi siya pwedeng magmaang-maangan dyan. And then yung subsequent na nabasa natin na nagsabi si Colonel Garma,
that tinawagan siya ni President Duterte para sabihin, bakit ko pinili si Colonel Leonardo? Dahil mapagkatiwalaan siya sa pera. That actually, Mr. Chair, confirms the reward system in the drug war. Kasi bakit mo nga ba naman bibigyan at kailangan ng isang taong katulad ni Colonel Leonardo para maraming pera, may pondo ang drug war as admitted by President Duterte when he said may malaking halaga ng pera dyan at kailangan ko ng mapagkatiwalaan. Pangatlo, admissions niya sa Senate, ordering the killings at yung death squads. Hindi siya pwedeng lumusot dyan kahit sabihin niya pang joke. That was the context of the Senate investigation, yung death squads. Kaya the moment sinabi niya, yan, death squad yan, yung mga senador na yan, death squad yan, that is a confirmation of what the Senate hearing was all about. He wanted to make the Senate his playground. He wanted to make sure na ang Senado doon siya magdidepensa at doon niya bibirahin ang mga biktima, doon niya bibirahin ang mga nanay. Pero dahil si President Duterte hindi mapigilan ang sarili niya, marami siyang admissions doon katulad dito. At ang isang dinugtong niya, nag-order siya to encourage the police na udyukan ang mga suspects para lumaban at saka babarilin. Yan mismo, Mr. Chair, destroyed the non-laban narrative. Marami ng mga nanay, marami ng mga kaanak ang nagsabing, hindi po lumalaban yung anak ko, yung asawa ko, nakaluhod na po sumusuko na po nagmamakaawa na, pero binaril. And President Duterte unwittingly took out the defense of self-defense sa mga kapulisan niya. Ngayon, ang mga pulis, hirap na po na mag-self-defense na gamitin sa korte because the President himself already said na kung hindi nanlalaban, udyukan mo. So parang pinagkanulo pa ni President Duterte ang mga kapulisan niya by his words in the Senate hearing, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. Ano naman ang proof ng Duterte and police conspiracy na sila ay konektado? Ang una, siyempre, na proof dyan sa pagpatay ng kapulisan ay ang mga witnesses at direct evidence. We may call in the ICC, for example, evidence from witnesses doon sa kaso ni Kian de los Santos. Efren Murillo, kasama siya ng 5. Nang binaril sila, wounded siya, yung 4 patay, siya survived. Direct testimony ni Efren Murillo, very crucial in pointing out the involvement of the police in the killing. J.C. Lucadungo, yung kagawad sa Cebu, na kung saan sinusundan siya ng mga riding in tandem, pero yung driver niya napansin na bubunot, inunahan ng driver, napatay ang riding in tandem, and lo and behold, Mr. Chair, ang napatay na riding in tandem ay police. And the police is none other than PO2 Eugene Calumba na siyang kasama ni Albotra doon sa Laguna. That was testified in the last hearing. Of course, the Poral at Belandi case sa Malubog, Cebu, kasama na rin po, survivors po sila. Ito ang mga witnesses na mahirap kontrahin kasi they survived the attack. Ang mga pulis, pwede silang magsabi sa korte na nanlaban talaga Pero itong mga witnesses na ito, sa takot lang nila na magsinungaling, gagawa-gawa sila ng kwento na ang pulis talagang pinatay yung mga taong ito na walang kalaban-laban. Sa katakot lang nila, Mr. Chair, especially if they witness the killings, the thousands of killings all over the country. Pangalawang evidence po dyan na ipipresent, not only yung direct na ebidensya o ang mga testigo, kundi may pattern din of evidence. Ano po ang pattern? Ang una, public vilification of the victims. Ano ibig sabihin? Bago pinatay ang mga biktima, publicly tinira na sila ni President Duterte. Yung mga drugs kayo, dapat mamatay kayo. Kayo na mga lawyers ng mga drug suspects, isusunod ko kayo. Kayo na mga human rights defenders, mga aktivista, I will also eliminate you. Lahat yan, public vilification bago pinatay ang mga biktima, Mr. Chair. The second part of the pattern is the brazenness with which the attacks were conducted in public, in police, near police stations, as if the perpetrators were never afraid at all of being accosted by the police. Wala silang takot, may police station. Meron pinatay sa Bacolod, Mr. Chair. A few meters, at yung Cebu, yung malubog incident, a few meters lang yan sa police detachment. So basically, yun ang second part ng pattern na nagsasabing state-sponsored killing ito. Ang pangatlong part of the pattern, lack of interest to seriously investigate. Klaro po sa kwento ng mga nanay, klaro sa mga maraming witnesses dito, wala ka talagang seryosong investigasyon sa maraming patayan. In fact, Mr. Chair, pag EJK yan, medyo mahirap ang pulis mag-imbestiga. So, those three parts of the pattern show state involvement or involvement ng kapulisan protected by Duterte para hindi sila masangkot o makonvict doon sa mga krimen na yan. Next slide, please. Ang quad hearing ngayon, Mr. Chair, and many of the families of the victims would like to thank the Quad Committee kasi nag-open kayo ng new set of possible victims in the drug war na hindi po involved in the drug trade at all. Dati, these are all drug suspects, drug addicts, drug pushers. Pero ngayon, meron palang mga biktima na hindi at all related sa drugs. Pero pinatay sila for various reasons. Ang unang set of victims, Mr. Chair, victims killed because they were lawyers of drug suspects. Matapos sabihin ni President Duterte, kayo ang susunod mga abogado, maraming namamatay na abogado. Can President Duterte say, joke ko lang to? Well, if he says kill, 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 at walang namatay, then probably people will say, joke na nga lang. But the moment President Duterte says, kill, 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 at libo ang namatay, he cannot escape conviction, Mr. Chair, in a court of law. Ang example ng mga lawyers, Jan Unga, Attorney Bato, lawyers ni Kerwin Espinosa, Attorney Rex Lopos, isang abogado na may witness naman tayo dito for that, nagbibigay ng serbisyo sa drug suspects, pinatay. Attorney Rafael Atutubo sa Bacolod, pinatay because he gave counsel to drug suspects. Attorney Ben Ramos, a lawyer who was against and very vocal against the drug war of President Duterte, pinatay. Attorney Anthony Trinidad, Dumaguete City. Attorney Edel Julio Romero, lawyer ni Udicta sa Iloilo, Mr. Chair. Those are one set of victims. Abogado lang sila ng drug suspects, wala silang kinalaman sa drug trade at all. Second, victims killed or arrested because they were human rights defenders or members of the opposition. Of course, Senator Leila de Lima is an example. Wala naman siyang kinalaman sa droga, nilagay siya doon because she is an opposition. She criticized Duterte for his human rights record, katulad ng maraming mga human rights defenders. Yung mga biktima, Mr. Chair, Negros Oriental under General Sinas Sempo operations, kasama na po yan sa mga biktima na nilap sa droga, pero ang rason is because they are part of those people who criticize government at human rights defenders. Meron pong mga Bloody Sunday sa Batangas, Tumando killing sa Iloilo, marami pa po yan. Those are example of victims na walang kinalaman sa drug trade, but they were killed because they were activists or human rights defenders. Pangatlo, Mr. Chair, yung pinatay for personal interest, walang kinalaman sa droga, and General Barayuga is one example of that. He just exposed corruption in the administration, nilagay sa drug list. General Sina said, oh, sa drug list yan eh. In fact, dapat nga matanong siya, paano mo nalaman? Pinatay siya because of that. Of course, the LGU mayors na probably pinatay for other reasons. Probably politics, probably kung ano man, pero they were killed, like the mayors of Calbayog, sa Cebu, marami yon, and Iloilo. Nag-testify naman dito si Mayor Mabilog na wala naman siyang kinalaman but he was included there. Yung intra-police feud sa Cebu, pwede siguro titingnan din ng QUADOM yan kasi may patayan among them, which led to the killing of policemen. Of course, si Councilor Ramon Halandoni ng Canlaon City was one of those kills. Walang kinalaman at all sa droga. So these are the new victims na naghihintay, Mr. Chair, na sana mabigyan din ng hustisya ang kanilang kaanak. Probably never related talaga sa drugs pero pinatay for various reasons na walang kinalaman sa drug war pero pinatay sa ngalan ng anti-drug campaign. Last slide, Mr. Chair. So, bakit ko sinabing President Duterte destroyed the non-laban narrative as a defense? Kasi in-encourage niya ang mga criminals. Sabi niya, inutusan ko ang mga pulis ko, i-encourage niyo, udyukan niyo, manlaban, tapos birahin mo sa ulo para patay agad. Ano po ang elemento ng self-defense sa ilalim ng batas natin? First, unlawful aggression on the part of the suspect. Dapat inaatake ka ng suspect. Pero kung sinabi na ang suspect nagmamakaawa na, pero pinatay mo pa rin, walang unlawful aggression, Mr. Chair, on the part of the suspect. Therefore, you cannot claim self-defense if there was no unlawful aggression. Pangalawa, reasonable force. The police should use reasonable force that is proportional to the threat. Excessive force may negate self-defense. Kung ang utos ni President Duterte, barilin mo sa ulo, ay walang ano yan. Hindi mo siya i-maim, hindi mo siya i-disable, barilin mo sa ulo, patayin mo. Is that reasonable force? No, Mr. Chair. Presuming na nanlaban nga. And pangatlo, the third element of self-defense under our laws, Mr. Chair, is lack of sufficient provocation on the part of the police. And that is what President Duterte took out nung sinabi niyang inutusan niya na udyukan yung manlaban. Kasi ibig sabihin, may sufficient provocation. So that's the last slide, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to add, ang Senate testimony ng maraming pulis, and I'm sure kahit dito sa QUADCOM, may karapatan ang pulis na dumepensa sa sarili niya kung sakaling babarilin siya. That is always the statement of Duterte. But that is not the issue, Mr. Chair. Wala naman nagsasabi sa atin dito na pag babarilin ka ng inaaresto mo, wala kang karapatang dumepensa. Of course, yes. But hindi issue dito whether or not the police has the right to act in self-defense. Ang issue dito, Mr. Chair, na hindi nanlaban. It's not a question of law, it's a question of fact. Ang issue talaga dito, hindi naman nanlaban eh. Wala naman kami sinasabing wala kayong karapatan na depensahan ng sarili nyo. Ang sinasabi namin, there was no need for that kasi hindi nanlaban. Yun ang crucial. Alam mo, Mr. Chair, ina-avoid talaga nilang sagutin yun. Pansinin mo lahat ng sagot nila. Oh, may karapatan naman kayo pag lumaban ng suspect. No! The question is, hindi nanlaban. Tawag nga dyan sa law, negative pregnant eh. Na pag sinabi sa iyo, oy, pinatay mo si Juan, ang sabihin niya, hindi ko siya pinatay ng Miyerkules. Ibig sabihin yun, ang ibig sabihin ng negative pregnant, ina-avoid mo ang issue at nag-shift ka ng ibang issue tantamount na inamin mo. So basically, ang conclusion ko na lang, Mr. Chair, is this. The elements of the crime against humanity in the ICC has become very strong. And with the help of the QUADCOM, I wouldn't be surprised kung talagang i-wrap up ng ICC doon sa investigasyon nila on crimes against humanity and a warrant of arrest may be issued. Ang tanong, Mr. Chair, pwede ba na magkaso ang mga biktima? Mr. Chair, alam nyo, kung ordinaryong kriminal yan, Mr. Chair, wala akong problemang kasuhan mo. But President Duterte is a former president, mayaman yan, maraming pera, powerful. Pag magsampa ang mga mahihirap na biktima ng kaso sa kanya for crime against humanity, Mr. Chair, may problemang malaki. Baka 5 years, 6 years, di pa tapos yung kaso. Ang mga biktima, Mr. Chair, wala na silang pamasahe. Papunta sa hearing. How can they do that when even the evidence that they requested from the police when their relatives were shot were never given to them at all? Sabi ng isang senador, ang gusto ko katotohanan. Gusto ko lumabas ang katotohanan. Pero Mr. Chair, 6 na taong hinihingi ng kaanak ng mga biktima ang katotohanan. Hindi sila nagbibigay ng police report, SOCO report, blatter man lang, hindi sila nagbibigay. Ina-avoid nila ang katotohanan for 6 years. Pero ngayon, nung nagsalita na dito sa QUADOM ang maraming kaanak ng biktima, bigla silang interesado sa katotohanan. Hypocrisy yun, Mr. Chair. That is hypocrisy on part of those subordinates of Duterte who continue to claim that they just want the truth. They deprive the people, they deprive the victims of the truth for 6 years. And it is only now that the truth is beginning to see the light of day. And we really hope that they will continue, the Quad Committee hearings will continue, but this time around, Mr. Chair, also give a chance to the families of victims who were killed because ang kaanak nila, abogado lang naman ng suspect, because ang kaanak nila ay human rights defenders lang, o kaya ang kaanak nila ay sinangkot lang talaga kahit walang kinalaman sa droga because their families are also asking for justice. And the families of these victims deserve justice. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang gabi po.
Thank you, Congressman, former Congressman Nery Colmenares. We'd like to recognize Attorney Lopos, whose brother was also a victim, was killed, no? May I know kung saan nangyari yung incident?
It happened in Tagum City, Davao del Norte, Your Honor.
Okay, please.
I prepared a short opening statement and I read it
Okay.
before the committee.
Okay.
To the Honorable Lead Chairperson, Congressman Robert A. Barbers, the co-chairpersons, Honorable Dan Fernandez, Honorable Benvenido M. Abante Jr., and Honorable Joseph Stephen Paduano, as well as the honorable members of all the committees comprising the Quad Committee. Good evening. Chairperson is here. Chairperson is here. Attorney Chel Jokno. And also a proud member of and pushers, just like what was discussed by Attorney Colmenares. But the summary killings in the name of said drug war transcended into the extrajudicial killings of lawyers who handled criminal defense in drugs cases, as enumerated in the presentation of Attorney Colmenares. Worse with the daily murders related to the drug war. Unscrupulous individuals started hiring hitmen or assassins to settle scores or resolve conflicts to the barrel of the gun. Otherwise stated, the breakdown in law and order brought about by the daily murders and non-laban stories arising out of police operations in the name of the drug war led to the unprecedented murder of lawyers, fiscals, and judges across the country during the 6 years of the past administration. I say unprecedented because although the drug war deaths of mostly men out of urban poor areas are equally important, the scale of the violence is unimaginable based on the official data from the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. According to the IBP, since the year 1972 up to the end of the past administration's term, there have been 133 lawyers murdered by reason of their sworn duties as officers of the court. But, and this is a big but, during the 6 years of the past administration, if we go by the numbers provided by NUPL, 59 lawyers were killed under the Duterte administration. If we go by the numbers of FLAG, 61 was the number of lawyers killed, while the IBP official list stands at 63 lawyers murdered under the past dispensation. Again, I say that this is unprecedented because almost half of all lawyer murders happened in just the 6 years of the Duterte administration. Imagine 133 from 1972 to the end of the past administration. And it's 63, almost half, happened within that 6 years. One of such extrajudicial killings is the murder of my late brother, Attorney Rex Jasper M. Lopez, who was brutally killed when about to get inside his car at the parking lot of a mall in Davao City, in Davao del Norte last 13 March 2019. Attorney Rex Jasper M. Lopez was an active member of the Union of People's Lawyers in Mindanao, or UPLN. His litigation practice, however, heavily involved the criminal defense of persons accused of illegal drug use or illegal drug selling. As a result, during the brutal drug war, he became part of the statistics of personalities merely suspected of being involved in drugs, yet subjected to extrajudicial or summary killings. Tata Rex, as he was fondly known amongst his friends and our family, was just 41 years old when he was gunned down by, at that time, unidentified assailants when he was about to enter his pickup truck. Again, it was in the early evening of 13 March 2019. In his college years, Tata Rex was a student activist who rose to become the regional chair of the League of Filipino Students, or LFS. Thus, when he became a young lawyer, it was natural for him to join and be an active member of UPLN, and he proceeded to represent labor organizers and leaders, labor unions, farmers and farmers groups, and indigenous peoples as part of his human rights advocacy and people's lawyering. Attorney Tata Rex somehow, in the course of his law practice, became the go-to guy, quote-unquote, of accused facing illegal drugs charges, almost entirely by word of mouth in Davao de Oro, our home province. This led to his being able to develop a litigation practice with many cases involving illegal drugs. I would say he was fairly successful in such practice. While there was a police investigation conducted over his murder, there were no significant findings from the PNP. Instead, it took our family, especially one of my brothers, to secure extensive copies of all the CCTV recordings from the mall management, the City Mall in Davao City. And the CCTV recordings would show the events prior to his murder, during the actual shooting itself, and right after my brother was already shot and he already fell down on the ground. They probably did not know that there were more than 20 CCTV cameras all over the mall that captured what happened to him. Some fraternity brothers of ours who are also law enforcement officers helped in reviewing the footage from the mall CCTV system and arrived at an extremely important finding. Based on their initial findings, this is from our fraternity brothers who are also law enforcement officers, Tata Rex was a victim of rogue police units that wanted to profit from the reward system put in place, the former dispensation for law enforcement agencies under the brutal drug war. He was apparently placed on a list of high-value targets, or HVPs. Those in such lists during this time, in the past administration, whether or not the information or the basis for their being included in the list were veritable or unverified or even baseless and unfounded, they were in constant danger of EJKs. Being in such high-value target list, my brother, Attorney Rex Lopez, was supposedly assigned an amount for his head, and these rogue police units decided to cash in by assassinating him. Again, this bit of information was provided to us based on an unofficial investigation conducted by our fraternity brothers who are law enforcement officers. Their initial conclusion is that the killing of my late brother was state-sponsored in nature as it was undertaken by law enforcement officers. By the way, I already discussed this during the investigation of the Caravana lawyers, lawyers from the European Union, affiliated with the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, prior to the QUADOM hearings, prior to knowing that there were testimonies to to the effect that there was indeed a reward system put in place during the Duterte drug war. So, this information was relayed to me prior to knowledge that there are sworn testimonies proving that there was indeed a reward system during that time. Unfortunately, until as of even date, considering that the alleged suspects are still in active service, and the fact that a couple of months after the death of my brother, when we were actively investigating the case, I was subjected to several death threats over a course of 2 to 3 months. It was a harrowing experience on my part and my family. And for that reason, his immediate family, my sister-in-law, his widow, and his 3 children, has not commenced the filing of formal criminal and or administrative complaints against the suspected personalities, and I can understand why. But in sum, the family of my late brother Tata Rex, Attorney Rex Jasper Lopez, concluded that his handling of criminal cases involving drug personalities contributed to his death. And personally, I have an in-depth knowledge of the initial death threats against my late brother. Last January 2019, in the early part of the month, as I can probably recall, the hearings in the courts just resumed after the Christmas and New Year break. I was stepping out of the Hall of Justice in RTC Branch 56 in Compostela, Davao de Oro. I received a call on my cellular phone from an unknown number. Although it was not my habit to answer calls from unknown numbers, a relative of mine texted me at that time also to answer a call coming from a concerned person. So I answered the call. That person would not reveal his true name and instead just requested me to listen and immediately possibly take action. The caller, the unnamed caller, told me over the phone that he was a police asset and that he was initially assigned to be the hitman or assassin to kill my brother, Attorney Rex Lopez. According to the caller, because Tata Rex was placed on the HBT list and carried a substantial amount of reward on his head, he was an active target. I pleaded that he will reveal his name or identity so that I can verify the information that he gave me. But he continued to refuse to reveal his name. And he continued instead to tell me that, Attorney, I actually, in vernacular, libalibad ko na dawa to ng assignment. Kaya nasayod ko na si Tata Rex, maayong tao, in English. He refused to take the assignment to assassinate my late brother because from his very own words, Attorney Tata Rex was a good man. Maayong tao. That's what he told me. He added that I must convince my late brother to urgently have his name cleared with the PNP so that he will be removed from the HBT list. That call sent shivers down my spine because it came out of the blue. Why would somebody call me up to tell my brother and warn him that he was in a drug hit list? So I went to see my brother immediately. I had a long talk with him. But he was adamant in saying that if they want to charge me, they have evidence against me. Charge me in court. Charge me in court if I'm involved in any drug activity. I told him that these are dangerous times. These are difficult times. 2016 to 2019, that was the height of the drug killings, the extrajudicial killings. He also refused, although we have a fraternity brother who is a ranking official in the PNP, and he was a good friend of his, rather, I told him to go to our brother. Clear your name. Clear your name. This is very dangerous. But he was hard-headed and said that I'm a lawyer. I'm doing my job. So nothing came out of our discussion, although I really tried to convince him. We treated that as a serious death threat, and in fact, just 2 months after that call, that fateful call, my brother was EJK, was summarily killed. My late brother left behind a widow, his widow, and 3 young children. And the UPLM lost a people's lawyer whose heart was truly into human rights advocacy and service to the marginalized in society. Just a few more seconds. Can I backtrack a little bit, Your Honors? There is also strong circumstantial evidence that my brother was killed as a result of his handling of drugs cases in court. In the early days of the Duterte administration, although I'm not anymore so sure as to the exact timeline, the exact date and the month that it happened, but during those initial days, several law enforcement officers, together with my best friend from high school, went to see me early in the morning in our residence and asked that we have an early morning meeting at Provincia Restaurant in Davao City. That's the restaurant, or eat-all-you-can restaurant just behind Victoria Plaza Mall in Davao City. When I arrived there, I was no longer able to eat my breakfast because the law enforcement officers showed to me pictures of 2 cell phones where they supposedly found out that the name and contact information of my late brother, Attorney Rex, were recorded in those 2 cell phones. They told me that the cell phones were seized in an anti-drug operation somewhere in Davao de Oro. They argued that according to their evaluation and analysis, my late brother must have been connected with his drug personalities because his contact numbers are recorded in these cell phones. I countered that all I know is that he is a known go-to guy of arrested drug persons by word of mouth because he does not charge as much. Being a people's lawyer, he did not charge so much for drug suspects. Despite the fact that the going rate in Davao for drug cases is as low as 200,000 per case, up to 500,000 in some other cases. Now, the law enforcement officers who talked to me argued that according to what they evaluated, my brother has somehow, according to their analysis, this must be part already of the structure, the drug structure, because why is it that most of his cases are involved illegal drugs filed before the different courts? Why is it that most of his practice involved drug suspects? But I said, that's our work, that's our job as lawyers. And I asked them what they want me to do or what they expected from the information that they relayed to me. What should I do? And they answered that they just want that my brother will stop or cut whatever connections he has with drug personalities because they are starting to believe already that he might be involved in the structure of drug elements due to the extensive legal services he was rendering for arrested drug suspects. So I promised to talk to my brother. A big argument actually erupted again between me and my late brother as he was adamant that he is not connected with any drug structure, drug element, and that if the police have any evidence, they should have filed cases already in court against him. Because I believe that these are circumstantial evidence that the murder of my brother was state-sponsored, in the sense that law enforcement officers have already made up their mind that his defense of many drug suspects in court is more than enough proof that he is connected with drugs. My brother was no saint. I can admit that. However, his modest way of life and that of his family will prove that he has not handled any case for a known drug lord or big-time drug personality. Court records will also show that he has not handled any such drug cases involving alleged drug lords or big-time drug personalities. Instead, his clients were mainly petty drug users and petty drug pushers.
Kindly wrap up.
Yes, one final point, Mr. Chair, is another circumstantial evidence to back up the initial findings of our fraternity brothers, because months after the murder of Attorney Rex, they reached out to me again, asking for copies of the CCTV recordings of the killing of my brother. Because according to them, they were building a case against the same suspected rogue police unit out of another case where the victim survived an assassination attempt somewhere in Compostela, Davao de Oro. According to them, the modus operandi employed was practically similar to the killing of my brother. The color of the vehicle used, the make and the model of the vehicle, the attack using a sniper rifle, the bullet used, a 5.56 NATO round. There were also 2 or 3 lookouts used to follow the movement of the target. Those were exactly what happened to my late brother based on the CCTV recordings. My brother was killed with a 5.56 NATO round bullet, as shown in his autopsy. The bullet hit his spine initially and then blasted into smithereens his liver. It was a kill shot through and through, and he was not expected to survive that shot. So with these circumstances, it now shows that we can connect the dots and come to the conclusion that as a lawyer handling several criminal cases for drug suspects, my late brother, Attorney Rex Jasper M. Lopez, was definitely killed in the name of the brutal drug war. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Attorney Lopez. And last to make his short statement, Attorney Chel Jokno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Unang-una po, ako'y nagpapasalamat kay Nanay Arcenia at kay Nanay Elizabeth. Bilib na bilib po ako sa inyong katapangan at kami po ay nakikiisa sa inyong pakikipaglaban para sa hustisya. Ang mga nanay po yung mga biktima ng war on drugs na hindi talaga napapag-usapan kasi ang karamihan ng napatay nung panahon na yon ay mga lalaki. Pero sila yung nawalan ng asawa, sila yung nawalan ng mga anak, at sa kanila rin napunta yung burden nung nawala nga yung mga mahal nila sa buhay. I think that we should also honor and recognize the hardships that they have had to go through because of what happened during that time. Ang nangyari po sa inyo, Nanay Arcenia at Nanay Elizabeth, ay hindi lang kayo nag-iisa. Dahil sa aming pag-aaral ng mga kaso ng war on drugs, pare-pareho po nakita namin pattern. Unang-una, pinapasok nila yung mga bahay na walang warrant of arrest o walang search warrant. Pangalawa, sinasabi nilang nanlaban yung mga biktima. Pero obvious naman sa pagbasa namin ng mga police report na cut and paste lang po ang mga version ng police. At karamihan din sila ay naging biktima ng war on drugs dahil nailagay lang yung kanilang pangalan sa mga drug list. Director General Lasso himself admitted before this QUADOM that of the 6,000 plus, only 1,500 have been validated. Gusto ko rin pong ibahagi sa inyo na sa isang report na sinubmit ng PNP sa kaso namin sa Korte Suprema, sabi po nila, out of 42,268 police operations conducted from July 1, 2016 until 30 November 2017, only 507 or 1.2% were authorized or based on warrant of arrest. Wala po silang binigay na numero pagdating sa search warrant, pero doon sa mga inaral po namin na kaso, iisa lang ang nakita namin na home invasion na may search warrant. It would be good perhaps to ask the PNP to submit their data from 2016 to 2022 of how many home invasions were actually authorized by a search warrant. Basic na basic po sa batas natin, na yung a man's home or a person's home is his castle. And no one can enter or invade our homes, kahit po maliit lang na bahay yan, kahit na sabihin natin, yero lang ang bubong niyan, bahay pa rin yan. At hindi yan pwedeng ipasok ng pulis, ng militar, o kung sino man na walang warrant of arrest or search warrant. Kami rin po ay nakikiisa kay Attorney Lopez at sa kanyang pinatay na kapatid, si Tata Rex. Siya po ay isa lang sa more than 16,000 na napatay na mga riding in tandem, na mga nanlaban na hanggang ngayon pagala-gala pa rin. Hindi man lang natin alam kung sino-sino sila. I cannot imagine that there are thousands of serial killers still walking on streets. Baka po, katabi natin sa karinderya yung mga yan na hindi natin alam na mga pumapatay pala sila. And that's why I would like to thank also the QUADOM for the opportunity to have the victims appear and testify before you. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Attorney Jokno. I have here a list of the members who wish to interpolate. And the first in the list is Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask, to direct my questions to, siguro, sundan ko lang yung kay Attorney Dexter Lopez, Attorney Dexter, I believe meron pa po kayong isang case, na hindi nabanggit. This is with your cousin. And ano naman po yung circumstansya nung pagkamatay ng inyong pinsan, Mr. Chair?
Another murder that I can probably shed some light was that of the late Attorney Rolando Lopez Asido, my first cousin, who was the former city prosecutor of Mati City in Davao Oriental. He was killed also by assailants who attacked him by way of riding in tandem, killers, as he was about to park his car in front of the Mati City Hall of Justice in Dahican, Mati City, in the early morning of 26 October 2016. Note that his murder was just around 4 months into the Duterte administration, but it happened in the thick of the extrajudicial killings already po. Attorney Asido, as city prosecutor, he was actually a hemiplegic. His left part of his body was paralyzed as a result of a stroke. He was a stroke victim, probably because he was so conscientious in his duties as city prosecutor. He would work till the wee hours of the morning just to resolve the cases. As far as I have actually all the details as to his killings, I would rather defer supposedly to his immediate family. But this is what happened. He was handling, as city prosecutor, a murder case in the regional trial court of Mati City. The judge downgraded the case to homicide. He disagreed, and so he brought the case all the way up to the Court of Appeals. He won there, and that the Court of Appeals ordered the reinstatement of the murder case and ordered the rearrest of the accused. The accused refused to surrender, and then several weeks thereafter, my cousin was killed. But what was peculiar, Honorable Arlene Brosas, with his case was that, in the early days of the past administration, again, I cannot recall already the exact date and month that our conversation happened. I visited him in his city prosecution office in Mati City. And he relayed to me in person what happened to him. Apparently, he dismissed several drugs cases because according to the late city prosecutor, Rolando Lopez Asido, the version of the police was too incredible and unbelievable that he had no choice but to dismiss the cases. Apparently, these rogue police officers reported him to the administration, to the former president, that he was ordered to explain himself. He was called to Davao. That was the early days of the past administration when the former president was still holding office in Davao City most of the time. And he was made to explain. So, what is peculiar here is that his case, according to him, he was so frustrated because what he was only doing was his sworn duty as a lawyer, an officer of the court, and as a prosecutor. That if the evidence, there's no probable cause, he dismissed the cases. But instead, he was reported as having drug links because he dismissed those cases. He was so frustrated, Honorable Rosas, that he told me that I might as well leave this job. I'm just doing the best that I can do. And yet, I was reported. And then I was made to explain. He was made to go to Davao and explain. So, my point here is
Excuse
that...
me, attorney.
Yes.
Can you, I know how passionate you are
Yes,
on this issue.
yes, Your Honor.
And I observe that you are really fueled with passion to answer the questions of the members. But please, kindly shorten it.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes. So my point, Your Honor, the Honorable the Chairperson is this, that this might not be, his experience might not be an isolated case. During that 6 years, there might be dozens or hundreds of prosecutors who actually wanted to dismiss the case for lack of probable cause, but for fear that they will be reported, that they will be included in the list of persons with links to drugs, that they just close their eyes and then file the cases in court, burdening our courts with cases which should have been dismissed in the very first place. And it's peculiar because just months after this happened, he was attacked. And he's now dead. So, this really is a big burden. And parang what happened, Honorable Process, is this. If you handle cases for drug suspects, you will be killed. If you are a public prosecutor who will dismiss cases, you will also be targeted. You will be placed in a list. You will be reported. What can you do? So that's what happened.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I asked this, kasi talagang lumalabas ngayon, aside from the drug suspects and alleged drug users and pushers, lawyers and other innocent people who are critical of the implementation of the bloody war on drugs were targets of the Duterte administration. Hindi lang po si Atty. Rex Lopez, yung pinsan, ni Atty. Dexter, na lawyer ng mga drug suspects na pinatay. Hindi lang mga drug suspects talaga ang pinapatay. Marami rin mga human rights defenders ang ninaawa ng buhay, no, sa ilalim ng war on drugs. Now, Mr. Chair, I would like to address the following question sana to Colonel Garma kung nandito siya. Mr. Chair, issue present.
She was asked to be excused. I think she just came out of the hospital the other day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I would like to address the questions to the human rights organizations na lang siguro, Mr. Chair, no? He with us instead. My point of inquiry is on the synchronized enhanced managing of police operations, which is SEMPO, no? Yung series of operations aiming to quell illegal drugs and activities under the Duterte administration. According to human rights organizations, napakaraming illegal searches and seizures, arrests, and mass killings ang isinagawa during the implementation of SEMPO under the Duterte administration. And as we briefly touched upon in the previous hearings, a particular police report also stated that at the time where Colonel Garma served as the head of Cebu City Police Office, their post had the highest number of arrests on 66 street-level targets in buy-bust operations, all under the SEMPO operated in Cebu. At ito pong SEMPOng ito ay inimplement din sa Negros Oriental when its second version, the Oplan Sauron, was initiated. This caused the death of at least 20 Filipinos at the time when the PNP Chief Davao Sinas was the police regional chief of Region 7. So, Mr. Chair, isa itong malaking kaso ng extrajudicial killing. Kaya, can someone from the human rights organizations or lawyers here with us today explain this? Perhaps Attorney Crissy Conti of NUPL, ano po yung recorded deaths in Negros due to SEMPO, and what are the backgrounds of these people killed under SEMPO? And who were involved in these killings and operations? Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Regarding Negros, actually there is a larger context to the Negros killings because this became a killing field as early as 2017. And in fact, in November 2018, President Duterte issued a Memorandum Order 32 declaring a state of emergency in the Negros Island, Eastern Visayas, and Bicol. And this was the pretext for increased operations. And the SEMPO that we recorded in December 27, 2018, for SEMPO operations that ran for roughly 3 days, 6 people were killed, 26 arrested. And there were 600 law enforcement officers involved in all these operations, from the Regional Mobile Battalion, 94th IB Army, 62nd IB Philippine Army, and 303rd Infantry Battalion. Accordingly, after that, there was also a second round on March 30, 2019. This was what I believe Sinas mentioned was Oplan Sauron. 14 were killed and 15 arrested. In the context, ma'am, because this was also, sorry, Your Honor, this was also targeted as or fashioned as anti-drugs operations. In the same SEMPO, 750 grams of illegal drugs were allegedly taken, and there is a news report where Sinas surmises that perhaps these sales from illegal drugs were being
So,
used.
Mr. Chair, Attorney Crissy, sinasabi niyo ba na itong SEMPO, pinaghahalo yung pagpatay sa mga drug suspects, human rights defenders, and mga inosenteng tao? Kasi yun yung pinabanggit niyo ngayon.
Yes, sir. Actually, SEMPO encompasses illegal possession of firearms explosives, illegal drug operations, and service of warrants of arrests in general. These are generally anti-criminality campaigns. And then, sorry, just to add this, so Sinas in a report says that because the second SEMPO occurred in March 30, 2019, and this is weird, he alleges that perhaps sales from the illegal drugs were used to fund campaigns during the 2019 elections. So this was parang catch-all provision nila for all criminality or anti-criminality operations. And lastly, Mr. Chair, the personalities of those killed were largely farmers, activists, or those alleged to be farmers activists. Most of them were retired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to direct my question to CHR. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask Attorney Jacqueline Revilla, has your office studied and assessed the conduct of retired Police General Sinas synchronized Enhanced Managing Police Operations or SEMPO in Region 7. Do you have a tally of the extrajudicial killings committed by the PNP under SEMPO and during the directorship of the retired Police General Davao City in the region?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do confirm that we have conducted investigations on the Senko killings. 11 out of the 14 killings were investigated by the CHR, and 5 of those cases had forensic reports, Mr. Chair. And based on the forensic reports, it would appear that the victims sustained multiple gunshot wounds, and most of them were sustained in the head area as well as in the chest area, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may kopya ba tayo?
We could subsequently submit, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, lumalabas noong panahon ni former PNP Chief Sinas. Anyway, Mr. Chair, bago po yun, I'll just go back doon sa ano. So, yung CHR Region 7, very familiar ito, Mr. Chair, Attorney Jacqueline de Guia, very familiar sila doon sa mga cases ng SEMPO, right? So, sino po yung CHR Region 7? Retired na siya. What is his name? You have a new CHR Region 7. So, sino po yung ano? Paano lang po para klaro?
OIC Chief Bayani Tevez.
Bayani Tevez. Pero, siya na yung pumalit eh, so hindi siya ganon kapamilyar. Unlike yung nag-retire, no, na sinasabi ninyo. So, Mr. Chair, siguro, in the next hearing, Mr. Chair, baka po pwede pong maimbitahan yung previous, no, na CHR Region 7 para malaman natin yung mga cases. Although, you've mentioned na medyo yung pagpatay nga ay, yung pag-hit ay diretsong pagpatay, parang ganon. Pero gusto sana nating malaman kung ano talaga exactly yung nangyari. Then, Mr. Chair, kung lumalabas nga nung panahon ni former PNP Chief Sinas bilang Director General sa Central Visayas, marami talagang nangyaring pagpatay under SEMPO. Halo-halo eh, di ba? Sinabi nga, maybe drugs, maybe ano, pero iba-iba din. So, marami inosente. So, Mr. Chair, under Oplan Sauron, ito yung mistulang tokhang noong panahon niya sa kasagsagan din ng malawakang pagpatay sa ilalim ng Administrasyong Duterte. Mr. Chair, marami tayong katanungan kaugnay nito at naniniwala ang representasyong ito na mainam na buksan ang mga kasong ito kaugnay ng usapin ng extrajudicial killings sa termino ng dating Pangulong Duterte. Kaya naman, Mr. Chair, I move to invite an official from the CHR Region 7, yung previous official ng Region 7 on our next hearing. And of course, most importantly, we would like to ask the good committee to summon retired Police General Davao Sinas in our next hearing, Mr. Chair. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to invite the CHR Region 7, previous Regional Director of CHR in Region 7, and likewise invite the former Chief PNP General Debold Sinas in our next committee hearing. Any second? Duly seconded. Hearing no objections, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, instead of the Regional Director, it's the former Chief Investigator.
The former Chief Investigator, it's not the Regional Director. So please take note of the amendment. So the next interpolator is Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was listening to our resource persons about the statistics as to the number of lawyers who were victim of EJK, do we have statistics already with respect to the prosecutors and with respect to the judges? Or does this number include already the prosecutors and the judges?
If I may, Your Honor, yes, the number already includes judges and prosecutors. Actually, just a clarification, while the NUTL reports that there were 59 lawyers killed, this number is qualified. Lawyers were killed because of the infraction was related, but there were actually 65 lawyers and judges killed during this period, Your Honor.
And have we verified, Attorney Conti, whether this 59 or 63 lawyers, some are prosecutors and judges, were actually handling cases of dangerous drugs law? All of them?
Not all of them, Your Honor. There are a few, and the problem is if the police do not investigate further and note many other motives for the killing, the drug connection cannot be pursued any further. But among them would be, as Attorney Colmenares has already mentioned, lawyers of Rolando Espinosa, lawyers of Melvin Odicta. These are, so-called drug lords. There is also a former judge, Ezekiel Dagdala, who was named in the narco list. There was also a lawyer, Baby Maria Concepcion Landero Ole, whose late husband's involvement was alleged to be, because he was formerly detained on drugs charges. Her late husband's involvement was the alleged motive for the killing. There was a prosecutor in the Parahinog case, Your Honor, Geronimo Marabe Jr., and the judge in the same case, Judge Edmundo Pintang. These two were killed in the same court because of their relationship.
In other words, Attorney Conti, can we say that generally these lawyers are handling or involved in dangerous drugs cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm interested to know also about the outcome of the preliminary investigation of the total number of cases which are pending during the time with the prosecution, and the number of dangerous drugs cases which are pending in court during the time, particularly that is 2016 up to 2022. Do we have a data on this?
Your Honor, unfortunately, that data will be available in the Office of the National Prosecution Service from the DOJ and the Supreme Court. I understand the Supreme Court had efforts to compile these numbers, including that of pre-bargaining success rate.
So, would you be willing to help the QUADOM solicit this information from the Supreme Court? Because I honestly believe that this will help us understand and establish more what really happened during those times, particularly with respect to the war on drugs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I wish to proceed this time to XPO for Sunny Buenaventura. Thank you, Attorney Conti.
Your Honor, meron akong prepared opening statement. Hindi pang mabasa ko ito answering your question.
Mahaba ba yung wala po. Brief lang po. Pwede bang malaman kung tungkol saan yung opening statement?
Tungkol po yung sa affidavit with Colonel Karma accusing me of giving money as a reward.
What is the pleasure of the body? Would we allow Mr. Benaventura to deliver his opening statement with regards to, I believe it is his answer to the accusations by Colonel Garma, tama? What is the pleasure of the body? In the spirit of fair play, Mr. Chair, I think we should, but just short. Okay, please make it short.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, already. You have taken your oath, correct, Sean?
yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, anyway, I do not have any argument with regards to the reading of the prepared statement of this ISP of Pero but next time, to all those resource persons, dapat po, papadala niyo po mas maaga dito. That's the protocol that being established in this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. So please make it short, Mr. Buenaventura.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committees. I am Sanson Antioquia Buenaventura, a retired police officer with the rank of Senior Police Officer 4. I retired from the police service noon pa pong December 31, 2008. Mula noon, namuhay na pa po bilang isang sibilyan. Dati po ako security driver ng dating Mayor Rudy Duterte sa Davao City.
Ma'am VMB Glenda Dianito, shoutout po. Kapsat Edward
Totoo
Lachica,
lang
shoutout.
po, right after my retirement, hindi na po ako naging security driver ng dating MRRB. Dahil po, ang gusto niya ay isang police officer ang maninilbihan bilang driver niya. Kaya mula po, January 1, 2009, hanggang noong campaign period na tumatakbo siya bilang presidente ng Pilipinas at nanalo siya, hindi na po ako nakakasama sa kanya. Hanggang ngayon po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Sa mga sinasabi nila at lahat ng akusasyong idinawit nila sa akin, wala pong katotohanan lahat ng mga yun. Nanood po ako sa Quad Committee investigation at lumabas at binanggit ang pangalan ko from the affidavit of Colonel Royena Garma. Ayon sa affidavit niya, nakatanggap siya ng pera mula sa akin at sa dalawa pang tao na binanggit niya na sina Sergeant Swan at isang alias Boy Alci bilang reward money para sa EJK na nangyayari dito sa ating bansa. Sa akin, hindi po totoo. At yan po ay hindi totoo. Sa mga naririnig kong mga napag-usapan sa Quad Committee investigation na may kinalaman kay Colonel Garma, tulad ng nawawalang tira sa PCSO, mga kamag-anak niya, pati anak niya na pinapasok ng trabaho sa opisina ng PCSO, mga ari-arian niya sa labas ng bansa at dito sa Pilipinas, mga nangyayari sa Cebu, ayon sa dating Mayor Tani Osmeña, at kung ano-ano pang findings laban sa kanya. Itong mga pinag-usapan ito marahil ang dahilan kung bakit idinawit niya ang pangalan ko. Inakusahan niya ako na nagbibigay ng reward money for EJK para ilihis lang ang investigasyon laban sa kanya. At upang maging mas kapani-paniwala, sinabi niya na siya ay nakatanggap ng 3 beses mula sa akin na reward money para sa EJK. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, sangayon po ako sa mga sinabi ni Honorable Congressman ako sa matrix na ginawa ni Colonel Garma, kung saan wala at hindi kasama ang pangalan niya sa lahat ng kinasasakutan niyang issue. Iniwas niya ang sarili sa investigasyon. Gawa-gawa lang niya ang lahat para makaiwas siya sa lahat ng mabibigat na issues laban sa kanya at kinasasangkutan niya. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, Colonel Garma should not accuse anybody to save herself. She has to prove every accusation she makes with evidence, hindi lang sa salita o sabi-sabi niya. Maraming salamat po sa inyo, Mr. Chair and members of the committees.
With the permission of the chair,
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Yes, Your Honor.
taga saan po kayo? Saan po kayo nag-originate or where were you born and raised?
Davao City po.
Davao City.
Yes po.
And I understand you're a police officer before your retirement. Saan po ba kayo nag-aral ng pagpupulis?
Davao City po.
Davao City rin po. And kayo po ba ay mayroong sariling pamilya?
Yes, Your Honor.
May asawa at anak po kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Taga saan po ang napangasawa niyo?
Taga Davao din po.
Going back to your police career, sir, saan po ba yung unang assignment niyo?
Turil Police Station po.
Saan po yon?
Sa district ko, 3rd District of Davao. Turil Police Station, Turil, Davao City.
Doril,
Yes,
Davao
yes,
City.
Your Honor.
Anong taon po ito, sir?
May 16, 1978 po.
1978. Pagkatapos po ng assignment niyo sa Duril, saan po ang sumunod?
Tugbok Police Station po.
Bugbog,
Tugbok, Mintal, Davao City.
Tugbog.
Police Station, Mintal, Davao City.
Sa Davao din po ito.
Yes, Your
Anong
Honor.
taon po ito?
Hindi ko na maalala, Your Honor.
Can you please give an approximate year? 1980s.
1960. 81?
1981.
I'm not
Pagkatapos,
sure, Your Honor. I'm not sure. 1980, maybe.
pagkatapos po ng tugbog, sir, saan po yung sunod na assignment niyo?
Sa Davao City.
Saksa.
Sa Davao City, Your
Sasa.
Honor. Sa Police Station, Davao City.
And can you please cite also the approximate year?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. Maybe 1983. Not sure, Your Honor.
1983. After Sasa, saan po kayo sunod na na-assign?
Doon na po kay Kwan na naging security driver na po ako ni then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte po.
Maaari niyo po bang ikwento sa amin kung paano kayo napunta kay President Duterte during that time?
Mayroon pong order from Davao Metro Riscom then na-assign ako sa City Hall under Mayor Duterte's
Whose order was that, sir?
Davao City Police Office po.
So the order came from the Davao City Police Office. Napunta po kayo sa Office of the
City Mayor.
That was 1988.
1988.
And starting from 1988, you worked for Mayor Duterte. Can you please describe to us ano po bang naging nature ng trabaho nyo? Sa noon ay Mayor Duterte.
Security driver po.
Security driver. And
Yes, Your Honor.
I wish to believe that as security driver, sir, kayo po ay halos 24/7 kasama ni Mayor Duterte.
Yes, Your Honor.
Paari niyo po ba siyang ilarawan? Anong klase po bang principal or VIP si Mayor Duterte? Simula noong 1988 hanggang 2008, kung saan kayo po'y nagtrabaho bilang driver security.
Para sa akin po, mabait po si Mayor Duterte.
And can you please share some incidents kung paano niyo po na-conclude na mabait si Mayor Duterte? This is 20 long years and I am sure marami po kayong pwedeng ibahagi sa amin. Ano po yung personal yung experience? Why you are saying mabait na principal si Mayor Duterte?
Ganito po, minsan, kung gabi magkuhan kami magpatrol, may madaanan kaming tao, tanungin niya kung saan ka mag-uwi. We out in the morning, tapos sabi niya, pakilala siya, Mayor Duterte, saan kayo mag-uwi? Para hindi daw matakot. Sabi niya sa Santa Cruz, outside Davao City, may dalang bata, may dalang anak niya, tatlo. Husband, wife, at saka yung anak nila na maliit. Sinabihan ni Mayor yung backup, ihatid niyo sa Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur. So, ihatid nila.
Aside from that, Mr. Buenaventura, bukod doon sa paghahatid, doon sa nadaanan yung mag-ina, ano pa ho yung mga insidente maaari nyo ibahagi sa Quad? Sinasabing mabait na principal si Mayor Duterte.
Minsan po, manonood siya ng news every afternoon, 5 p.m. Minsan may maghingi ng tulong yung mga bata na ulo, tawagin niya ako. Tawagan mo si Bong. Sagutin mo ang gastos doon sa hospital. Tapos, huwag niyo nang sabihin kung saan galing.
By Bong, are you referring to Senator Bongo?
Yes po, yes po.
And with respect to you, as a driver bodyguard, personal driver and bodyguard of Mayor Duterte, ano pong naaalala niyong insidente why you are concluding na mabait na principal si Mayor Duterte? Sa inyo pong personal na buhay, ano pong nagawa ni Mayor Duterte?
Marami po.
Can you please share some?
Yung mga bata na cancer patient, binilihan niyo ng bahay.
Sir, I am referring to your personal and family life. Ano po yung naitulong sa inyo?
Yung
ng
asawa ko
dating
po,
Pangulo?
kasi yung asawa ko may cancer, breast cancer po. Tapos sabi niya, anong problema mo? Sabi ko, okay lang sir. Sabi ko, okay lang. Tinawag niya si Bong, Bong, tulungan mo sa amin. Kung tinulungan po ako, 2 beses na operahan yung misis ko. Cancer patient. Ngayon po, at least, wala na siya. Okay na. Ayos to. Actually, na-cure po siya, na-cure.
Nasaan po yung misis nyo ngayon?
Sa Davao po.
And in addition po dito sa hospitalization ng misis nyo, ano po ba ang naalam nyo na naitulong ni Mayor Duterte sa pamilya nyo?
Wala naman po, kasi ako po, talaga, may sinabihan si Mayor. May sinabihan siya na yung buwan, sabi nga, son, sabi ni Mayor, ito si, not to doubt myself, ma'am. Sabi nga, ito si Sunny, wala talaga binigay sa akin itong problema. Tinutulungan pa ako. Kasi hindi kasi ako nagakuan sa kanya, ganito problema ko, sir, ito problema ko, sir, bahay. Wala talaga. Kung ano lang ang kuwan niya, ma'am, na siguro, wala talaga, kahit sa school, hindi ako nagakuan sa kanya na may problema ko sa mga anak ko sa eskwelahan. Magkano man ang kuwan namin, walang trabaho po yung first time, ang asawa ko. Wala, hindi ako nagakuan sa kanya na ganito, ganyan, kurente, wala talaga, ma'am.
Are you trying to say, Mr. Buenaventura, that for a period of 20 years, that is from 1988 to 2008,
Ma'am, sorry po.
ang sinasabi niyo po ba simula 1988 hanggang 2008, ang naging personal na tulong lang sa inyo ni Mayor Duterte ay yung pagpapa-ospital ng inyong misis at wala nang iba?
Ano isang po, siyempre, pagdating ng Christmas, bigyan ka ng bonus, gano'n. Pero, kahit na sa nagpatayo ako ng bahay, wala man, hindi man siya nagkuhan. Hindi ba na din ako nagsabi sa kanya? Nagpatayo ako ng bahay, sarili ko, unti-unti. Hindi ba na ako nagsabi sa kanya, nagpatayo ako ng bahay? So, wala.
In other words, Mr. Buenaventura, aside from modest gifts during special occasions, ito lang ang naaalala niyong naitulong na personal sa inyong pamilya, ang hospitalization ng inyong breast cancer na misis.
Mayroon naman, pero hindi ko na makuha niyo. Pagpikot-ting bagay. Minsan, bigyan ka ng sapatos, search, ganyan na, ma'am.
Mr. Buenaventura, how well do you know the President? Gaano niyo po kakilala si Pangulong Duterte?
Mabait po siya sa tao.
Bukod po sa mabait na sa tao, what else can you say about him?
Laban niya po yung mga kriminal.
Mr. Buenaventura, I wish to believe na dahil kayo po'y taga-Davao, doon kayo pinanganak, doon kayo naging pulis, doon kayo nagkaroon ng unang assignment, hanggang sa napunta kayo kay Mayor Duterte. Talagang kilala niyo po si Mayor Duterte. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
As a matter of fact, 20 years of your career in the Philippine National Police was spent with Mayor Duterte. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
At nais ko po sanang tanungin ito hong mga personalidad na babanggitin ko sa inyo na sa tingin ko po kilala nyo ito dahil sa haba ng panahon nakasama niyo siya sa inyong trabaho. Nakikilala nyo po ba si Police Chief Inspector Ernesto Makasani?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino po siya?
Bimidal Police Officer ng Davao City.
How about SPO4 Desiderio Dick Floribel?
Yes, Your Honor. Kapwa police ko po.
About SPO4 Fulgencio Paco?
Yes, Your Honor.
SPO4 Bienvenido Laud?
Yes, Your Honor.
SPO3 Jeremias Baguhin?
Yes, Your Honor.
SPO2 Teodoro Pagidobon?
Yes, Your Honor.
NPO1 June Naresma?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you confirm with us na ito pong mga police na nakikilala nyo ay miyembro ng Anti-Crime Task Force ng Davao City Police during the time of Mayor Duterte?
Headed by Colonel Makasait, Your Honor. Yes.
I will be proceeding to the next batch of police officers, Mr. Buenaventura. Nakikilala niyo po ba si SPO3, Reynaldo Capute?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about SPO3, Simplicio Capute?
Simplicio.
Simplicio Capute.
Simplicio Caputi.
SPO2, Antonio Balolong.
Yes, Your Honor.
SPO1, Jim Tan.
Yes, Your Honor.
SPO1, Ben Furo.
Yes, Your Honor.
PO3, June Cabalinan.
Yes, Your Honor.
PO2, Arnold De Chavez.
Yes, Your Honor.
PO2, Rezalino Aquino.
Yes, Your Honor.
PO2, Jovencio Humawan.
Yes, Your Honor.
PO2, Enrique June Ayaw.
Yes, Your Honor.
PO1, Tata Migueliano.
Yes, Your Honor.
PO1, Ronald Lau.
Yes, Your Honor.
PO1, J. Francia.
Yes, Your Honor.
PO1, Reynante Medina.
Yes, Your Honor.
Senior Inspector Junicio Abude Jr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit niyo po sila nakikilala?
Kapwa pulis po sila. Kapwa pulis ko po from Davao City.
And will you confirm that they are members of Heinous Crime Task Force?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that was also during the time of Mayor Duterte.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang sunod ko pong itatanong sa inyo, nakikilala niyo po ba si Edgar Matobato?
Nakilala ko lang po si Edgar Matobato sa Samal Island, Your Honor.
Paano niyo po siya nakilala?
One time, may nakita ako wearing sleeveless shirt. Siguro, nakita ko, may tao kasi, pulis ako, may nakita kong tao naka-sleeveless, naglakad, na naka-holster ng 45, at pumunta siya sa isang sasakyan na yung owner type jeep. Mayroon niya siyang owner type jeep. Pag lingon ko, mayroon siyang importin. Napatanong ako sa ibang tao, sino yan? Yan si Edgar Matobato, tauhan ni isang mayor ng Samal. Antalan. Mayor Antalan, Your Honor.
Nabanggit niyo po na nung una niyo nakita si Edgar Matobato ay siya'y may dalang armas.
Naka-holster, Your Honor. Walang cover, labas. Labas ang 45.
Labas ang 45
Yes.
at may nabanggit pa po kayo isang armas.
M14.
M14.
Yes,
Nalalaman niyo po ba kung si Edgar Matobato ay kapwa niyo pulis?
No.
And
Sabi la, ano yan, police? Sabi ko. Kasi naka-react lang po ako dahil police ako na may nakita akong may armas. Ano yan? Bata, yan lang, bata niya, Mayor Antalan.
I understand that you were a police officer during the time,
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Buenaventura. Did you not bother to prompt
Sabi kasi
Edgar
nila,
Matobato?
sabi nila member ng CHPS,
Ano po yun?
Civilian Home Defense Force, Your Honor.
Saan po ba naka-attach itong civilian force? Civilian Police Force.
Home Defense Force. Army po yun sa Army.
Civilian Home Defense Force.
Yes, Your Honor.
Saan po ba attached itong Civilian Home Defense Force?
Sa military po, Army.
Sa military po.
Yes,
But
Your
you
Honor.
were saying kanina na siya ay bata, tao, ng mayor ng Samal. Tama po ba yun?
Tauhan siya ng Mayor ng Samay.
Ano pong pangalan ng mayor ng Samal?
Mayor Antalan po.
Nalalampan niyo po ba kung ano itong Civilian Force Multiplier?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po ba itong Civilian Force Multiplier?
Home Defense Force yun under the Army. Under the Army.
Nalalaman niyo din po ba na kayo ay kilala ni Edgar Matobato?
After na, Your Honor, after noon. Yung first time nakita ko siya, after noon, nakilala niya rin ako na isang pulis. Kaya,
Kilala po kayo ni Edgar Matobato bilang boss doon sa grupo ni Mayor Duterte. Do
No,
you
na-
confirm this?
hindi naman boss, Your Honor, security driver lang po ako.
Pero
Security driver.
would you confirm na kayo po ay kilala ni Edgar Matobato bilang isa sa mga tao. ni
Isang
Mayor
pulis po,
Duterte.
isang pulis.
And would you confirm also that for quite some time itong si Edgar Matubato ay naging tao din ni Mayor Duterte?
Hindi po.
Not at any point in
Narinig
time.
ko yung
Kabayan ko,
sabi
kapatid
niya
ko, shout out.
na naging security siya ni Mayor Duterte. Hindi po totoo yan. Hindi totoo. Na naging security siya ni Baste, naghatid sa eskwelahan. Hindi po totoo yun. Hindi po totoo. Ang security ni Mayor Duterte, puro pulis.
Mr. Buenaventura, may mga babanggitin pa rin po akong pangalan dito.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nakikilala niyo po ba si Chris Lanay?
Please lang. Hindi ko ako ano, Your Honor.
Si Andong?
Hindi ko kilala, Your Honor.
Si Jopet?
Hindi, Your Honor.
Si Alvin Laod?
Pulis din yun, Your Honor.
Alias Boboy Maldito?
Hindi, Your Honor.
Alejandro Casas alias Toothpick?
Yung bata ni Juan nga, Your Honor, ni Las Cañas.
Si Boy Pondoyo alias Boy Chacha?
Sa City Hall po yun, Your Honor.
Alias Inchik?
Hindi ko kilala, Your Honor.
Jerry Troso?
City Hall po, Your Honor.
De la Serna Brothers?
Hindi ko
Sina
kilala.
Ayan, Yoyin, at Jongjong?
Hindi ko kilala, Your Honor.
Duhilag Brothers na may pangalang Roland, Yanyan, Alan, at Valentin.
Hindi ko kilala, Your Honor.
Ayon po sa ating mga source, Mr. Buenaventura, ang mga nabanggit pong pangalan ay mga miyembro ng Davao Death Squad. At ito po ay ayon kay Arturo Las Cañas. Ano pong masasabi niyo rito?
Yan po ang sabi ni Las Cañas, Your Honor. Dahil sila, nasa heinous crime sila. Ako, security driver lang po ako ni Mayor Duterte. Wala akong buwan doon. Isang unit sila doon sa police. Dito lang ako sa kay Mayor Duterte.
Do you confirm that the Davao Death Squad exists?
Yun sa newspaper, sa media.
Do you know Arturo Las Cañas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you know Jose Basilio?
No, Your Honor.
Las Cañas, Basilio, and Matubato. All of them are members of DDS, Davao Death Squad, and they are identifying you bilang taong dinadaanan ng mga orders ni Mayor Duterte. Ano pong masasabi nyo dito?
Ganito po yun, Your Honor. Heinous crime driven by Colonel Makasait. Si Colonel Makasait, SPO4 lang ako. Dati SPO3 pa. SPO3 pa ako. Kung akong mag-order sa kanila, Your Honor, Colonel Makasait, pumigal police officer ng Davao City, maniwala sa akin yun. Maniwala sa akin yun si Colonel Makasait.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Ako.
maniniwala sa iyo. Kasi ikaw ang palaging kasama ng mayor.
Pero hindi
Pero
ako...
naman talaga, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Galing ako
As,
sa
as,
service
driver,
ko yan.
as driver security, Your Honor. Driver security lang po ako.
Pero kung may iutos yung mayor sa iyo, iisipin itong kakausapin mo, galing kay mayor talaga yan. Di ba?
Wala mang giutos sa akin na ganyan, Mayor.
Yung iba
Ah,
yung
sorry.
na.
Your Honor.
Hindi ko naman sinasabi kung may iutos niyo.
Yeah.
Pero yung sinabi mo na hindi pwedeng sumunod si Major Makasait sa iyo, susunod yun dahil ikaw ay driver bodyguard si Mayor. Kalakaran yun, di ba? Maski naman sa servisyo, ano eh. Di ba? Pares tayo galing sa servisyo, kaya alam ko yan. Kaya huwag mong sagutin si Honorable Richard ng ganun. Tama sagot mo, hindi naman ako itutusan ni Mayor. Di ba? Mr. Buenaventura.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Buenaventura, sino po si Superman? Hindi nyo rin po ba alam?
Yun ang call sign ni Mayor. Kung may radyo pa kami, Superman.
At least you confirm
Yes, Your Honor.
that Superman is Mayor Duterte.
Yun ang call sign niya sa radio.
Yes, and he is actually called Superman by DDS. Do you confirm that?
I do not know, ma'am. I do not know.
Hindi
Sa amin
niyo po
lang yan,
alam?
ma'am, sa radio. Sa radio, ma'am. Yan ang call sign niya sa radio. Sa amin yun.
Everybody in DDS call Mayor Duterte as Superman.
Sino pong DDS, ma'am?
Mr. Buenaventura,
Yes, Your Honor.
are you not confirming to the QUADOM the existence of the Davao Death Squad?
Hindi ko lang yan, ma'am, dahil ang nagbigay ng pangalan yan is the media.
Did you watch the Senate investigation where the President appeared?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you watch him confirm that there is Davao Death Squad?
Siya po yun, ma'am.
Yes,
Siya po ang may sabi.
did you watch him confirm?
Yes.
Napanood niyo po ba yun?
Yes.
And napanood niyo din po bang sinabi niya na si Senator Bato ay kasama dun sa Davao Death Squad?
Narinig ko po, Your Honor.
And of course, you've heard already that Las Cañas is also confirming that there is Davao Death Squad.
Sa kanya, si Arturo Las Cañas po ang may sabi din sa kanya.
Yes, and even Matobato is confirming that there is Davao Death Squad.
Matubato. Yes, Your Honor.
And even Jose Basilio is confirming that there is Davao Death Squad.
Basilio, I do not know Basilio, Your Honor.
But of all the names that I have mentioned, I hope you realize that the President himself confirms the existence of the Davao Death Squad, and you are denying the Davao Death Squad.
I did not, Your Honor. Narinig ko lang, Your Honor. I am not answerable for President, Your Honor.
Yes, but you are with the President since 1988 to 2008, and I am inclined to believe that you know almost all the activities of the President. Tama po ba ako?
Hindi lahat.
And when the President says that he confirms that there is the Bounded Squad, then it means that there is really the Bounded Squad. And if you deny that, then somebody is telling a lie. If the President confirms this already, I do not understand why you keep on denying the Bounded Squad.
Sa akin po, Your Honor, narinig ko lang. So, tulad sabi ang Presidente, narinig ko sa kanya.
Before I end my interpellation, Mr. Chair, may I request the Secretariat to please flash the two pictures of the President with Mr. Buenaventura. Can we have the two pictures, Secretariat, please? This is only to bolster the fact that Mr. Buenaventura has been with the President since 1988 up to 2008. And for 20 years that he was working with President Duterte, then Mayor Duterte of Davao City. I wish to submit, Mr. Chair, that he is aware of all the activities then of Mayor Duterte. Secretariat. For my last question, Mr. Buenaventura, ang sabi niyo po kanina, mabait si Mayor Duterte. You confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kung ibabalik ko po yung inyong nakaraan and if you will be given the choice, sino pong gusto nyo maging principal nyo ulit? Si Mayor Duterte po ba ulit?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's how you admire, idolize, respect, and care for the former president. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in a scale of 1 to 10, Mr. Buenaventura, if we will be assessing your loyalty and dedication to the former president, paano nyo ho ba i-gradean yung level ng loyalty and dedication nyo sa former president?
10.
1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest.
10.
And with a grade of 10, you will not say anything that will harm the president, yes or no?
Sorry, ma'am.
And with a grade of 10, ibig sabihin, yun po ang pinakamataas na loyalty and dedication na ibinibigay nyo sa president, you will not say anything that will harm the president.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
To the extent that you will make misrepresentation to save the president, yes or no?
Sorry po.
But what do you mean, Your Honor?
To the extent that you will be making misrepresentation to save the former president. Tama po ba yun? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
With that, Mr. Chair, then I wish to believe that the representations that he is giving
Mr.
to us
Chairman,
right now
Hindi ba hindi
are not
translate that to
entirely true.
Tagalog? Para...
Mr. Buenaventura, kanina po
No,
tinanong ko
sorry na,
kayo
sorry, Your Honor.
kung atin pong gragraduhan ang inyong loyalty at dedication sa inyong naging principal for a period of 20 years. One is the lowest, and 10 is the highest.
Ted po.
Ganon po kataas ang loyalty at dedikasyon nyo sa dating presidente. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At dahil sa napakataas ng inyong loyalty at dedikasyon sa kanya, hindi po kayo magsasabi ng kahit na anong ikakapahamak niya. Tama po ba o mali?
Tama po.
At kung kailangan nyo pong magsinungaling, magsisinungaling kayo, mailigtas lang siya.
Hindi po.
Tama po o mali?
Hindi po.
Because you are loyal and dedicated to the former president.
Wala
At
mo.
kung kailangan nyo pong magsinungaling to save the former president, gagawin nyo rin pong magsinungaling. Tama po o mali? Tama. Because you graded your loyalty and dedication by 10. At kung kailangan nyo pong ialay ang buhay nyo, mailigtas lamang ang dating Pangulo, gagawin nyo din po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
See? Kung kaya nyo pong ialay ang buhay nyo, mailigtas ang dating Pangulo. The more reason na kaya nyong magsinungaling, mailigtas lang ang dating Pangulo. Can we please flash the pictures? Next picture, please. The two old pictures. There. Maaari niyo po bang ituro sa amin dyan? Sino ba kayo dyan?
Yung naka-indik po, nakaputi.
Yun pong nakatayong nakaputi.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino po yung may bilog doon sa gitna?
Si dati Presidente po.
At sino naman po yung mga kasama ninyo sa picture?
Taga-media po.
Taga-media. Saan po ba kuha itong litratong ito?
Sa po, sa Tuwil, yung Eden Bayabas po, hindi pa yun, wala pa yung,
Mga anong taon po ba kuha itong litratong ito?
hindi ko lang maalala. Hindi ko lang maalala, Your Honor.
Approximate year lang po. Perhaps you can base it on the looks of the former president. Batang-bata pa po siya dito. If you started in 1988,
Early 90s, Your Honor.
early 90s, so mayor na po si President Duterte during the time.
Yes, Your Honor.
As early as then, gano'n na po kayo ka-close dito sa ating dating Pangulo, no? Kasi kahit mga media ang kasama, kayo pa rin ang kasama niya. Tama po ba?
Ako kasi ang security driver, Your
Is
Honor.
Turil outside Davao City?
Within Davao City.
Within Davao City. Flash the next picture, please. Sino po kayo dito, Mr. Buenaventura?
Wala po ako dyan, ma'am.
Wala po kayo. Sino po yung may bilog na naka-shades?
Hindi po ako yan, ma'am.
Sino nga po? Yung may bilog na naka-shades, if you can identify him. Nakikilala niyo po ba siya?
Hindi po, hindi po.
I think nakikilala ko po siya. He's the former president, tama po ba?
Ayun yung isa, ma'am. Yung dalawa kasi nakabilog, ma'am. Yung isa, ma'am, hindi ko kilala. Itong isa, ma'am, kilala ko.
He's the former president. At ito pong nasa bandang kaliwa, sino po ba yon?
Hindi ko kilala yan, ma'am.
Hindi po nakikilala, yun pong nasa likod.
Ay, hindi po.
Hindi nyo rin po kilala. But at least the first picture, Mr. Chair, shows that as early as 1990s, Mr. Buenaventura is already with the President and having spent 10 years of his police career with the President during the time as mayor of Davao City, I wish to believe that he has given so much loyalty and dedication to the President as proven by his recent answers, ang sabi po niya, kung kailangan niyang ialay ang buhay niya to save the president, gagawin niya. At kung kailangan niyang magsinungaling to save the president, magsisinungaling siya. I submit, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman
Pinaikot ka lang eh.
Luis.
Mamin
The
ka.
next to interpolate is Congressman Raul Manuel. So if he's not here, we move on to the next interpolator. Congressman Johnny Pimentel. You have 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair, my interpretation will be focusing on the Hallelujah Prosecutor. So there are some of my colleagues who would like to interpret when Mr. Benaventura. I'll be giving my time so that there will be continuity of the interpolation. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Pimentel. So we move on to the next interpolator. Congresswoman Mika Sonsing. You have 10 minutes. After this, if the video of Senator De Lima is ready, we can show it after Congresswoman Mika Sonsing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my questions are also directed to Mr. Sonny Buenaventura. Mr. Sonny, gusto ko lang pong susugan yung ilang mga binanggit niyo po kay Congresswoman Jinky. Yung una po ay kinumpirma niyo po na ang tawag po kay former President Duterte ay Superman. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sinabi niyo po kanina na tawag po yun sa kanya bilang call sign. Pero yun din po ba ang tawag sa kanya ng mga kapulisan at yung iba niyo pong mga katrabaho?
Hindi ba, Your Honor? Sa radio lang po namin, Your Honor. Call sign niya sa radio.
Bakit po Superman yung tawag po kay Presidente Duterte?
Kami lang nakuha, Your Honor. Parang
Sa inyo pong magkakasama, dahil napakatagal po, ilang dekada, mula po 1988 hanggang 2008.
1988.
Opo, 2 dekada po, nakasama nyo si Presidente Duterte. Meron po kasing mga linggo, kung alam niyo po yun, di ba sa mga kapulisan, meron kayong mga salita na nakakasanayan nyo na sinasabi sa isa't isa. Maaari niyo po bang kaming paliwanagan kung ano yung ibig sabihin ng salitang labyog?
Labyog? Tapon?
Opo. Meron po ba mas labyog itapon po saan? Ano po ang itatapon at
Hindi ko
saan
masyadong
itatapon?
buwan yung labyog bang parang
Opo, kasi po, ayon po sa aming sources, ang labyog po ay to kill or dump a dead body ng isang biktima.
Hindi ko po alam.
Maaari niyo po bang sabihin sa amin yung ibig sabihin ng manho na?
Manho?
Manho.
Manho?
Mali po ba yung pronunciation ko? Manho na.
Hindi ko alam yung Honor.
Opo, binanggit po ito kasi ni Mr. Las Cañas sa kanyang affidavit na ang manho na ay ibig sabihin napatay na o tapos na yung pag-dispatch siya sa isang katawan. Familiar po ba kayo dito sa salitang ito? Manho na at labyog?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Okay po. Mr. Buenaventura, tinanong po ito ni Congresswoman Jinky kanina, kilala niyo po ba si SPO4 Ben Laud?
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Sige po. Dahil po kinumpirma niyo po iyon, babalik po ako dun sa inyong opening statement kanina, kung saan sinasabi niyo po na pagkatapos po ng December 2008, kayo po ay nagretiro na. Tama po ba? Nagretiro na po kayo sa kapulisan,
Yes,
December
2008, Your Honor.
2008.
Yeah.
At uulitin ko lang po, kukumpirmahin ko lang po, ang sinabi niyo sa opening statement ninyo, na pagkatapos po ng taong 2008 ay tumigil na po kayo na maglingkod bilang driver bodyguard ni dating Pangulong Duterte. Tama po ba?
Yan po totoo. Yan po ang totoo, Your Honor.
Meron po ba kayong kahit anong koneksyon sa kanya pagkatapos ng taong 2008?
Nang campaign period, wala po ako. Nung naging presidente siya, Your Honor, wala po ako. Hindi ako, once na ako nakapunta ng Malacanang, yung pasyal lang nagpasyal with my family. Ganun lang po.
So, ibig sabihin po, mula taong 2009 hanggang kasalukuyan ay hindi nyo na po siya nakakasama, hindi nyo na po siya nakikita.
Hindi na po.
Sige po. Under oath po kayo,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Buenaventura. Meron po kasi akong dalawang babanggitin na nabanggit po ni Mr. Las Cañas sa kanyang affidavit na dalawang pagkakataon na kayo po ay nadawit sa isang pangyayari na nangyari pagkatapos ng taong 2008. Uunahin ko po yung nabanggit sa paragraph 228 ng Las Cañas affidavit. Tinatawag po ito na death of a hired woman allegedly due to a freak accident involving Mayor RRT. Ito po ay, ang timeline po nito ay pagkatapos ng taong 2008. Baka po hindi nyo nabasa, kaya ipapaliwanag ko po ang laman nito. Nakalagay po dito ayon kay Mr. Las Cañas na noong taong 2009, noong nagsisimula po yung investigasyon nila Senator De Lima ng CHR patungkol po sa existence ng DDS, tumawag po kayo kay Mr. Las Cañas. Inuutusan po siya na imbes na kayo ay sunduin niya po ang dalawang kababaihan at dalhin mula po sa KTV Music Bar na pagmamayari ni Mr. Charlie Tan para dalhin po sa tinatawag na Superman's Obrero Safe House. Ito po ay naganap ng taong 2009. Kayo po ang tumawag kay Mr. Las Cañas para po dalhin itong dalawang kababaihan na ito dito po sa Superman's Obrero Safe House. At sinabi niyo po na si Superman ay si dating Pangulong Duterte. So masasabi po ba natin na itong Superman's Obrero Safe House na ito ay safe house ni dating Pangulong Duterte?
Hindi po totoo yun, ma'am. Hindi to tinawagan si Las Cañas para makuha ng babae, dalawang babae. Ma'am, honest, hindi ko talaga tinawagan si Las Cañas.
Hindi lang po ito isang beses nangyari.
No.
Base po sa kanyang affidavit, ito pong lihim na pagdala ng mga babae sa Superman's Obrero Safe House ay ilang beses niyo pong inulit na inutos sa kanya at sa ibang pagkakataon pa po, kayo pa yung nag-aabot ng 10,000 pesos sa kanya sa tuwing natatapos niyo po yung delivery.
No, hindi talaga yan totoo, ma'am. Hindi. Your Honor, hindi talaga totoo yan. Hindi nyo lang kilala si Las Cañas. Hindi nyo lang kilala si Las Cañas.
Ito po ay yung unang pagkakataon na sinasabi ko, dalawa lamang po kayo. Sasabihin ko po, babanggitin ko yung dalawang pagkakataon na nasa subheader po sa affidavit na The Massacre of Subdivision Construction Workers. Ang timeline po ay taong 2010 hanggang 2013. Muli pagkatapos po ng December 2008. Dito po, sinasabi po ni Las Cañas na kayo po ay tumawag sa kanya, inutusan po na pumunta kayo sa Laud Quarry para po kitain si Ben Laud at doon po ay naghihintay si Mr. Sammy Uy at si Madam X.
Hindi totoo yan, ma'am. Your Honor, hindi talaga totoo yan. May tanong ko lang, ma'am. Apidabit pa yan ni Las Cañas.
Opo.
Marami kasi siya kapitabit, Your Honor.
Point of order, are we allowing the guest to ask the member a question? No, based on the rules, we are not allowing any guest to ask questions today.
Members is refrain from asking questions to the members.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Just
Sorry, Your Honor.
answer the question.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Congressman Edyong. Ito po, sasabihin ko po yung nilalaman nito kasi medyo mabigat po yung akusasyon sa inyo at yung level po ng inyong pagkakadawit. Inutusan niyo po siya na pumunta sa Laud Quarry para mag-coordinate kay Ben Laud para po sa isang importanteng operasyon. Nandun si Mr. Sammy Uy at ang isang Madam X. At doon po ay natagpuan ni Las Cañas na meron pong 6 hanggang 7 na bangkay ng mga construction workers na nineutralize ng grupo ni Ben Laud. At pinagalitan nyo pa daw po, kayo pa mismo, nung report sa inyo ni Las Cañas na na-neutralize na o patay na yung mga bangkay at nasaksihan ni Mr. Sammy Uy at ni Madam X ang pagkakapatay sa mga taong ito, na nagalit pa daw po kayo kay Las Cañas na bakit hinayaan niya na makita ni Sammy Uy at ni Madam X yun. So kung wala po kayong involvement doon po sa grupo, at kung hindi po mataas yung inyong kinatatayuan doon po sa grupo at hindi po kayo involved dito sa grupo na ito, bakit po sa inyo magre-report si Las Cañas?
Hindi siya nag-report sa atin, Your Honor. Hindi siya nag-report. Hindi kami nagkita sa Laod Quarry. Yung sinabi niyo, wala talaga yun, Your Honor. Yung 7 patay sinabi niya na pumunta ako, wala yan, Your Honor. Wala talaga yan. Hindi totoo yan. Hindi, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, it's the word of Mr. Sonny Buenaventura against the affidavit of Mr. Las Cañas.
Yes, Your Honor.
But for the record, Mr. Chair, I am contending the statement of Mr. Las Cañas, Mr. Buenaventura, that he has had no affiliation with President Duterte after year 2000.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi po, sinasabi po dito na kayo pa, dinala niyo po, inutusan niyo po si Mr. Las Cañas na dalhin si Mr. Sammy Uy at si Madam X doon po sa isang restaurant kung saan naghihintay po ikaw at si dating Pangulong Duterte sa kanila pagkatapos po ng operasyon. Taong 2010 hanggang 2013 po ito naganap, Mr. Sonny Buenaventura.
Hindi po totoo yan, Your Honor. Hindi totoo yan.
Mr. Chair, babalikan ko lang po yung sinabi ni Congresswoman Jinky na handa po si Mr. Sonny Buenaventura na tumindig para protektahan ni si dating Presidente Duterte. Pero for the record, Mr. Chair, I don't believe that Mr. Sonny Buenaventura is no longer affiliated or connected to former President Duterte after December 2008. Mr. Chair, may I proceed to the next set of questions? Babalikan ko po, familiar po ba kayo doon sa quarry ni SPO4 Ben Laud?
Yes, Your Honor. Property po ni Ben Laud yun.
Opo. Alam niyo po ba kung gaano kalaki itong property na ito? At
Hindi
saan
po.
po yung lokasyon nito?
Hindi po yun. Sa Maha yun.
Mahalaga po ito, Mr. Sonny Buenaventura. Nakapunta na po ba kayo sa Laod Quarry?
Firing range po, Your Honor. Minsan mag-firing kami doon.
So ito, may firing range po sa
Yes,
Laod Quarry?
yes, Your Honor.
Kasi po, ang pagkakalarawan po ng Laod Quarry ay ito po ay mass grave. So, meron pong firing range sa
Yes.
gitna po ng mga batuhan at mga lupa?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, sinasabi niyo po na familiar kayo sa Laod Quarry? Dahil nakakapag-firing po kayo eh. Ibig sabihin
Sa
na,
firing area, Your Honor. Sa firing area.
bakit meron po bang ibang area ang Laod Quarry bukod sa firing
Ano ba na
area?
yung firing area, Your Honor? Yun doon, hindi ko na alam.
Ano po yung nandoon? So malawak. Kasi pag nag-firing
Hindi ko alam,
ka,
pero-
hindi mo makikita yung dulo eh. Ilang hektarya?
Hindi ko alam, Your Honor, kung gaano kalaki.
Ano po yung taya nyo sa laki noong Laod Quarry base po sa nakikita nyo
Hindi
pag
ko
kayo
po alam, Your
nag-firing?
Honor.
2 hektarya po ba? Kasi kung less than 5 hectares yan, kapag tinignan mo yan mula saan kayo nagpa-firing, kita mo yung dulo niyan.
Hindi ko
So
po alam,
malaki po
Your
yun.
Hindi ko pa alam, Your Honor.
SPO4 Buenaventura, kayo po ay parte ng kapulisan. Marunong po kayo mag-estimate ng laki ng isang lugar. Ilan pong hektarya ang tinataya nyo sukat ng Laod Quarry? Ilang
Hindi ko-
hektarya po?
Hindi ko kasi, pagdating lang po namin yun, doon lang kasi kami mag-stay sa firing range. Hindi ko itingnan yung anong lawak ng area. Basta pagdating namin doon, part firing. Yun lang po.
Higit po sa 10
Kasi
hektarya?
parang kuwan kasi, parang hili, maraming yung mga tanim na kahoy, gano'n.
So may mga parte po na mahirap makita sa maraming pwedeng pagtaguan, maraming pwedeng paghukayan. Ganun po ba ang inyong pagkakalarawan sa Laod Quarry?
Hindi po.
Kasabi niyo lang po, maraming taguan, maraming hili siya.
Hindi lang po. Hindi ako nagsabi na taguan, Your Honor. Wala pong sinabing taguan.
Ang sinasabi
Wala
ko
pong
po,
sinabing na may hukayan.
kakawayan, kung kakawayan siya, di
Kahoy
ba?
lang po, kahoy.
O, kakawayan. Tama ba Tagalog ko? Kakawayan ay kagubatan po, di ba? O, kakawayan siya. Kawayan.
Kahoyan niyo, kahoyan.
Kawayanan. Tapos hilly siya. So, ibig sabihin po, pwedeng bungkalin kasi marami pong hills. At marami pong pwedeng tagbuan dahil maraming kawayan.
Bungkalin niyo, Your Honor, dahil quarry po yung Your Honor, quarry kinakuha yung lupa.
So, masasabi niyo po ba na posible na totoo yung mga sinasabi na yun ay mass grave site? Dahil maraming pwedeng bungkalin, maraming pwedeng hukayin.
No, hindi ko po alam yun. Site, anong site yun, or hindi ko po alam.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Mr. Bonaventura has been to Laod Quarry, is familiar with the size and the landscape of Laod Quarry.
Firing range, Your Honor, firing range.
Pero sinabi niyo na po kanina na quarry siya, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya
Ang pinupuntahan namin doon, Your Honor, is the firing range.
Opo, pero ang sinasabi ko, nakapunta na kayo sa
Yes,
Laod
Your Honor,
Quarry.
sa firing range.
Pero nakapunta pa rin kayo sa Laod Quarry dahil nasa
Nandun
quarry,
ang firing
nasa
range
loob
sa
ng
quarry.
quarry yung firing range. Mr. Chair, medyo hindi na kailangan pagdebatihan tong punto na to. Pero ang mahalaga po, nakapunta na po sa Laod Quarry
Yes,
si
Your Honor.
Mr. Bonaventura.
Firing range, Your Honor.
Alam niya
firing
ang
range.
itsura at laki ng Laod Quarry na may laman na firing range sa loob. Okay na po? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sunod po, Mr. Chair, tatanungin ko lang po, kasi po sinabi po ni Colonel Garma na meron pong reward system na meron pong reward system para po doon sa operation sa national na level. Alam niyo po yung testamento niya na yun, di ba? Testimonya niya.
Sa affidavit niya po, Your Honor.
Okay, familiar po. At sinabi din po ni Colonel Garma na galing po sa Davao template yung kanila pong in-implement sa national na level.
Hindi ko po alam, Your Honor. National na yun, Your Honor.
Pero yun po yung sinabi niya sa kanyang affidavit. At sinabi po niya na binase po nila ito sa Davao template kung saan may reward. Kaya po ito, tatanungin ko po sa inyo na sa inyo pong eksperyensya, nung kayo po ay parte ng kapulisan sa Davao, kayo po, kinukumpirma niyo po ba na merong Davao template na meron pong reward system?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Para po sa mga kapulisan.
Hindi ko po yan alam, Your Honor.
Sinasabi po kasi na sa reward system na ito, nung alkalde si former President Digong, nakakatanggap po ng mga reward ang kapulisan sa bawat pagpatay. Alam niyo po ba ito? Familiar po ba kayo dito?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Mr. Bonaventura, may bangko po ba kayo noong kapanahunan na kayo po ay polis sa Davao?
Sorry po.
Meron po ba kayong bank account noong
Yes,
panahon po
Your Honor.
na kayo ay polis? At nung kayo po ay naging bodyguard ni former President Duterte?
Yes, Your Honor.
Willing po ba kayo, Mr. Bonaventura, na mag-waive ng bank secrecy para po ma-verify po natin yung laman po na inyong bank accounts?
Your Honor, yung bangko ko po, pampapilya lang yan. Pag may sahod ako, may lagay ako. Walang ibang doon, walang ibang transaction. Wala ibang transaction, honestly. Para lang yun sa pamilya ko.
Pero Mr. Bonaventura, kung wala po kayong tinatago, kung malinis po yung mga pasok at labas ng pera at yung mga transaksyon doon ay para lamang sa inyong pamilya, ulitin ko po ang inyong tanong, kung wala po kayong tinatago, willing po ba kayo na i-waive ang bank secrecy para po sa
Pampamilya ko
inyong
lang
mga
po
bank?
yan, Your Honor, pampamilya.
Mr. Bonaventura,
Hindi ako
ito
na-involved
po
sa ibang
ay
bagay
yes
ni
or no
Mike.
question.
Sorry po.
Kumanda ka, busy ka. Sani,
Hindi, Your Honor.
hintay mo muna na-recognize ka.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Sorry po, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ulitin ko po, napakasimple po ng tanong ko, Mr. Buenaventura. Oo o hindi lang po ang sagot ninyo sa aking tanong. Kung wala po kayong tinatago sa inyong mga bank accounts,
willing po ba kayo na i-waive ang bank secrecy para sa inyong bank accounts?
Sa sinasabi ko po, wala akong ibang transaksyon sa bangko ko. Pang-pamilya ko lang po yun.
Mr.
Mr.
Buenaventura,
Chairman, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can I be recognized?
Yes, with the indulgence of Congresswoman Sonsing,
yes, Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman Paduano,
Mr. Chairman, the resource person is not answering the question directly raised by the Honorable Francine. Please answer directly the question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes or no lang naman yun. Are you willing to waive?
No, Your Honor.
O yun.
thank you, Congresswoman Paduano. Please proceed, Congresswoman, and please wrap up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In that case, Mr. Chair, mapapaisip po ang ating komite, bakit po ayaw mag-waive ng bank secrecy si Mr. Buenaventura? Meron po ba siyang itinatagong yaman sa kanyang bank account? Marami po ba siyang nakuha mula sa sinasabing reward system? Meron po ba siyang mga nakuha na pera na labas sa kanyang sahod nung siya ay police? Yan po yung mga tanong na paulit-ulit po namin tatanungin, Mr. Buenaventura, at ang tanging paraan po para mapabulaanan nyo yung aming iniisip dito sa komite na meron kayong tinatago ay sa pamamagitan ng pag-waive ng inyong bank secrecy.
Ganito po, Your Honor. Yung pera ko sa bangko ngayon, 4,000 plus, doon ko kinakuha yung parang sa damot ko, lagyan ko kuha ako. Para 4,000 plus lang, Your Honor. Meron ako dyan sa upslide, 200,000 sa upslide. Yung sa bangko ko sa PNB, 4,000 plus lang yun. 4,000 plus. Yung pera ko talaga.
Mr. Chair, kung ang total po ng pera ni Mr. Sonny Buenaventura ay 12,000 pesos, siguro naman po, okay lang ma-waive nyo yung bank secrecy.
Yung yung passbook ko, pakita ko sa iyo yung passbook ko, Your Honor.
Willing po ba kayo na gawin yan ngayon, Mr. Buenaventura?
Nasa Davao po.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Mr. Buenaventura has refused to waive the bank secrecy for this committee, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 3 quick questions lang po before I end. Mr. Buenaventura, kilala niyo po ba si Mr. Michael Yang?
May-ari po ng DCLA, Your Honor.
Nakita niyo po ba kasi sa 2 dekada po na kayo ay magkasama ni former President Duterte, nakita niyo po ba silang magkasama?
Hindi na, Your Honor. Ako nakasama kahit sa Malacanang, sa Manila. Hindi na po ako nakasama, Your Honor.
Base po mismo sa testamento ni Pangulong former President Duterte, mula pa po 1990s ay kaibigan niya na po si Mr. Michael Yang. At kayo po ay security driver bodyguard niya na mula po 1988 hanggang 2008. Kung napakalapit na kaibigan niya po si Mr. Michael Yang, siguro naman po kahit isang beses nakita niyo na po silang magkasama.
Nung sa Davao po, yung nag-duty pa po kay Mayor Duterte, hindi ko nakita yun. Nakasama sila.
Sa loob po ng 2 dekada, hindi niyo po nakita kasama ni Pangulong Duterte yung isa sa kanyang pinakamatalik na kaibigan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, mas nakikita ko po na nagsisinungaling na si Mr. Sonny Buenaventura kahit yung napakasimpleng tanong na nakita niya ba na kasama ni Pangulong Duterte si Mr. Michael Yang. Sa dami ng pagkakataon na magkasama po kayo ng 2 dekada, hindi niyo siya nakita. Mas iniisip ko po kayo ngayon na nagsisinungaling po. Pangalawang tanong po, kilala niyo po ba si Mr. Sammy Uy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa anong paraan po kayo magkakilala?
Kaibigan siya masyado patalit na kaibigan ni Don Mayor Duterte.
Kayo po, meron po ba kayong personal na relasyon ni Mr. Sammy Uy?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Wala pong pagkakataon na kayo po ay nagkausap, nagkasama ng kayo lamang?
Wala, Your Honor. Minsan kung magpunta sa kay Mayor, mag-usap lang kami, Your Honor. Pero yung magsama kami kahit sa wala, Your Honor.
Kasi po, tulad po ng binasa ko kanina, yung isa po sa mga insidente, sinasabing massacre of the massacre of subdivision construction workers. Ilang beses po sa affidavit ni Mr. Las Cañas na nagdikit po yung pangalan ninyo at ni Mr. Sammy o sa iba't ibang mga pagkakataon.
Your Honor, sinabi ko, hindi talaga yung totoo na tinawagan ko siya para magpunta sa Laot Quarry. Hindi totoo yun, Your Honor.
Okay. Isang tanong lang po. Sinasabi po kasi na si Sammy Uy ang dahilan kung bakit nagkakilala si Michael Yang at si dating Pangulong Duterte. Kinukumpirma niyo po ba yon base sa inyong kaalaman?
Sa akin yun, yung up to 2008, hindi ko talaga, siguro after that year, Your Honor, siguro.
Pero po, Mr. Buenaventura, 1990s pa po nagkakilala si Pangulong Duterte at si Mr. Michael Yang. Kaya kung nangyari po yung pagkakilala na yun,
1990s, hindi, wala pa yun, wala pa yung DCLA, 1990s.
pero mismo si Pangulong Duterte na po ang nagsabi na 1990s niya pa malapit na kaibigan si Michael Yang. So sinasabi niyo po ba na nagsisinungaling si Pangulong Duterte? Okay. Ito po siguro, panghuli na talaga, Mr. Chair. Kilala niyo rin po ba si Mr. Charlie Tan?
Hindi, Your Honor.
Hindi niyo po siya nakita kailanman nakasama po ni Pangulong former President Duterte?
Hindi po.
At hindi niyo din po siya kailanman nakita na kasama ni Congressman Pulong Duterte?
Hindi po.
Sige po. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Yun po yung aking mga katanungan para po kay Mr. Sonny Buenaventura. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Buenaventura.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, I just
Yes,
wanted to...
yes. Is that an interjection?
No, just quick, very quickly. I just wanted to ask, Mr. Chair, there's a gentleman wearing a white barong behind Mr. Buenaventura. Kanina po nag-uusap sila. Hindi ko po kilala kung sino po yung lalaki.
He is the lawyer of
He's the lawyer.
Mr.
Kayo po
Buenaventura.
abogado ni Mr. Buenaventura.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I already entered my appearance earlier.
And your Mr. Buenaventura employed your service desk.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasi kung gano'n lang yung pera na kinikita ni Mr. Buenaventura, yung ba pro bono to o...
Presyong kaibigan, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
Presyong kaibigan mo.
Siya po ang nagbabayad sa inyo, wala iba?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to ask that, Mr. Very much. I just wanted
Mr.
to
Chair.
get that.
Thank you, Congressman Diaz Suarez. Congressman Abante, you're recognized.
Mr. Buenaventura, hindi niyo kilala si Las Cañas?
Kilala ko po.
Kilala niyo? Kailan niyo nakilala?
Kapwa pulis po kami. Kapwa pulis po kami, Your Honor.
Si Michael Yang, hindi niyo kilala?
Kilala ko po siya, pero hindi kami kaibigan. Hindi kami nagsama. May-ari ng DCLA.
Kanina sinabi niyo, hindi niyo kilala eh.
Sinabi ko po, DCLA, may-ari ng DCLA.
So, nakilala niyo?
Kilala ko po siya, may-ari ng DCLA, Your Honor.
Okay. Saan kayo nag-meet? Saan niyo na-meet si Mr. Michael Yang?
Hindi kami nag-meet, Your Honor.
Anong ibig sabihin nag-meet? Saan mo siya nakita? Yun.
Hindi ko man nakita, narinig ko lang ang may-ari ng DCLA is Michael Yang.
Narinig mo?
O kaibigan ni, lately, kaibigan na ni...
So, teka, nakakalito eh. Akala ko pa kilala mo si Michael Yang.
May-ari po ng DCLA.
May-ari ng...
DCLA po.
Sinong nagsabi sa'yo?
Kung yung mall po ng Davao City, Your Honor.
Pexman?
Sorry po?
Pexman?
Mall.
Alam ko naman.
Marami kasi mall. May Gaisano Mall, Gaisano.
Alam ko naman magsisinungaling ka eh. Kaya sabi ko, mamatay man yung pusa nyo.
Hindi naman totoo po, Your Honor.
Kaya nga eh, nagkakabiroan na tayo dito. Di ba yung boss mo eh, mahilig magbiro?
Yes.
Oo. Ayan. Ito, tanongin kita. May tiwala ba sa'yo ang boss mo? May tiwala ba sa'yo?
Iwan ko, Your Honor, sa pagkakilala niya sa akin.
Hindi. Tinatanong kita, ikaw mismo. Naniniwala ka bang may tiwala sa'yo ang former president?
Hindi ko masabi kung anong kuha niya, Your Honor. Dahil kasi, ganito kasi, Your Honor. Mayor siya, naging presidente. Hindi kasi ako
Ang tanong ko, hindi mo ko sinasagot eh. Ang tanong ko, naniniwala ka bang may tiwala sa iyo ang former president?
hindi ko masabi kasi, Your Honor, yung
Ay, kung
kuha niya.
hindi ka naniniwalang may tiwala sa iyo, dispensable ka. Tama ba ako? Mali. Kung hindi ka naniniwala na may tiwala sa iyo ang former president, dispensable ka. Pwede kang tirahin. Pwede kang tanggalin. Tama ako? Mali.
Kaya nga, hindi na po.
Yun. Ibig sabihin, nagsasabi ka ng totoo ngayon, hindi mo alam kung may tiwala sa iyo ang dating Pangulo sapagkat alam mo na kapag inayawan ka na, tapos ka. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yun. Yun ang sinasabi ko. Oh, hindi na ako magpe-pex man. Nagsasabi ka ng totoo ngayon eh. Di ba? Oh, may tiwala ka ba sa dating Pangulo? May tiwala ka sa kanya?
Yes, Your Honor.
Buo ang tiwala mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
From 1 to 10, gano'ng kalaki ang tiwala mo?
10 po, Your Honor.
10. Pero ikaw, hindi ka naniniwalang may tiwala siya sa iyo.
Hindi ko kasi alam kung nasa mind niya,
Ibig
Your Honor.
sabihin, ganito yan. Hindi ka naniniwalang may tiwala ka sa Pangulo sapagkat alam mo na ang iyong boss ay may ginagawang hindi maganda. Yun ang ibig sabihin nun. Tama ako, mali?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yun. Yun lang po, Mr.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Now, can we show the video first of, because we only have 2 more interpellators. Before the last interpellators, can we show the video that
Ilang jobs?
was not shown earlier
jobs
because
po?
we had technical problems?
SB.
Secretariat, okay na ba
SBS?
yung ating video?
SBS po tayo, di ba?
I was told it's already okay. I think the audio is okay.
Okay, sige, please play the video.
Good day to everyone. I am Arturo Maritit Las Cañas, a retired policeman of the Davao City Police Office, Philippines. I was born in Davao City, December 16, 1960. I am making this video recording certifying that I am the one who affixed my signature, Arturo Maritit Las Cañas. I am the author of this sworn statement composed of 156 pages and 295 paragraphs. It is my own free will in accord. Walang nagtuturo sa akin, walang nagtatakot sa akin. It is my own free will. It is this sworn statement is my own making, which has the following conclusion. Based on my personal knowledge and experience inside the Duterte death squad, or Davao death squad, for more than 20 years as police intelligence operative and investigator for 34 years in advance, the following are my conclusion. A. I say and declare honestly and truthfully that the person of Mayor Rodrigo Rua Duterte and his son, Paulo Colong Duterte, are directly involved with the illegal drug trade in Davao City. Mayor Rodrigo Rua Duterte is in partnership with Michael Yang in Sammy Hoy, and Polong Duterte in partnership with Charlie Tan. Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte also had police encounters in the person of Bato, former Colonel, Police Colonel Kevin Bato de la Rosa, and Wilkins Villanueva in the illegal drug trade. One, Mr. Michael Yang is a Chinese national with business in Davao City, the DCLA, around the 90s. Based on my enumeration of cases above, Michael Yang is a drug lord in the bush of Alan C., the manager of the Shabu laboratory that was raided by PDR in December 31, 2004. In 2012, the Shabu laboratory workers inside the Green Heights Division were also monitored. But they reported to Michael Yang's DCLE office in Davao City. So Mr. Sammy Hoy has an import-export business in Davao City. He also owns a big cockpit arena in Matina, Davao City. Mr. Sammy Hoy is Mr. Michael Yang's patron friend in Davao City. I know it through Mr. Michael Yang's customs broker, Mr. Randy Usman, my friend and associate in smuggling activities in the port of Davao in year 2012. Randy Usman was Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte's deputy mayor of the Maranao tribe in Davao City. Also, in the massacre of subdivision construction workers I discussed about, Sammy Hoy was a participant in the said murders deep in Laog, Juarez. The DDS group of the Duterte Hit Squad group, on orders of Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte, erased the workers because they informed the police, which is our group, about the existence of the Shabu laboratory in Green Heights subdivision, which was owned by Michael Yang. 3. Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte, Sammy Hoy, and Michael Yang are friends and close to each other. I saw them personally together in hotels in Davao City in several occasions. Mr. Sammy Hoy is a long-time bosom friend of Mayor Rodrigo Duterte in Davao City. It is the public knowledge and my personal knowledge as well. Number 4, Mr. Charlie Tan is a Chinese national doing karaoke bar business. This is the ETV bar in Davao City. There was around the last quarter of the 90s. He is very close to my father and son, Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte and Paulo Polong Duterte. I met him thrice personally in his ETV bar with Polong Duterte twice, and once at Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte's residence in Central Parts of Division, Davao City. As mentioned above, Charlie Tan, in partnership with Polong Duterte, imported Shabu for the port of Davao, using Randy Usman as broker and Mr. March Wito. based on my personal knowledge, Charlie Tan and Michael Yang are also best of friends. Letter B, based on my personal knowledge, Pulong Duterte is also involved in rice smuggling and partnership with Davidson Pangaya, alias David Tan, is a smuggling financier of rice and sugar in the port of Davao, year 2011 to 2014. I have no personal knowledge after 2014. Especially during the time of Customs Collector Attorney Bangkoy, Stewart Santiago, and Mike Sulico, from Davidson Pangaya, alias David Tan. Letter C, to my knowledge, Mayor Rodrigo Duterte and this is former Osamis City Mayor Aldo Paruino are friends, which blossomed into an unholy alliance, as stated above. This led to the abduction, killing, and beheadings of 2 innocent persons. Both men had common evil deeds in life. Both killed people, both possess guns, guns, and both. Interestingly, both men were friends and protectors of Mr. Michael Yang, the drug lord. Both were mobsters disguised as public servants. I personally witnessed with Police Major Ernesto Macasahe introduced Aldong Paruino to Mayor Rodrigo Rua Duterte during a dinner in a Chinese restaurant in the vicinity of Victoria Plaza Mall in Davao City. It was several months after the abduction of the entire Muslim family, the Patasaha family of General Santos City. That dinner meeting resulted to a verbal covenant between Mayor Rodrigo Rua Duterte and Aldo Paruino. I believe President Rodrigo Rua Duterte ordered the killing of Aldo Paruino because they know too much of each other. The fear of gangsterism and barbarism. One mobster, Mayor, now President Rodrigo Rua Duterte, had to outdo the other to preserve and protect his gifted persona in a treacherous way with the presumption of legality and regularity through police operation. For he is now labeled as His Excellency. The whole Davao Squad network was used as Mayor Rodrigo Rua Duterte's personal killing machine. They took advantage of our blind loyalty to him and our greed for money to promote and protect his personal and political interests. All of our targets were killed based solely on the intel information and orders given by Mayor Rodrigo Rua Duterte himself, or through his evil lieutenants like Sonny Benaventura and Mr. Christopher Bongo. Back then now, none of the Davao Squad members attempted or even dared to validate these intel reports, and we just killed them simply because we believe in and blindly follow Mayor Rodrigo Rua Duterte. Looking back, then Mayor Rodrigo Rua Duterte's kill, and terror policy in the campaign against criminality and illegal drugs were clearly deceiving and misleading. Yes, to spread his engineered evil, protect his hidden interests, and cover up his crimes. For my participation in all these heinous crimes, I would like to sincerely apologize to the Filipino nation and to my family. I am sorry that I have been blind, sinful, hurtful, and greedy. I also apologize for I have been disloyal to my profession as a policeman whose sworn duty is to serve and protect the Filipino people. I, along with my fellow members of the Duterte death squad or Davao death squad, have allowed ourselves to be turned into monsters by our evil master, Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte. I know that this apology and this complete revelation of the evil deeds and crimes of Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte are not enough to ease the pain of the families of the victims we have killed. It is also not enough to redeem my lost soul. But this is the least I could do. To try to make up for the monstrosity that I have done. More importantly, I am hoping that this will be an important step in finally stopping this evil, this monster, Rodrigo Roa Duterte. His terror, death, and destruction that Rodrigo Roa Duterte had imposed on our country and our people. May the unmerciful God, through His Son Jesus Christ, forgive me for all the evil deeds I have done. I am chanting this affidavit to attest to the true existence of the state-sponsored extrajudicial killing and terrorism through the Duterte death squad or Davao death squad and Tokhang, now operating nationwide, and for whatever legal purpose it may serve. I am now affixing my signature this day, October 8, 2020. God bless all and mabuhay Pilipinas. Thank you.
Okay. So, that's it, no? Senator Dilima?
Just to inform this body, actually what Mr. Lascanias read in that video is the conclusion found in his ICC affidavit. So that's another proof that this copy that I have of an affidavit of Mr. Lascanias, which he submitted to the ICC, is the same as what really is talking about the affidavit that he validated. Kasi binasa lang po niya yung conclusion portion at the end of his affidavit. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you, Senator. The next to interpolate is Congressman Keith Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have questions for Mr. Buenaventura. Just a little disclosure, Mr. Chair. I know the lawyer of Benaventura, he being a classmate of mine in law school. Now, Mr. Benaventura, your name was mentioned by Las Cañas in his affidavit.
Yes, Your Honor.
And siguro the reasons for Las Cañas in executing that affidavit may be baka may personal na galit siya kay Digong o baka may promises si Digong na hindi nabigay sa kanya. Posible, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi may personal siyang galit kay Digong or something like that.
Yes, Your Honor.
May masabi ka bang galit si Las Cañas sa'yo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit siya galit sa'yo?
Ganito kasi yan, Your Honor. Noong may hearing sa Senate tungkol sa rice smuggling, sa totoo po, ang nag-produce ng picture ni David Bangayan is Las Cañas.
Okay.
Siya nag-produce. Parang nagtawag siya sa akin noon, tapos sabi niya, mayroon akong picture ni David Bangayan. So, ikuha mo sa opisina. So, yun ang dinala yun ang dinala ni then Mayor Duterte sa hearing ng Senado sa Senate. Doon niya pinakita si David Bangayan.
Okay.
Kasi walang kuwan si Mayor, hindi niya kilala. So, nagkuha siya ng picture. So, nagkuha si Las Cañas na siya ang magbigay ng picture ni David Bangayan. So, nangyari po yung hearing doon, Your Honor, about David Bangayan, rice smuggling. After sa hearing, Your Honor, tumawag si Las Cañas sa akin.
Alright.
San, pag wala na si David Bangayan, tayo na ang, kumbaga, kita na ang magdiskusyo sa bugas, smuggling. Sabi ko, Tor, hindi ganyan si PRRD. Hindi ganyan si Sir. Kasi sa isip nila yung pag magsabi sa akin, pag sabi ko kasi kilala ko si Sir, kilala ko siya, hindi nila magpayag doon. Na kung ano sabihin na pag sabi ko kay Sir, pagbigyan, hindi yun yung sa totoo lang, tumawag siya sa akin na saan tayo na. Dahil,
so, i-explain mo lang bakit siya may galit sa'yo.
yun po, hindi ba natuloy yung sabi niya, tayo nang mag-isbagin ng bugas, sabihin mo, sabi mo kay Sir, tayo na papalit. Not exactly sabi kay Sir, kami na ang papalit na mag-isbagol ng bigas. Hindi ako pumayag dahil hindi ganyan si PRRD.
So, just because hindi ka pumayag na kayo ang papalit na mag-smuggle ng rice sa Davao, sa tingin mo, yun na ang reason bakit minimension ka ni Art Las Cañas sa affidavit niya?
At pati na yung nanalo na si PRRD ng Presidente, Your Honor. Tumawag sa atin, na-imbestigahan man yan sa Senate. Na-imbestigahan, nag-deny sila.
Just give me a reason na sinabi mong may galit si Art Las Cañas sa'yo.
Kasi tumawag siya sa akin, sabi niya, yung loto, yung STL.
Okay.
Ikuha kay PRRD na magkuha ng STL. At
Gusto
saka
siya
yung
kukuha ng franchise ng STL.
STL po. At saka yung linya ng ban.
Okay. Franchise din.
Franchise ng ban, Your Honor, sa LTFRB.
So, tinawag niya sa'yo.
Kilala ko si PRRD. Hindi talaga magpayag ng ganyan na makisali kami kung ako. Wala, isa pa, wala na ako, hindi na magkita ni PRRD kaysa Manila na siya. Hindi na kami magkita ni PRRD kaysa Manila na siya. Sa isip kasi, Your Honor, pwede pa ako magtawag, ganyan, magingay ng... Ayaw ko, kilala ko si PRRD. Hindi talaga STL at saka yung ban.
Okay. Now, so kung hindi mo pinagbigyan na hindi mo dinala kay PRRD itong mga request ni Las Cañas, yan ang reason na sa tingin mo, galit si Las Cañas sa'yo, kaya in-include ka niya sa affidavit niya. Tama ba?
Yan siguro yun. No?
Yan siguro. Now, why would Las Cañas call you to inform you na hihingin to kay President Duterte kung hindi ka naman malakas kay Duterte?
Kasi sa isip siguro niya, Your Honor, na sa isip nila na porket driver bodyguard, pagka-presidente niya, wala na nga ako doon, Your Honor. Kahit ako, walang gani ako.
Oo nga. Sige.
So, gusto lang nagpuan ako.
Kaya nga, but of all people na pwedeng tawagan ni Art, bakit ikaw? Pwede naman siguro tumawag si Art kay Bongo, di ba? Kilala naman ni Art si Bongo, tama?
Kumbaga Your Honor, sa tingin niya makatulong ako.
Sa tingin niya, makatulong ka.
Your
Because
Honor.
nga, hindi ka lang driver bodyguard. Malakas ka rin kay PRRD. Siguro.
Hindi
Sa tingin
naman.
niya, artless ka niya.
Ayaw, sa tingin niya Your Honor.
Okay. So now, minention kasi ni Las Cañas na yung in his affidavit na itong, ma-remember mo itong si Mrs. Abaca, yung nakidnap.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oo, so di ba nakidnap si Mrs. Abaca, and then sabi ni Art sa affidavit niya na inutos daw ni Duterte na kunin din yung pamilya nung nagkidnap kay Mrs. Abaca. As explanation niya sa affidavit niya. Nabalitaan mo ba ito?
Sila yung nandiyan pa yung si Colonel Makasait.
Colonel Makasait.
Sa kanila, police work nila yun, Your Honor.
Police work.
Police work nila yun na mag-follow up sila.
Yes.
Ando sila ni Colonel Makasait.
Police work nga. But isn't it a fact na itong police work na sinasabi mo nagresulta sa pagpatay sa buong pamilya ng suspected kidnapper ng si Mr. Patahasa?
Hindi ko po yan alam, Your Honor.
Hindi mo alam. Okay, and hindi mo na alam na yung supposedly area kung saan pinatay itong si Mr. Patahasa is at the Laod Quarry.
Yan ang sabi niya, Your Honor.
Yan ang sabi nila. Pero I've also been to the Laod Quarry na galing din ako doon sa firing range, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero although hindi mo matansya siguro yung the size of the quarry, but may portions pa doon na hindi na part ng firing range. Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
May isang daanan din doon, di ba, na medyo hindi mo na makita from the road.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun siguro yung sinasabi ni Congresswoman Mika Swansing kanina, kung alam mo ba, kasi yun daw ang allegations na doon nililibing yung ibang mga pinapatay ng Davao Death Squad. Posible ba? Na yun ang tinutukoy ni Congresswoman Mika Swansing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung portions na hindi part na ng firing range.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, kilala mo si Art Las Cañas, tama mo ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong rank ni Art Las Cañas? SPO4 ba?
SPO3 yata, Your Honor.
SPO3. No, SPO3 lang, but kilala ng lahat ng mga pulis at ng lahat ng mga taga-Davao na si Art is the head of the Hiniscran unit. Tama po ba?
Hindi po siya head, Your Honor.
Hindi. But siya yung main tao ni PRRDP doon sa Hiniscran. Isa sa mga.
Main tao ni... Before naging mayor si Mayor Duterte, Your Honor, tauhan na sila dati. Mula pa noon, tauhan na sila dati ni Colonel Makasait. Sila na yung grupo.
So, under si Las Cañas kay Colonel Makasait.
Yes, Your Honor.
But after Colonel Makasait retired or was retired, di ba? Patay na si Colonel Makasait.
Yes, Your Honor.
Si Art na yung medyo tauhan ni PRRD doon.
Doon pa rin sa Heinous Crime, Your Honor. Separate unit yun.
Separate unit. Kung alam naman natin, no, if you've been in Davao, you'd know na medyo noted dito si Art na kung anong mga gusto na mangyari, si Art ang parang nami-mention yung pangalan niya. Las Cañas.
Sa kapwa-pulis, Your Honor.
Sa mga kapwa-pulis, di ba?
Yes, sir.
So, hindi naman siguro to lalabas tong mga pangalan or pag-dawit kay Art Las Cañas kung wala namang siguro katotohanan ang mga usap-usapan o kwento-kwento.
Doon sa trabaho nila, Your Honor.
Yes, sa trabaho nila. And Davao City, or in fairness to Davao City, di ba peaceful ang Davao? Diba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So people would say that they're safe and secure whenever they go around sa Davao. Tama po.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's also noted that in Davao, there was a certain period in time na kahit snatcher, pinapatay. Di ba? Kahit snatcher ng cellphone, pinapatay dati. Tama po ba?
Sila siguro.
Nababalitaan, di ba? Nababalitaan. Nakikita ko sa news, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although hindi naman sinasabi na Davao Death Squad, pero parang lahat ng mga tao doon ay na-associate itong pagpapatay sa mga kriminal, sa mga addict at mga pusher doon sa sinasabi nilang Davao Death Squad. Ito ko ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although hindi mo naman masabi for certain na may totoong Davao Death Squad, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So posible din na gawa-gawa na lang ng pangalan nito to associate it with mga pagpatay sa mga kriminal sa Davao City. Would it be fair?
Yes, Your Honor.
See. So, bakit ang question ko lang, no? Kung kasi dina-downplay mo yung role mo kanina na driver bodyguard lang ni PRRD. But kahit retired ka na, Art would still be calling you para magpaalam na iparating kay PRRD na gusto niya itong van na franchise, gusto niya STL na franchise. And parang hindi ko rin makuha kung siguro bakit ikaw, di ba?
Kaya nag-call ako, Your Honor, nag-declare ako, hindi ako nag-call na. So, hindi ko na, wala na ako kay dead President Duterte. Sa Malacanang na yan, hindi na kami nagkikita.
Okay.
Sa totoo lang, Your Honor, sa totoo lang.
Okay. So, ang na-mention mo kanina is baka may galit si Art Lascania sa'yo kaya dinadawit ka doon sa affidavit niya. Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, si Colonel Garma may galit pa sa'yo?
Wala na naman siguro, Your Honor. Iwan ko lang, Your Honor, kung anong, hindi ko kasi nakakuha yung isip nila, Your
So,
Honor.
wala kang alam na rason na baka may galit si Colonel Garma sa'yo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wala. Yes, wala.
Wala, Your Honor.
So, bakit ka mention ni Colonel Garma kung wala siyang galit sa'yo?
Yung sa kuha ko kanina, Your Honor, para ilihis lang ang investigation against sa kanya.
Okay. So, ilihis lang ang investigation sa kanya at sa lahat ng taong pwede niya mapin down, ikaw yung sinabi niya.
Kasi sa isip nila, dating driver ako ni then President, yun, mapalapit.
Kaya bumabalik ka sa point na driver ka lang, ba security lang, but everyone seems to be, parang may deference sa'yo eh. Parang, si Sunny yan. Parang,
isip lang
isip lang nila. Okay, so kilala mo si Charlie Tan?
Hindi, Your Honor.
So you've never been to EJK TV?
Sorry po?
Hindi ka pa nakapunta sa EJK TV?
Hindi po. Hindi pa po.
Yung abogado mo, nakikita ko dun.
Hindi pa po
Hindi naman.
Actually naman, hindi ako nag-ainom.
Hindi ka uminom. Okay. So, yun. Before coming over, alam mo nang in-invite ka ng QUADOM. Inaalam mo ba kay Mayor Duterte na pupunta ka dito?
Hindi po.
Hindi. So, hindi ka nag-abiso sa kanya na, Sir, pinatawag ko ng QUADOM, but don't worry, hindi ka nalalaglag.
Hindi po. Hindi po, Your Honor. Hindi po, Your Honor.
So, you came over na ikaw lang, on your own volition.
Yes, Your Honor.
You mentioned kanina na 4,000 na lang yung naiwan sa bank account mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sinong bumili ng
Totoo
ticket?
talaga yun.
Sinong bumili ng ticket mo?
Ay, sa bangko lang yun, Your Honor.
So may pera ka outside
May,
bank?
may mga anak din naman ako, Your Honor.
Okay. So sinong nagbayad sa airfare ng abogado mo? Bulod ako, nagpapuhay class pa yan.
Kami, Your Honor. Kami din.
Okay. Sige. So anyway, Sir Sunny Buenaventura, wala ka rin as driver bodyguard ni Mayor, you never heard him talk about yung mga na-mention ni Art Lascanias, like yung kay Mr. Patasa. Hindi na-mention ni Mayor yan.
Hindi po.
Okay. Hindi rin na-mention ni Mayor yung pagpatay kay Jun Pala.
Pagpatay kay Jun Pala, Your Honor, gidawit ako ni Lascanias. Gidawit ako na ako daragoto sa kanya. Pero si Lascanias kay Your Honor, mayroon siyang warrant of arrest for killing Jun Pala.
Kailan lumabas yung warrant of arrest niya for killing Jun Pala?
Hindi ko alam, Your Honor. Kuha ko lang na may warrant of arrest ka.
So sa tingin mo, may kinalaman si Art Lascanias sa pagpatay kay Jun Pala?
Yung according to the witness, hindi ko alam hindi ko masyado po, Your Honor. Dahil hindi ko nagawa yung mga si Arthur Lascanias kasi kung kilala nyo lang si Arthur Lascanias.
Ano ba? Sabihin mo, ano bang pagkakilala mo kay Art?
Ayun, parang kung ano na lang ang gusto niya, yung masunod. Dahil
Yan nga, maghingi ng luto, maghingi ng kuwan, mag-smuggle ng bigas. Kami daw ang mag-smuggle ng bigas.
Pero so, are you saying na si Art Las Cañas ay hindi trusted din na tao ni PRRD nung time na active pa si Art sa heinous crime?
Siya lang may sabi niya na ano.
Pero hindi naman siguro siya ipapahead ng heinous crime kung walang trust and confidence si Mayor Duterte sa kanya. Tama ko ba?
Unit kasi ng pulis yung heinous crime, Your Honor, doon sila na-assign.
O kaya nga, pwede naman ipalipat ni Mayor si Art Las Cañas kung wala siyang
Wala namang rason siguro yun ang palipat.
o kaya, sabi mo, dami yung ginagawa si Art na gusto niya.
Wala, hindi naman nakakabot kay Presidente, Your Honor.
So hindi nakakaabot. Ha? Pero sa'yo nakakaabot.
Parang kuwan lang yun, Honor, dahil hindi ako nagpayag na ganun.
Hindi mo naman sinumbong kay Mayor na, Mayor, may hinihingi si Art.
Hindi naman kami nagkita, Your Honor. Presidente na siya, hindi na ako nakapunta sa Malakad lang.
So, how about itong kay Ryan Yu at Chris Yu, na-mention din ni Art Las Cañas na may kinalaman din ng former president sa pagpatay itong kay Ryan Yu at Chris Yu. May alam ka ba nito?
Si Yu, Your Honor, yun yung
Carnapper,
Your Honor.
Bakin.
Baktin, Your Honor.
Di ba namatay daw, pinatay din to?
Buhay pa yun, Your Honor.
Ano yung isa, yung kapatid at pinatay, di ba?
Parang yung kapatid ang namatay, Your Honor.
And wala kang alam about participation or of Las Cañas Media.
Wala, Your Honor.
Wala namang order si Mayor Duterte.
Wala, Your Honor. Nagtrabaho lang.
Trabaho lang.
Follow up sila.
Thank you, Mr. Sunny Ventura. Ventura.
I
I have a few questions lang po to Senator De Lima. Ma'am, when you were CHR head, you made an investigation dun sa Loud Quarry. Tama po ba?
Yes, we were trying to locate the mass graves.
The mass graves.
Yes, unfortunately, we didn't go there high enough. Because the Ukwari is
Yeah. It's a cliff,
part.
diba?
It's a cliff. It's a cliff. So yung team po namin, si small team, CHR, CIDG, went to that particular area at may nakita ko ng isa o dalawa na skeleton. Bungo.
But no mass grave.
No mass grave in that particular area. Wala po kami discover. We tried to dig several times. And dalawa lang po atang bones yung nakita namin. And then we were told later that hindi yun, the particular point, mas mataas pa daw
Na location.
na location.
Alright. Now, ang question ko lang really bothered me. But I know that this was also asked of you dun sa Senate. I just didn't get your answer. Now, you were like a dog on a bone when you were investigating that as CHR head. But what happened to this investigation when you became Secretary of Justice?
Yeah,
But parang biglang nawala yung focus on this particular investigation.
when I left, wala pa ko yung resolution ng CHR. But I have my personal investigation notes. That now, to my recollection, I shared it with the CHR.
Alright.
And then they issued a resolution in June of 2012.
You're throwing it back to the CHR, but you were already Secretary of Justice. You could have done more, di ba?
But at
Frankly
that point,
speaking po,
at that point, ano po yung hindi pa magiging ready and strong to file cases. Kasi yung na-access namin na tatlo na mga who said that they're also hitmen before, they didn't want to testify publicly. Pero nakausap po namin sila. And may mga sinabi nga po sila.
could you not have directed law enforcement agencies to conduct further investigations in the matter, like NBI?
Well, I remember that I assigned to NBI to make some follow-up investigation or to just investigate still the DBS. But when I asked them about developments, ang sabi po nila, nahihirapan po sila dahil walang mga nakahanap ng mga willing witnesses.
So are you saying po na you were able to do more as CHR head rather than as Secretary of Justice?
Yes, because nakatutok po ako doon in 2009 when we started our
Kaya nga,
investigation.
I said po na you were like a dog on a bone at that time.
Yes.
But then biglang
I became Secretary of Justice and I have more things to attend to, more high-profile investigations, including the Napoles PDAP pork barrel scam. So, but I give that order to the NBI to further investigate. But when I asked them, as I said, wala silang mapuproduce na talagang real, credible evidence. Si Matubato ko kasi sa Casilas Cañas, kahit na-mention na po sila dun sa CHR investigation namin, but they were not yet there. We did not meet them. We didn't know who exactly they are. At sumulpot na lang po si Edgar Matubato nung nagpa-cover siya ng under Witness Protection Program. Although, as I said in my presentation kanina, in 2016, nung naging presidente na po si Rodrigo Roa Duterte, ay nagpaalam na siya kasi natatakot daw siya kasi presidente na. So, we can't force witnesses under the WPP to stay if they don't want to. Yun po ang policy. So wala pa ho yung affidavit ni Edgar Matubato at the time. Wala pa yung affidavit ni Las Cañas. Las Cañas only appeared also in 2016 nung iniimbestigahan na po namin sa Senado. Although as I said, during his first appearance, he denied the existence of DDS and that he is part of the DDS. Pero noong February 2017, he executed an affidavit saying that there is indeed DDS, is part of it among at the top, including sila Sanib de Ventura, Laud, yung mga mention ko po kanina. So, wala pa yun noon. Siguro kung nandun yung mga affidavits na yun, I would have insisted na talagang ituloy talaga yung investigasyon at pwede nang gamitin yung affidavits na Matubato and Las Cañas. But they were not yet there when I was in the CHR and then sa DOJ. Kasi even if pumunta sa amin si Edgar Matubato, ang complaint niya is about torture. Tinorture daw po siya ng mga kasamahan niya dahil parang frame up siya doon sa murder ng isang businessman, Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Torres. The next to interpolate is Congressman Rog Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, few questions lang po. I'd like to direct my first questions to Mr. Benaventura. Good evening po, sir. Mr. Benaventura, bilang good chairman of course, matanong lang po, no? Nabanggit po ninyo na kayo ay personal bodyguard driver po ni dating mayor.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
And yung active years niyo po ay from 1988 to 2008.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nung kayo po ay personal driver bodyguard, ito po ay nung kayo po ay driver bodyguard, kayo po ay personal lang po kay Mayor Duterte or assigned po sa kanya?
Kay Mayor Duterte po.
Kay Mayor Duterte po. At nung panahon na po ito, generally, nag-iisa ka lang po or may team po kayo?
Yung other security po.
At any one time po, mga ilan po kayo security? Apat po. But in all those instances, ikaw po yung personal, yung sa kotse niya mismo.
Ako nag-thread sa kanila.
Palagi po yan. Wala kang kasi. May kabady po kayo sa kotse niya.
Kami ng dalawa, Your Honor.
Kayong dalawa na po. So yung tatlo or more, makakapit
Your
po.
Honor.
So talagang kayo po yung katiwala ni Mayor Duterte.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nabagit po yung sa family, hindi po kayo nag-drive sa mga anak?
Hindi po.
From 1988 to 2008, tama po ba merong may time po period po dito na si Mayor Duterte ay isang congressman.
Kanya Tenoro, 1999 to 2001.
Tama po, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
At that time po, naka-assign pa rin po kayo kay Mayor Duterte.
Sa Davao lang po ako, Your Honor. Magpunta sa Manila, maiwan lang ako sa Davao.
Okay, pero assign po kayo sa local.
Yes, Your
So, unbroken naman po yung local.
Yes, Your Honor.
At nabanggit po ninyo, 2008 onwards, hindi na po 2009 onwards.
Yeah, 2001.
Sorry po. Yung
2009,
2009 po, retired na po kayo.
2008, December 31, 2008, Your Honor.
December 2008, retired na po kayo. So 2009 onwards, private citizen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero saan po kayo nagtrabaho at that?
Diyan, nagkuhan ako dyan sa City Hall, Your Honor. Dyan sa office.
So sa City Hall po kayo nagtrabaho?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, government employee po kayo at the
Yes,
time.
Your Honor.
At sino po yung mayor at the time?
Means, si Mayor Sara.
This was 2009.
Maging si Mayor, Your Honor. Palit-palit siya. Mayor Sara, Mayor Rudy.
Ano po yung trabaho po ninyo sa City Hall?
Security officer po, Your Honor.
So in line pa rin po sa iyong profession po as PNP.
Oh,
Usual na nangyayari, pag nag-retire as PNP, security pa rin po, no? So, naging citizen security po kayo ng City Hall. But
Yes,
still
sir.
serving the same administration kay Mayor Duterte pa rin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero naabutan mo rin po yung yung pag-switch po sa mga anak.
Yes, Your Honor.
Until what year po kayo naging civilian security po sa Davao City?
2021, Your Honor.
Ano ka rin po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, hindi po familiar po, no? When you retired noong 2008, ano po yung edad po?
52, Your Honor. Early retirement, Your Honor.
Early retirement po. Yung usual is 55, 56 po.
56, Your Honor.
56. So, early retirement at 52. And from 2008 to 18 would be 62. Mga 64 na po kayo when you were disconnected from the City Hall. Tama po ba?
65, Your Honor.
65, mandatory retirement.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, all throughout pala po, it gave the impression po that you were no longer employed by Mayor Duterte in 2008. Pero 2009 onwards, technically, boss niyo pa rin po. As
City Hall. City Hall po.
During that time po ba, kayo ay na-assign as bodyguard driver ni Mayor Duterte?
Wala na po.
Wala po. So talagang sa City Hall na
Sa
lang po.
opisina po.
Balik na po ako sa Mr. Benaventura po. No? Mr. Chairman, I'd like to direct some of my questions to the Honorable former Congressman, former Senator De Lima, if you would please indulge us. Former Senator, may we ask po, earlier you gave us a presentation, a more expanded presentation of your previous submission po. Would it be okay if we ask that you just flash the slide again in relation to the structure of the DPS based on your investigation? If it's ready, but if not, then I could just go on.
ready.
Thank you. The Secretary would please assist for the honorable. Mr. Chair, while that is being prepared, perhaps I just had some preliminary questions. And we've gotten the background. We understand, of course, that during your stint as the COJ chairperson, that you had an investigation into this. It was cut short when you were appointed as DOJ secretary, but the resolution did come after this. Then we ask, during this time, the presentation that you presented earlier regarding the structure of the Davao Death Squad, this was based on the CHR investigation or with further pieces from EJK?
You're asking about the diagram?
Yes.
Or
The diagram with the structure,
organizational
yes.
structure of the DPS. These are from Arturo Lascani's affidavit also. These were attached. These were attached to the ICC affidavit.
And this was presented at the time that the investigation was used?
No.
Not yet.
Just very raw information about the existence of the DDS those attachments, yung 3 periods nga po ang kinover from 1989 to 1998, 1998 2001, and 2001 to 2016. So mas detalyado po ito, more names coming out, but this is based on the Scanes affidavit. These were attached. Siya po ang nag-prepare itong mga attachments na to. First in handwriting, then it was converted into something printed or typed.
Former Senator, the Las Cañas affidavit came out in what year?
2020. He attested to that he signed it in October 8, 2020. And then almost a month later, nandun na po siya sa ICC, he was granted limited immunity. On the basis, because he submitted this on the same day that he signed it. That was October 8, 2022.
Thank you. Former Senator, when the Las Cañas affidavit was completed, you mentioned that prior to that, you had raw data that would already confirm some of the facts that Mr. Las Cañas laid out in his affidavit.
Yes, some. From the 3 witnesses, the 3 who claimed to be members also of the DDS, but they didn't want to appear. Just some limited information about the DDS. All these 3 confirm that it is a DDS. So, and then they narrated some of their experiences. But then again, as I said, ayaw po nilang lumantad at that time. Hindi ko nga po alam kung nasaan sila ngayon. The 3 of them. Who used aliases.
Thank you, Former Senator. Just a follow-up question on that. So prior to the Las Cañas affidavit, you've already had an idea during the CHR investigation through these 3 witnesses who provided some raw data. Did they provide names that were confirmed in the Las Cañas affidavit? Or it was just some general facts regarding the detail?
It's just general facts, as I recall it, with respect to those 3 witnesses, the aliases.
So in the case of the resource person present today who was alluded to in the Las Cañas affidavit, Mr. Buenaventura, the first
Several times.
Oh,
He
several
was alluded to several times. In fact, in his chart, in the organizational chart, for all 3 periods, in 1989 to 1998, he was the chief security. And he did admit that he was the chief security. Now, in the second period, 1998 to 2001, according to Las Cañas, he became the de facto leader. SPO4 dun po sa chart, dun po sa organizational chart. SPO4 San Buenaventura, now our de facto leader. Yun ang pagkaka-describe dito sa organizational chart as prepared by Las Cañas. Doon naman sa period of 2001 to 2016, he is referred to here as the logistic financer death clearance officer. And there's the whole affidavit of Mr. Las Cañas, several times he would say that the order to kill several times was forced through on Sunny Buenaventura.
Thank you. Of note is that the third chart that they presented is for the period of 2001 to 2016. So this is the transitory period from which 2001 to 2008 still in service si Mr. Buenaventura, and 2009 to 2016 as civil security.
2001 to 2016.
Yes.
Yung sa umpisa po yun, yung pagiging chief security ni Mayor RRD, Rodrigo Duterte, in 1989 to 1998.
So it spans throughout his whole career. Former Senator, just one more question. Regarding the 3 witnesses, did they at any time identify Mr. Buenaventura? The 3 witnesses from the CHR investigation?
I don't remember,
So
Your
it's
Honor.
mostly the Las Cañas affidavit.
Las Cañas and Matubato.
Oh, and
But I can check my personal investigation notes. And maybe next time, if it's there, I'll inform the honorable body.
Thank you, Senator. That we much appreciated. I will have some further questions later on, but I'd like to go back to Mr. Benaventura. So nabanggit na po ni former Senator De Lima yung instances in which nabanggit po kayo ni Mr. Astana. So pero nabanggit rin po ninyo na baka posibleng may galit po sa inyo si Mr. Las Cañas, kaya naipanggit ko po kayo multiple times. However, it can't be denied po kasi na mukhang maraming persons po ang nagtuturo po sa inyo. We have po yung affidavit ni Ms. Garma. We have the affidavit of Mr. Las Cañas. We have based, of course, will to determine the safety or witnesses. We'll see kung pero nabanggit ninyo yung relationship po ninyo kay Mr. Las Cañas. Working relationship po ito, no? Dahil kayo ay quadro. Tama po ba? And this was up and sino pong unang nag-retire?
Ako po, early.
Early retirement po kayo. So at the time, in service pa rin po si Mr. Las.
Yes, Your Honor.
At what year po yung sinabi po ninyo na feeling nyo masama yung balak ni Mr. Las Cañas? Tama po ba? Ano po yung sinasabi niyo sir na parang iba si Mr. Las Cañas?
No.
Na may hinihinging smug? Opo, mga anong taon po eh?
Yung nag-investigate yung Senado, Your Honor, tungkol sa rice smuggling, yun, Your Honor. At saka yung nanalo na si PRRD as president, yun, Your Honor. 2016. Yung sa Senado, hindi ko nakuha yung date, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, please, I'd like to go back to former Senator De Lima. Apologies if you indulge us with a few more. I just remembered, you also had a presentation on the alleged quarry sites, and I believe you mentioned there were 3 or 4.
Yes, about 4.
And they would be attached to personalities involved with the DBS. Of course, we have one Mr. Laud, which was related to the Laud quarry. We also have a certain caretaker in Samal. May we have a rundown of these 4 figures po?
Thank you very much. Yes, the DDS has at least 4 named dumping grounds. The largest is the Laud Gold Cup firing range quarry in Barangay Maang under SPO 4 Bienvenido Laod. Another is only known as the Gaisano property, guarded by June Casas, alias Commander Toothpick, which allegedly contains around 200 bodies. The third is the Mandog Mass Grave under SPO3 Jim Tan. The fourth are the waters around Samal Island with Ecoland Times Beach and the Igapos Resort of Samal Mayor Roger Antalan as jump-off points. Matubato was the caretaker of Mayor Antalan's resort. So nag-testify ko si Mr. Matubato, then magtatapon din sila doon ng mga bangkay.
So of the 4 mentioned personalities, we have SPO4 Laud and SPO3 Tan, who are presumably police personnel. Matabato has been confirmed to be from the CAPU.
Yes.
Do we have information on Mr. Jun Casas? What his affiliations are?
None, Your Honor. I can check again my personal investigation notes.
That is sufficient. Thank you very much, former Senator. Balik na po, Mr. Chairman, kay Mr. Benaventura. So nabanggit po yung 4. Familiar po yung names po ba na to? Si SPO4 Laod na pagkit po ninyo, kaibigan po ninyo, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Si June Casas.
Hindi ko kilala yun.
Si SPO3 Tan.
Yes, Your Honor.
And si Mr. Matobato. Of course, nabanggit niyo yung
Yes,
45. So, si Mr. Matobato na nabanggit po ninyo, hindi nyo kasamahan, pero security daw ng isang mayor sa
Antalan po.
Mayor Antalan. Pero familiar po ba, was there any time na yung grupo po ninyo ay pumunta sa Samal, yung sinabi mong Samal Ecoland area?
Doon mo sa Samal lang, sa magpunta lang kami, mayroon kaming kunting lugar doon, may bahay.
May taga-Samal po.
Again.
Meron na po.
So, minsan po, magpunta doon, mag-relax.
Okay. Yung Laut Quarry, nabanggit pupunta pa po kayo para mag-fire.
Wala na po.
Pero dati po yun, no?
Dati po.
Dati, okay. Yung sa Gaisano property ni Mr. Juntasos, hindi po ito familiar sa inyo.
Hindi po.
At yung Mandug property, under SPO Trans,
Hindi po.
SPO 3 Trans,
Hindi po.
hindi po kayo nakupunta. Ano po kaya yung binabanggit ni former Senator na Mandug property? Pag mamayari daw po ni SPO 3 Trans.
Matagal na po yun na binabanggit. Matagal na po yun. Wala man din silang findings. Wala, hindi nila alam kung sa hindi nila napuntahan yung lugar. Ito na, according to Las Cañas, according Bato-Bato, wala. Nandyan man yan kung alam, kung mayroon yan, nandyan yan, Loro. Kung mayroon yan, nandyan yan.
So out of the four, yung dalawa lang po makonfirm na alam po ninyo. Yung Laod and yung Sasama.
Sa Samal, wala po.
Napagit po ninyo
Hindi, sa Samal, may bahay ako. May bahay lang ako doon. Hindi yung sabi ni Matabato yung hindi. Isa pa rin yan, hindi yun.
Mr. Villaventura, additional questions lang po. Nabanggit po ninyo na as personal driver, bodyguard po ni Mayor Duterte. I'm sure kasama po kayo most of the time, kahit sa mga meetings. Although minsan, I would understand na hindi po kayo sinasama. But generally, kapag may ka-meeting, alam po ninyo yun. No?
Kaya, doon lang ko sa secure yung sasakyan. Hindi na po sumali doon.
Well, yung sinasabi, pero napanood po ninyo, Mr. Benaventura, yung Senate hearing. Napagin po ninyo, napanood po
Yes,
ninyo.
Your Honor.
Kung saan may mga binanggit si former President Duterte.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you confirm po may instance na alala na sinabi ni former Duterte na shoot them dead, patayin ang mga kriminal?
Nandun man yun sa point, Your Honor.
So, pero kayo po, familiar po kayo. Ito ba ay statement na palagi niya pong sinasabi?
Hindi naman, Your Honor.
Hindi naman po. Pero anong tingin po ninyo sa statement ito? Parang pangampanya lang po ba ito? Or
Kasi minsan magsabi man yan si then Mayor Duterte na wala maniwala sa'yo. Pagsabihan mo na, oy, maganyan ba yan siya? Siyempre, kailangan daw na mayroon po para maniwala sila, medyo distansya sila o maginto sila.
so talagang sinasabi niya yun, hindi lang siniseryoso, medyo
Yes, sir.
hindi lang.
Parang gano'n lang yun, parang kailangan may lamang, parang may
Pero,
command ba, may command.
Ganun po ba yung may command since 1988? Ganun na po ba yung kanyang personality?
Since naging mayor siya, Your Honor, yes.
Sabing mayor. So ever since nung tama po kayo as personal driver bodyguard, since mayor, ganun na po yung personality.
Yes,
Ganun
sir.
po siya magsalita.
Para sa mga kriminal, Your Honor.
Yung inamin niya po sa Senate na sinabing he would encourage yung mga criminal to fight back para pwede patayin ng polis. Doon niyo po narinig yung gano'n.
Doon man lang yun, Your Honor.
Doon lang sa Senate hearing. Hindi niyo po ito narinig dati na
Hindi.
sinasabi sa mga meeting na kasama mga
Wala yun.
kasama mga yung sinabi niya naman po na may DDS talaga. At tinuro niya po kung sino man ang Davao COP, kasama yan sa DDS. Tinuro niya pa nga po yung ibang mga chief of police po nandun.
Narinig ko lang po doon, Your Honor.
So yung gano'n na statement na yung Davao City Police ay DDS, hindi niyo po narinig dati ba?
Hindi naman, Your Honor, pag magkuhan doon, wala man siya sinasabi nila.
Paano po yung nabanggit mong narinig na yung media, tinatawag po kayong DDS, kayong Davao City Police?
Siyempre, balita man yun, ang media mga gawa ng DBS.
Kailan po nagsimula nung term na yun?
Hindi ko na maalala, Your Honor.
Hindi mo alam. At yung isa pang statement po ni former President Duterte na meron siyang personal na DDS po. Meron po na rin. At yung nabanggit niyang 7 na persons sa Philippines.
Sorry po?
May nabanggit po siya na 7 na tao na supposedly part of the DDS, pero after further questioning, sabi niya, hindi niya po maalala. Wala po kayong kinalaman.
Wala.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to direct my questions again. Thank you, Mr. Benaventura, to the former Senator, another. Former Senator De Lima, you seem to be very familiar with the Las Cañas application.
Yes.
And we already established from the previous hearing that you've already presented that there seemed to be a two-pronged approach with the Davao campaign. First and foremost, there were the legitimate, supposedly on paper, police and state operations. It would be drug busts, buy busts, arrests. which would go south because of the Nanlaban. And you mentioned that the Nanlaban system originated in Davao. And of course, the second stage would be that of the extrajudicial killings, vigilante killings, either through Sinaloa-style executions, riding in tandem that have not been identified, at least have not been identified in the Davao City Police. Those are the two methods that they would pursue the drug war. Would that be a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement, except that I would have to modify about the vigilante killings. Now, because the killings of many were committed by DDS members. At meron din nga po silang mga riding in tandem, meron din silang mga pattern with the use of the butcher knife. Inamin po yun ni Matubato na meron silang ganon, ginagamit yun in some killings. So pagdating sa other killings outside of the so-called police operations ay the vigilante killings, but some will be unknown, and then others are actually members of the DDS. It's still the death squad.
I understand. So they both lead the death squad. Just would depend on if it would be a legitimate, at least on the surface, police operation or vigilante killing committed by the
Iba-iba po.
DDS. Opo.
Iba-iba po. Okay, yes, may police operations, pero meron ibang killings na talagang outright targeting for assassination.
But still the DDS.
Still the DDS.
Madam Senator, were you familiar with any other method, yung so-called abduction order? Is this something that has appeared in the Las Cañas affidavit?
Yes. A couple, I think, of incidents about abduction first, and then killing.
Are you aware of the origins of the abduction order? Was it
No, Your
instructed by any personality?
I know Your Honor, abduction, but among the incidents, the operations, which I showed earlier, meron din pong abduction. As I said, abduction muna, then killing.
Did they appear after a certain year, or has this been a method employed as far back as you could see?
I would not be able to do answer that. I don't have information on that.
Thank you very much, Senator Lee. So yun na po. Going back to the questions earlier, Mr. Prosecutor, yun na po, balikan na lang po natin siguro yung nabanggit po na tinuturo po kayo ni sa investigation po ng CHR, three witnesses positive. Tinuturo po kayo ni Mr. Las Cañas, tinuturo po kayo ni Ms. Garma. Ano po kayo yung reason ito? Mukhang coordinate, pero they corroborate with each other. Multiple times daw po nababanggit ang pangalan ko. Not only as a member of the DDS, but a ranking member, head of finance and logistics pa nga raw po, by some documents. Ano po yung masasabi po ninyo dito?
Yung ipinakita ni Ma'am Dilima, Your Honor, last hearing, nakalagay doon, Superman. Next is Colonel Bacasahid, Bongo, ako. Nandiyan si Colonel Bacasahid, Your Honor. Hindi pwedeng under sila ni Colonel Bacasahid. Under sila. Doon sila magsunod sa kung anong instruction sa trabaho nila. Doon sila. Hindi yan maniwala sa akin, Your Honor. SPO4 lang ako. Si Colonel Bacasahid.
Pero yung nabanggit po nila earlier, actually, my first time to hear, yung binanggit po ni Chairman Acop na it seems to be a practice sa uniform personnel na despite the rank, dahil kayo po yung close in ng mayor, pakikinggan po daw kayo. And you agree?
Hindi naman sa ganun, Your Honor, na sa trabaho nila, siyempre may surusugot sila. Pero yung ako ang sa logistic, ako sa dito po yun.
Sige po. I guess we'll just further questions at another time. I will yield to our colleagues who might still have questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Gutierrez. Isang tanong lang, susugan ko lang yung tanong ni Mr. Benaventura. Sa sa tagal mong nagservisyo kay former President Duterte, kilala mo yung ugali niya.
Yes, Your Honor.
At alam mo na kung siya ay nagbibigaro at kung siya ay seryoso. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung sinabi niya na kill. Kung ikaw ang nakadinig nun, anong ibig sabihin nun?
Parang kasi minsan, Your Honor, magsabi yan siya na kailangan magsalita ka sa mga criminal. Yung medyo may laman para matakot sila.
So, halimbawa, sinabi niya sa pulis, kill. Ikaw, pulis ka. Pag narinig mo yun, anong ibig sabihin nun?
Hindi naman, Your Honor, siyempre, hindi pwede yung kill. Hindi naman yung Your Honor, pwede na pagsabi niya kill, wala.
So, wala.
Wala, Your Honor.
So, hindi, ikaw, pag sinabi niyang kill, hindi ibig sabihin na sundin mo o gawin mo yung sinabi niya.
Yes, Your Honor. Hindi naman.
Ganun din ba, tingin mo sa mga ibang mga pulis na nakakarinig ng ganong pronouncement ng dating Pangulo?
Siguro yun, hindi naman sa pagbagsabi ka kill, diretso ka na patay. Matagal na sana yun, Your Honor.
Sige. Thank you. The next to interpolate is Congressman Sia Abyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I was about to ask the same question we just asked you now. But let me just take from there. Mr. Chair, I'd like to address the question again to Mr. Benaventura. Maayon ka pa, DE?
Yes, yes.
Ay,
Yes,
oo.
Your Honor.
Tulgo na ka? Tulgo na ka?
No, hindi pa man, Your Honor.
Kanina inamin mo naman na 20 years ka. When did you start working for the mayor? 1998, no?
1998.
So nag-stop na nawala ka being his security / driver in 2008. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's 20 years, no? 20 years na yun? Or 1998, 2008, 10 years. No? 10 years yun, no? 10 years, no? Tama. 10 years, no?
2008, Your Honor.
At kailan ka pala natapos mag-work kay...
2008, Your Honor.
Okay, so 10 years.
Yes. From 1988?
1988, not
Yes.
Kasi pagkarinig ko nito, so 20 years nga.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 20 years. So ibig sabihin kung ikukumpira natin sa isang tao, 20 years po pwedeng nakagraduate sa college, no? Ganun katagal yung pinagsamahan yun ni then Mayor Duterte.
Yes, Your Honor.
At sinabi mo kanina, nung tinanong ka, ano yung galit sa'yo ni Las Cañas, kung may galit ba sa'yo si Las Cañas, sabi mo, meron. Tama, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At sinabi mo, na ang sa palagay mo, ang galit sa'yo ni Las Cañas, o sabi natin sama ng loob, ay meron siyang hinihingi sa'yo na i-convey kay dating President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Tama yung sinabi ng STL, at saka yung kayo na lang daw yung mag-manage ng smuggling ng rice. Tama yun?
Yes, Your Honor. Pati yung sa Your Honor, franchise ng ban.
Okay, franchise ng ban. So, ang sinagot mo sa kanya is hindi mo sinabi kay Presidente, former President, no? Hindi mo pinabot.
Yes, Your Honor. Dahil, sabi ko sa hindi magpayag yun to. Hindi maniwala sa amin, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ibig sabihin, kilala mo si Presidente kasi alam mo kung anong dapat na sabihin sa kanya eh. At saka anong dapat na hindi sabihin sa kanya, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
The mere fact na hindi mo pinaabot yung sasabihin sa iyo na hiningi sa iyo ni Las Cañas, it only proves to say na alam mo yung timpla ni former President.
Yes, Your
na
Honor.
kung pwedeng ito ko sabihin kasi baka magalit siya sa akin. Di ba? Tama po ba yun?
Yes, pero ang rason din na Your Honor, wala. Nasa Manila na siya.
Hindi. Hindi, kasi pwede mo naman siyang tawagan eh. Si Presidente at sabihin sa kanya, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Ibig sabihin, ganun ka kayo ka-close ni President, no? Former President. Na to a point na nilapitan ka na, of all the people, sabi nga ni Congressman Kid, of all the people, ikaw pa yung nilapitan niya.
Yes, Your Honor.
O, kabalo mo na sa Bisaya, kita taga Mindanao. Diba? Lalapitan natin kung alam natin yung tao na sinong mas malapit sa kanya, diba? Tama naman yun. No?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. So, ibig sabihin, for 20 years, kayong nagmamaneho kay former president, kung saan siya pupunta, dinadala mo siya, inaantay mo siya, sabi mo, sinisecure mo yung sasakyan, hindi mo ba?
Yes, sir.
Ibig
Yes,
sabihin,
Your Honor.
pag madaling araw na lumalabas siya or pag yung meeting niya sobrang tagal tapos madaling araw, nandun ka pa rin sa sasakyan at inaantay mo siya, tama mo ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa pag kayong nagmamaneo, sigurado, syempre, kilala mo yung timpla niya, kilala mo kung paano yung ayaw niya marinig, kilala mo yung anong okay sa kanya marinig, kaya nga hindi mo pinaabot yung hiningi sa ni Las Cañas. Alam mo kung paano siya magalit, hindi ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At alam mo kung kailan siya nagiging seryoso, hindi ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At alam mo kung kailan siya nagjujo, hindi ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. So, sa palagay niyo ba si Mayor Duterte nung siya yung mayor is seryoso sa tatrabaho? I mean, did he take his job as mayor seriously or as a joke?
Seriously, Your Honor.
Okay, seriously. Ngayon, nung dating mayor ho siya, pagpalati ho niyang naririnig ito, ako, nasa college ho ako noon eh, nanonood pa ako ng mga news, minsan nai-interview siya, at sinasabi talaga niya, na kill. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
When it comes to issue about Davao, peace and order in Davao, law and order in Davao, talagang always sinasabi niya, do not do monkey business. I'm just paraphrasing nga, do not do criminal activities in the city, otherwise I will kill you. Hindi ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, yun ay concern ng kanyang city, hindi ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sinabi mo kanina, nung tinanong kita, is he taking the issue of Davao, peace and order in Davao seriously? Is he taking his job? Ang sabi nyo, yes, he's taking it seriously. Ibig sabihin, lahat ng mga pronouncement niya regarding killing petty criminals, cleaning the streets of Davao from every form of criminalities, ay seryoso sa doon.
Hindi naman yung role. Yung magsabi siya, kill. Kailangan
No, kasi, di ba, ang tinanong ko sa'yo kanina is he taking his job seriously? Sabi mo, oo, kasi kilala mo nga yung dating presidente. 20 years ka ba naman? Kung ako naman talaga, si former president, if I were in issue, talagang 20 years kasama ko yung tao, pagkakatiwalaan ko talaga. Ngayon, tinanong kita, when it comes to Davao issue, bigyan pag-ibig, is he taking his job seriously? Sabi mo, yes, it's not a joke. Ngayon, when he said all of those things, insinuations about cleaning Davao City from petty criminals or any form of criminality, and then saying na so loosely, saying kill people, is he serious or not? Kasi Davao yun eh, he must have been taking it
Sa
seriously.
salita lang niya yan, kailangan strong siya pag salita. Yan ang sabi niya. Hindi ka pwede magsalita sa mga kriminal na video ko. Kailangan,
Okay, and yet may namamatay sa Davao.
hindi ko ba nakita siya nagpatay, Your Honor?
No, and yet may namamatay sa Davao.
Yan ang sabi niya sa mga pulis, ayaw po na kayo ang mamatay.
O yeah, kaya nga, no, that's given. Sino ba naman ang gustong mamatay yung mga pulis? So, di ba? Ayaw naman talaga natin may mamatay. The way we, ayaw talaga natin mamatay. So, pero yung tatanong ko sa iyo is, kasi gusto kong maintindihan, no? Gusto kong maintindihan talaga yung mindset. Dahil kanina, nung tinatanong ka, napanood mo ba yung mga katanungan at saka yung mga sagot ng dating presidente nung sa Senado, ang sabi niya is talagang ganun siya. I will order the police even when I was still, I think, teaching, when he was still a fiscal. Nagtuturo daw siya sa academy. And ang gusto niyang sinasabi niya sa mga pulis is provoke the criminal so that you have the reason to kill them. Diba? And dumating naman yung, pag tinanong na naman yung mga kasamahan niya, sa Senado, ang sinabi naman nila is joke. Ngayon, gusto lang namin maintindihan dahil mukhang ikaw, you have that access with the President. Yung closeness in yung proximity na parati kayo nagkasama at ikaw yung po pwede magsabi na totoo ba yung sinasabi niya, serious ba siya, or joke ba yung sinasabi niya, di ba? Gusto ko lang maintindihan yon. So ngayon, balikan ko yung tanong ko kanina at sinabi mo naman, kinonfirm mo naman na pagdating sa Davao City, talagang seryoso talaga siya. He's taking his job seriously and we should all take our job seriously. Yung nga yung pagsabi niya ng kill and yet may namamatay nga sa Davao, ano yung tingin mo doon sa palagay mo?
Magsabi yan siya, Your Honor,
Anong tiya? Okay.
Kung maglaban.
Ano po?
Kung maglaban.
Kung maglaban. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
so, yung mga namamatay po dati, nung naging presidente siya, na ilang namatay po na ang sinasabi po ng ating mga pulis ay nanlaban, no? Nanlaban. Ibig sabihin ay pinatotohanan nila yung order niya na provoke them and then should you have the right to kill them. Ay, hindi bang gusto mong sabihin sa amin?
No, hindi ko alam yun.
Hindi, kasi sinabi mo lang yun na kung manlaban eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
O, so yun nga nangyari. No?
Self-defense siya sa police.
Yun nga nangyari. Kaya nga nandito tayo kasi mukhang may mga question to sa implementation ng tukhang. Kasi may mga issue dito na even ang mga PNP, may mga nakasuhan. Sorry to our men in uniform and not trying to generalize. May mga cases talaga na ang always na sinasabi ay nanlaban at nanlaban. At yun ang nagiging rason kung bakit widespread yung mga naging namatay. No? So are you telling us now to this committee, Mr. Buenaventura, na tama nga yung pagkaintindi ng mga pulis. And that's why maraming patayan sa streets na nanlaban. It's because sinasabi ng ating presidente, provoke them, o kung manlaban, shoot them dead.
Hindi ko po alam.
Gusto ko lang pagtingin, no? Kasi I think the former president is serious when it comes to peace and order. Pagdating ata sa peace and order at saka clean ng criminality sa streets, talagang alam ko, seryoso siya din. Hindi siya nagbibiro, hindi ho ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, mukhang sa palagay ko naman si Mr. Buenaventura in a way at least napakita natin sa committee na through his answers medyo may semblance of truthfulness yung mga police. Unfortunately na mga cases of EJK na namatay dahil nanlaban always ang reason nanlaban. Or yung mga sinasabi nilang provoke the police na narinig naman natin sa testimony ng dating Pangulo ay yung napagkaintindi na karamihan ng mga ating mga kapulisan. That's why nandito tayo at iniimbestiga natin ang EJK sa mga panahon na ito. Dahil sabi ko nga, Mr. Buenaventura, meron kang access sa presidente, pinagkakatiwalaan ka niya. At lahat naman ang sinasabi mo dito ay naniniwala kami dahil alam ko, for the past 20 years, hindi ho kayo magiging security o driver ng dating Pangulo kung hindi ho siya may tiwala sa inyo. So, with that, Mr. Chair, I think by next hearing, we can dig deeper and then we'll ask questions regarding the testimony of Lastania so that we can also compare kung bakit si Mr. Buenaventura ay parating lumalabas, no? Ang pangalan. Not so much because he was a policeman, but maybe because of his association with his closeness with the former president. So marami pong salamat. Maayong gabi, Mr. Buenaventura.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman John. Next.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congress Senator Duterte.
Can I intervene? With respect to the questions of Congressman Duterte, I already checked the records about the numbers of abduction. There are actually more than 2 cases of abduction. If I'm really allowed to
Yes, please proceed.
the abduction and massacre of the Matasaha family between 1992 to 1995, the abduction that led to the kidnapping for ransom of Mr. Alan Yap and Danny Hong in separate incidents is 1992 to 95, the abduction and beheading of suspected would-be assassin of Mayor Rodrigo Duterte and his woman companion, that's in 1994 to 1996, the abduction and killing of former constabulary soldier, Master Sergeant June Sabal in Samar Island, 1993, the abduction, the asking for ransom money, and killing of a suspected terrorist, Mr. Maktoum, in 1999, the abduction and killing of 3 male Muslim individuals who were suspected bomber and Shabu couriers from Davao City, is from 1999 to 2000, the abduction and killing of 2 Muslim small-scale miners in Maki, Davao Oriental, in 1999 to 2000, the abduction and killing of Mr. Nur Kamamara of Kamamara Muslim Village in Diversion Road, Davao City, that's between 1999 to 2000, the abduction and killing of SPO4 Sonny Benaventura's neighbor, an errand boy in Saman Island, whom our group called alias Manok. The abduction that was in between 2006 to 2007. The abduction and killing of 1 Taiwanese national and 2 Filipino collateral damage between 2007 to 2008. The abduction and killing of a dance instructor as ordered by Mayor RRD, Rodrigo Duterte, through SPO4 Sonny Benaventura, that's between 2008 to 2009. The abduction and killing of Philippine Army Master Surgeon under General Jovito Palparan and a woman as collateral damage in 2010. The abduction of persons of interest allegedly involved in the killing of Mr. Richard King, that's in 2014. So there were in fact several cases of abductions before they are killed. And then about whether or not, Congressman Gutierrez, you asked about whether or not Sonny Benaventura was identified already by the CHR witnesses. I just checked. Yes, he was. That's why during the CHR investigation, we also managed to come up with organizational structure because those 3 witnesses, the aliases witnesses, had also explained that and mentioned some names, including Sonny Benaventura's name. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Gutierrez.
Mr. Chair, just to manifest my appreciation and gratitude for the quick revert of Senator Lima, and also to manifest then that this would finally confirm that the affidavits pointing to SPO for Benaventura are the affidavits of Colonel Dharma, the affidavit of Arturo Las Cañas, and of course now the 3 identified witnesses of the CHR, as compared to the plain denial of Mr. Benaventura. Just for the appreciation of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there is one other case of abduction I failed to mention it. The abduction and killing of former NPA Sparrow Unit Liquidation Squad team leader and personal bodyguard of Major Makasae, alias Commander Pepo, and his 3 unidentified companions as collateral damage, which was in between 2003 and 2004. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Congressman, former Senator De Lima. The next to interpolate in short manifestation, or is this an interpellation by Congressman Benny Abante? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just would like to manifest when we had our second hearing in the Committee on Human Rights. I asked the Philippine National Police for the data of those who died in police operation. And I think that it must be said here publicly so that people would know. According to this data submitted to me by General Bakay, from period covered July 1, 2016 to June 30, 2022. Drug lord that were killed, 21, financier, 9, maintainer, 18, operator, 12, pusher, 7,173, user, 440. Now, we were told that most of these killed, if not all, were killed sapagkat sila ay nanlaban. Therefore, the question is, kung sila po'y nanlaban, meron nakuhang ebidensya ang mga kapulisan natin. At sila ngayon ay nandun sa tinatawag natin, ang tawag doon? Philippine National Police, Crime Lab. Crime Laboratory, no? Therefore, Mr. Chair, kung 7,173 pushers ang nanlaban at 440 users din naman ang nanlaban, therefore there should be more than 7,000 guns that are in the crime lab of the Philippine National Police today. Ito lang po ang nais kong sabihin, Mr. Chair. If I may also suggest that perhaps we in the QUADOM could be able to have an ocular inspection on the crime lab of the Philippine National Police to find out that if indeed there are enough guns that they have actually confiscated as evidence in the killings of more than 7,000 people. Mr. Chair, yun lang po ang gusto kong sabihin. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Yes, we will schedule an ocular visit to the... Where do you want to visit? The crime lab. Okay, in the crime lab, as soon as our schedule permits. So,
I'm sure, Mr. Chair, yung mga baril kasi dapat may date yan, saka may pangalan. Diba?
yes.
So therefore, kaya natin maigit at talagang naglaban itong halos lahat ng 7,000 people.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Abante. The next to interpolate, the second to the last, is Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kapraso lang po ito. Talagang kapraso lang. Kanina I was about to ask Mr. Sani Benaventura. Matagal po kayo may former president, no? At,
Yes, sir.
ilan na po yung napatay niyo po
Isa lang po.
sa buong buhay niya?
Nakasuhan na po ako sa Napolcom. Nakasama ko yung, matagal na ito yun, mga 1987. Hindi pa piyo si then Mayor Duterte. Hindi pa siya Mayor, mayroong police assistance. May nabaril po ako na patay. Kinasuhan po ako sa Napolcom administrative.
Bakit niya po napatay, Mr. Sani?
Extortionist po.
Extortionist.
Yep.
At because of that, can you kindly tell us the whole story?
Yun po, na may nagtawag ng police assistance, pinuntahan namin. May baril talaga yun.
Saan kayo naka-istasyon during that time?
Sa police station yun.
Oo nga po, saan nga pong police station?
Sa po.
Sa Sasa, ayun.
Sa police station.
Kala ko sa police station. So sa Sasa Police Station kayo naka-assign.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kung saan si Colonel Garma. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At yung pong responding nyo ay kayo ang head ng Sasa Police Station nung mapatay
No,
po.
no, wala, Your Honor.
Anong rango po niya during that time?
SPO3? SPO3.
SPO3.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, at year ano po yan? 19 na lang po.
I think 87, Your Honor, 87.
At tingin nyo, yun po naging caliber nyo. O yun ang naging tinatawag nating isang quality. And that's the reason why you were hired by the former president. Am I correct?
Hindi naman siguro, Your Honor.
Ay, anong quality niyo po?
Trabaho lang po yun na police
Bakit
assistant.
po kayo kinuha ni former president? Ano po yung quality nyo na nagustuhan niya?
Para naging imanan siya ng pulis, ako ang ibinigay, Your Honor. Ako ang i-assign.
And then, after that, kayo na yung nagustuhan niya for 20 years.
Siguro.
Oo. At isa lang ako napatay nyo, but according sa former Secretary de Lima, ilan po yung 7 po ba yan? Ito po yung listahan na sinasabi nyo na what do you call this? Na-involve si Mr. Sunny Benaventura. Yung kanina you mentioned a while ago.
Several times.
How many times po?
I cannot
But
say.
that is abduction and then killed.
Wala yun.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. At least 14 cases of abduction.
Then killed.
Yes. I just remember that it's also, I think, in the affidavit of Mr. Las Cañas that yung abduction was actually suggested by Makasait, Major Makasait, para daw mo ma-soften yung media impact kasi kapag nawawala lang, ganun lang, mawawala. And then, so it's not really reported by media. Hindi katulad ng outright killings or massacre, I really report yung iba sa media.
So kaya abduction then killing.
Yes.
Ay siguro ano ko po, i-amend ko po yung question ko. Kasi tinanong ko po sa inyo kung ilan na po yung napatay niyo. Ilan na po yung abduct at napatay niyo po?
Wala, dito ko kasi, Your Honor, busy po ako sa trabaho ko as driver security. Doon po kayo, Your Honor. Hindi ba niya pwede iwanan ko yung si QUADOM? Magkuhan ako dyan, magpunta ko ng ibang trabaho. Doon lang po ako, Your Honor. Pero ito po,
Kanina po may binabanggit po kayo na ang daming minention po ni Congresswoman Jinky Luistro about the personalities that she mentioned. Halos lahat kilala po ninyo eh. Yung sa Heinous Crime Task Force, sa Anti-Crime Task Force. Kilala niyo po lahat yung mga pinabanggit.
ayun ba, sir, kapwa police ko yun.
Were you a part of that group?
Oh, Your Honor.
Pero driver ka, di ba? Driver, bodyguard.
Hindi ba yun sir sa amin, Your Honor? Part sila ng police investigation.
Kaya nga, I understand that. Pero
Yes,
ikaw,
sir.
andun ka kay former president.
Yes, Your Honor.
At bilang nandun ka, nakatuto ka talaga kay presidente,
Yes,
bilang
Your
driver and bodyguard.
Yes, Your Honor.
And at the same time, kilala mo lahat itong mga nandito sa mga grupong to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why?
Kapwa police ko, Your Honor. Halos lahat dyan sa
Lahat ng
city,
itong
Your-
polis na binanggit ka kanina, taga Davao.
Sorry po.
Lahat itong binanggit ni Congresswoman Luistro kanina, taga Davao.
Yes, Your Honor.
And kilala mo sila lahat.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Lahat dito binabanggit na alam nila ang tungkol sa DDS. Si Matabato, si Asierto, si Garma, si Leonardo. Halos lahat sila. Even the president knows about the DDS. Pero ikaw hindi mo alam.
Hindi na. So, yung DDS, Your Honor, yung media ang nagkuhan ng DDS.
Hindi.
Nagpangalan ng DDS.
It was testified by
Si Matabato siya.
Wait.
Sorry po.
It was testified by the president that he created the DDS and he formed a 7 men, di ba, doon sa grupong yun. So binanggit niya yun. So ngayon, hindi ka naniniwala sa sinabi ng Presidente.
Hindi ko alam yun, Your Honor.
Hindi. Nadinig naman natin lahat ang
Yeah,
sinabi
nadinig
niya.
ko sa kanya, Your Honor.
O, diba? Sinabi niya, sandali, pakinggan mo muna ako.
Ay, sorry.
So, sinabi niya, nag-create siya ng DDS, di ba? At sabi niya, hindi yung mga pulis, mga ano to, mga civilian, di ba? O,
Yes, Your Honor.
so, hindi ko pinapaniwalaan ang sinabi ng Presidente. So, ibig sabihin, nagsisinungaling siya kasi hindi ka naniniwala dun.
Hindi, Your Honor.
So, hindi ka naniniwala dun sa sinabi ng Presidente.
Hindi, Your Honor.
So, walang DDS.
Wala sa akin, Your Honor. Wala.
Talagang, kala ko ba magpapakamatay ka alang-alang sa dating Pangulo?
Yun, wala. Siya man lang may sabi niyo, Your Honor.
Ha?
Si Presidente nagsabi, siya ang makapag-explain noon, Your Honor.
Okay, so, mukhang hindi ka magpapakamatay talaga sa kanya.
Iba yun.
Hindi ka talaga magpapakamatay sa kanya. Dahil ngayon lang, parang sinasabi mo, nagsisinungaling na si former president. Di ba?
Yung lahat ng Your Honor, anong sabihin niya?
Ano?
Siyempre, tayong lahat, makinig sa kanya.
So,
Pati ako, Your Honor.
ano yung gano'n?
Minsan,
Alam mo,
hindi natin alam kung anong...
Sani, nagsisimba ka naman linggo-linggo
Nag-pray lang po ako, Your Honor.
na nanalangin ka sa Ama na lumikha ng langit at lupa at lumikha sa iyong buhay.
Yes, nag-pray ako, Your Honor, tabitli.
At sa harapan ng ating Ama na nakikita tayo sa ngayon, ay sinasabi mo na talagang wala kang involvement dito sa pagpatay ng maraming mga nilalang na kanyang binigyan ng buhay.
Totoo yun, wala talaga yun.
Wala ka talaga.
Iba yung sa akin yung nangyari sa akin, Your Honor, assistance yun.
Ano
Wala
iba?
talaga yun.
Ano iba?
Pero yung sinabi ba, wala talaga yun.
Ano iba sinasabi mo?
Ay, yung involvement ko na
Yung isang pinatay. Oh, okay. Sige. At 20,000 ang sinasabi niya, Kasi parang dito kanina, ako, yung driver, mga bodyguards ko, usually yan ang inuutusan natin Di ba? Bigyan mo siya, bigyan mo yung si leader natin ng 20,000 para doon sa reimbursement ng Di ba trusted mo usually yung mga kasama mo And dito, meron pa sinabi kanina kay Congresswoman Luistro about doon sabi mo may bigyan si former president yung hydrocephalus. Kanina may binanggit ka.
yung may sakit yun.
Oo, yung lumalaki ang ulo. Tapos sabi niya, sige, tawagan mo si Bong para sagutin niya yung bayad sa hospital. Di ba? Binanggit mo yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
At binanggit mo din yung mga cancer patients. Di ba? At kahit na yung asawa mo nagkaroon ng cancer, ay sinabihan din si Senator na tulungan ka. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, basically, si former president, nagtitiwala siya sa mga nakapalibot sa kanya. At ikaw, ay pinagkakatiwala ka din niya sa pagdating sa pera. Am I correct?
Iba yung yung may utos lang niya, pabili ganun. Pero yung sa mga bigay-bigay, hindi ko
Wala pa naman ako tinatanong na gano'n sa inyo. Sinasagot
Sorry
na
po, Your
gano'n.
Honor.
Ano mo, halata ka.
Sorry po, Your Honor.
Pine-prep mo na yung tanong ko. Masyado ka na dumedepensa. Ibig sabihin, alam mo na doon patungo yung aking tanong. Sinasagot mo agad. Dahil sa ginawa mo, hindi ko na tatanungin yan. Kasi alam mo na na yun ang tatanong ko
Sorry po, Your Honor.
You don't have to say sorry. Pero kasi, ganyan lang yung kapag malalim yung pagsisinungaling mo, alam mo na kung ano yung sasagot mo. Di ba? Tama mali. Kasi lahat kami alam na namin DBS Ikaw na lang ata yung natitira na hindi ka nakakaalam. At 1998, ano po ang pinagkikitaan niyo po ngayon, Mr. Sandy Ventura? Kasi,
Sorry po, Your Honor.
ano po yung pinagkakakitaan niyo ngayon since na wala naman po kayong trabaho, no? Ano po yung pinagkakakitaan niyo po ngayon?
May pension po ako, Your Honor.
Pension, no? At yung natira po sa bangko niya is 4,000.
Yes, Your Honor.
Magkano po
Totoo
pension?
talaga, Your Honor.
Hindi naman po kami nagdadoubt doon. Oo,
57,000, Your Honor.
57,000.
Yes, Your Honor.
Magkano bayad mo sa lawyer mo?
Mamaya pa kami mag-usap, Your Honor, pag-uwi.
Saan naman, sir?
Kaibigan ko kasi, Your Honor. Mawain po siya, Your Honor.
Pero magkano talaga yung service na binigay niya sa'yo? Wala, no joke.
10,000.
10,000?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tapos 4,000 ang account mo. So, paano mo siya?
Hindi pa galing doon sa 4,000 ko, Your Honor. May mga anak din ako, Your Honor.
Ay, nako. Okay, so mahirap talagang tanungin ang mga sinungaling. Alam mo, Sani, kasi medyo ginagawa lang po namin live ngayon yung line of questioning sa'yo. Pero lahat po ng mga testimonies ng different persons, no, that former secretary mentioned dito po sa kay Colonel Garma na mismong kasamahan po ninyo dati ay nagsasabi about to sa reward system. And the former president also denied about the reward system. We all know that. At nakita po natin yon doon sa Senado. And the reason why we persisted on trying to invite the former president is to find out about this reward system. This is the only missing link that we know that can somehow cement all of these different issues that we are tackling. But of course, there's a lot of witnesses that validating this reward system. And even the president have said that outside the halls of the Senate. Unfortunately, during the time doon sa Senate, it was not testified under oath. And the reason why we're trying to dig deeper on this, because we know that you've been a part of this reward system. Unfortunately, you lied so much that even your faith, no, to the Father who created us all, ay itinanggi mo yung katotohanan. Ang magdadala naman ito, sarili ko rin, Sani, Buenaventura. Ikaw rin ang magdadala nito. You know, what happened to Arthur Las Cañas? Kita natin yung pagbabalik ng Nobila, di ba? Kasi, Sani, sisingilin din tayo nito. Tignan naman. Lahat tayo. Isang aladadaan dito sa mundong to. At kung yung pagkakataon, dapat gawin natin yung tama. We are in a cleansing our nation. We are in the process of trying to put back, no, the decency, no, of our own, the leaders of this nation. I think it's high time for you, Mr. Sani Buenaventura, to tell us the truth. No? Pero hindi ka namin pipilitin ngayon. Kasi actually, pagod na po kami. Alam namin, pagod na rin po kayo, sir. So, I hope that mamaya, pag-uwi niyo po, sana po ay sana po makita niyo sa sarili niyo that somehow sa buhay na to, makakagawa naman po sana tayo ng tama. Marami tayong nagawang pagkakamali sa buhay natin, but I hope sometime, no, and someday, you will find it in your heart to tell the truth to the whole nation. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Sani Buenaventura.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Fernandez. Isang tanong lang kay Sani. Sani, kasi kitang-kita naman yung iyong loyalty sa dating Pangulo. At sabi mo nga kanina, kapag i-offer mo yung buhay mo, tama ba yung pagkakaintindi ko?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ganun ka kaloyal, di ba?
Yes,
So,
Your
di ba,
Honor.
pag sinabi ng Pangulo, tumalong ka sa tulay, tatalong ka sa tulay. So, hindi ka pala loyal. Kasi sabi mo, ang offer mo yung buhay mo, eh ngayon, kung natatalong ka sa tulay, ayaw mo. Yun lang, sige, thank you. Then, last interpolator is Congressman Acop, and then after Congressman Acop, we go to Congressman Johnny Pimentel. Congressman Acop,
Sir.
You have 10 minutes.
Sir. Personal necessity.
Sige, sige, okay. Okay lang, sir. Sige, go ahead. 1 minute suspension.
At the same time, Mayor Carranza, pwede po bang maupo kayo doon sa Juan? Sa witness seat?
Mayor Carranza. Mayor Carranza, have you taken your oath? And do you have a lawyer with you?
I did already, sir.
Do you have a lawyer with
Yes,
you?
sir.
Okay. May we ask your lawyer to enter his appearance before this committee? And let me remind the lawyers, the counsel of Mayor Carranza, na ang inyong pong role is only to advise your client of his rights. Yun lang po. You cannot coach your client. Sige po. Please enter your appearance.
Good evening po, Mr. Chair. I'm Attorney Mark Rodriguez, Father, Your Honor.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, This Honorable Committee. Respectfully, I'm Attorney Victor Navajas.
Salamat po, salamat po. So, hintayin lang natin yung si Colonel Pitalio, are you still, yeah, please take the seat beside the... Normally, we ask the lawyers to sit behind lang their clients, but in this case, maluwag naman ho yung ating hall, and you can occupy those seats. So si Colonel Pitalio, you can also please occupy the seat in front of the hearing is resumed. Murag ni Do kayo manggalito sa CR sani.
Your Honor.
Okay. Congressman Acop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kung titignan po natin, wala na po akong document sa aking harap eh. Magandang gabi, Mayor Carranza.
Good evening, sir, Your Honor.
Kayo po ba ay may security sa iyong sasakyan?
Yes, sir.
Meron ka ring driver?
I usually travel with my driver and security aid.
Security aid. Meron bang mga pagkakataon na may inuutos ka sa iyong security aid O kung wala yung security aid mo, nautusan mo yung driver mo.
Whenever we travel, sir, I always ask my aide to...
Hindi ko sinasabi kung nag-travel kayo. Ang tinatanong ko, were there instances o merong mga pagkakataon na nauutusan mo yung iyong security aid? At kung wala yung security aid mo, ang nauutusan mo yung driver mo?
Yes, sir, most of the time, sir.
Most of the time. And your driver and security aid would know kung sino po yung nakakasalamuhan nyo ng mga tao.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you're under oath.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Opo.
Now, may I ask Director Darren Lazo, do you also have a driver and a security aid?
Yes, Your Honor.
Isang driver, isang security aid sa iyong sakyan.
Yes, Your Honor.
With the same question na tinanong ko kay Mayor Carranza, would your answer be true also like him na nautusan mo rin yung iyong security aid para sa iba't ibang bagay, o kung wala siya, yung driver na nautusan niya?
Yes, Your Honor.
At sa inyong sa everyday activity, yung driver ninyo o yung security nakakalam kung sino po yung nakakausap na nakasalamuhan po ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
At kung kayo'y nandun sa kotse o nasa opisina at walang bisita, nakakwentuhan ninyo yung driver nyo saka security aid. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would that be true also, Mayor Carranza?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Sunny Benaventura, narinig mo yung sagot ng Director General ng PDEA at saka Mayor ng Silang Cavite. Tapos sasabihin mo dito sa committee na ito na ikaw ay driver at security lamang at wala kang kaalam-alam. Matanong nga kita, o nagsisinungaling ka?
Sa ano po, Your Honor?
Mag-ingat ka. Dahil baka hindi ka na makauwi. Ano? Ang ibig mo sabihin, driver security ka lang, hindi mo alam kung sino-sino yung mga nakakausap ng iyong boss?
Wala pa ba itanong sa akin, Your Honor?
Ano po?
Wala pa na itanong sa akin kung sino yung kausap ng boss ko.
Hindi mo alam? Kasi ang sagot mo kanina sa mga katanungan ng aking mga kasama rito ay driver security ka lang and you do not bother o na malaman kung sino yung kausap ng iyong boss,
Wala
anong
kasi-
ginagawa niya. Di po ba? Di ba yun ang sagot mo kanina sa kanilang mga katanungan?
Ang kuha ko lang yun, ang sabi ko sa driver security ako, tapos hindi naman ako particular kung sino yung kausap ng boss ko yun.
Hindi ko naman tinatanong na maging particular ka eh. Ang tinatanong ko, kagaya na pagtanong ko kay Mayor Carranza at kay DG Lasso, yung kanilang security aid o driver, nalalaman. Alam nila kung sino yung bumibisita kay Mayor, sinong kausap niya. Di ba?
Yes,
Tapos
Your Honor.
sasabihin mo sa amin dito na driver security ka lang? At wala kang pakialam doon sa kwan? Oh, come on. Huwag mo ako bulahin. Di ba? Kung nabula mo si Chairman Dan Fernandez, huwag mo ako bulahin. Di ba?
Wala
Sige,
pa ba,
iyo.
wala pa man akong alam. Hindi
Ano-
ba sila nagsabi kung sino yung kausap ng dating mayor?
Ang sinasabi mo o kasagutan mo, Mr. Benaventura, is hindi mo alam kung sino ang kinakausap ni Mayor.
Hindi ako nagsabi niyan, Your Honor.
Hindi, tinatanong nga kita eh. Kasi kung mali ka ng sagot, eh baka hindi ka nga makauwi mamaya. Oh, mag-isip ka maigi. Parehas lang tayo pulis. Pero mas loko siguro ako kasi sa'yo. Hindi mo alam?
Na ano po, Your Honor?
Hindi mo alam kung sino yung mga kinakausap ng iyong boss?
Sino po in particular, Your Honor, na
Kausap.
Tinatanong ko kung kakilala mo o nakikilala mo yung mga kinakausap ng boss mo.
Sabi Oy, yes or no? Sabi Oy.
Ano ko?
Si Sami Oy, mga councilors,
Kaya
Hindi
nga, kaya ko tinatanong sa iyo dahil ang sagot mo kanina sa mga katanungan ng aking mga kasamahan, hindi mo alam kasi driver security ka lang. Pero kaya ko pinaupo si Mayor Carranza dyan dahil Mayor din yan ng Silang Cavite, si Director General Lazo kasi may mga driver din sila. At para sabihin ko sa iyo, at kung tatanungin ko sila, Mayor Carranza, siguro ikaw mas yung driver at security mo ang nakakaalam kung ano yung pag-uugali mo at ano yung pagmumura at pananalita mo. Tama? Yes, sir. Kasi ikaw palagi, sila palagi mo kasama. And I think the same is true with Director General Lato. Tapos ngayon, ikaw, ay iba. Yung bang ibig mo sabihin? Kaya ikaw, may nililihim ka. At kung susundan ko, yung sinasabi ni Chairman Fernandez na nabola mo, hindi totoo yun. Nagsisinungaling ka iyo. Kasi pwedeng totoo na hindi ikaw kumakalabit ng gatilyo. Pero ikaw nauutusan ng boss mo na may mga ayusin. At ganoon din naman ang nangyayari sa mga driver at security ni Mayor Ted Carranza at saka ni DG Lasso. Kasi meron din akong driver at saka security. Ang tinatanong ko sa iyo, yung karanasan namin, bakit naiiba ka?
Your Honor, sa ano po, Your Honor? Yung utusan magpatay?
Hindi ko sinasabi mo. Sinasabi ko na uutusan ka sa iba't ibang bagay. Tama.
Ayan, yes, Your Honor.
Oh, ngayon, nagsasabi ka na nautusan ka.
Sa ano, Your Honor?
Ha? Masyado kang defensive, iho. Hindi ko alam kung naging investigador ka. Ako naging investigador kasi yun ang trabaho ko, iho. Sa iyo parang pananalita, alam ko nang may nililihim. Ako may iniiwas. Kasi ang taong tinatanong, pag masyadong maiwas, may nililihim. Maswerte ka, kasi pagod na kami. At saka mabait na si Congressman Paduano.
Kaya ba hindi pa ako tapos?
Yun. Sige. So, pinapakita ko lang sa iyo, ikaw, pwedeng hindi ikaw ang nautusan na pumatay o ano. Pero may mga ibang bagay na iuutos sa iyo. Halimbawa, yung pupuntahan sana ni Chairman Dan Fernandez. Di ba? Kasi hindi lang naman si Mayor sa tingin ko nag-uutos sa iyo minsan. In the same manner na yung mga sekretarya ni Mayor Carranza at sekretarya ni DG Lasso, kung minsan nag-uutos din sila sa mga driver nila. Di ba? Di ba totoo, Mayor Carranza, na nautusan ng sekretarya mo yung driver mo? Yes, sir. Oh. Would that be true also, Director General Lasso? Yes, or no? Yes. Kaya kung sino man ang may pera, may hawak ng pera para dun sa accomplishment ng mga pulis, pwedeng iutusan ka rin. Kasi ikaw nakakilala sa mga pulis. Diba? At alam mo rin kung ano-ano ang kanilang linya ng trabaho. Kasi pulis ka. Diba, Iho?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Alright, so that will be the last interpolator. Chairman, Congressman Paduano, Chairman Paduano, please.
Rejoinder lang doon. Ito, Mr. Binaventura, mula kanina, nakikinig lang ako, puro kasinungalingan. Especially yung tinanong ka ni Congresswoman Sangsing with regards to the quarry. Nagkabulbul ka doon. nagkabulbul ka doon kanina. Pero ito lang po, itong tanong ko, sana hindi ka magsinungaling. Pag nagsinungaling ka, tama si chairman ako, hindi ka makauwi. I will cite you in contempt. Ito ha, naging security bodyguard ka, driver bodyguard ka ni former President Duterte since 1988. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Optional retirement ka at the age of 52 years old.
Yes, Your Honor.
That was 2008.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, after that, anong trabaho mo?
Sa City Hall, Your Honor.
You were employed sa City Hall.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano ang particular na trabaho mo, assignment mo?
Security officer, Your Honor.
Security officer. Sabi mo kanina, since 2008, wala ka na kay Mayor Digong. Tama?
Personal,
No, sandali.
sorry for that.
Sabi mo kanina, wala ka na kay President Duterte. Tama?
Hindi na ako nag-duty, Your Honor, as security driver.
Okay, you are duty as security driver sa kanya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kailan ka nag-retire?
2008, Your Honor.
Hindi.
Sorry po.
You were employed sa City Hall.
Yes, Your Honor.
Di ba mandatory doon 65?
Yes, sir. 2021, Your Honor.
O 2021? Kailan ang pinakahuli na naging mayor si Duterte?
2016, Your Honor.
2013 to 2016.
Yes, Your
He
Honor.
is the mayor of Davao City.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, hindi kayo nakikita?
Diyan lang ako sa opisina. Hindi na ako nag-drive sa kanya, Your Honor. Hindi na ako naging security driver niya. Diyan ako sa opisina. Kasi
Opisina
gusto niya, Your Honor, ang driver niya is a police officer.
Sino naging driver niya?
Alvin Balis. Yung po.
Sino?
Alvin Balis. Yung nagkalili sa
Ano yung police?
police din, Your Honor. Nag-retire na rin.
Nag-retire na rin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kailan?
Hindi ko alam, Your Honor.
Hindi mo alam. So, 2013 to 2016, mayor si Duterte. Si Alvin Balis ang nag-drive sa kanya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Saan ba siya nakasaya noon yung Alvin?
DCPO din, Your Honor. DCPO. Davao City Police Office.
Hindi mo alam, after 2016, kung sino na yung driver niya? Nag-retire na yung Alvin?
Yes, si Alvin Balis pa rin, Your Honor. Yung mayor siya.
Hindi nga, kailan na siya nag-retire?
Hindi ko na ako, Your Honor.
Hindi, ito ha. Anyway, babalik ka pa dito. No, tandaan mo, on record lahat to ha. Pag may nag-testify na naka-duty ka pa rin, kahit naka-payroll ka sa City Hall, mananagot ka. Yan, usapang lalaki yan. Sani?
Your Honor. Kahit na yung campaign period niya.
Hindi ko tinatatanong ng campaign. But if somebody will testify that indeed, naka-payroll ka sa City Hall, pero nandyan ka pa rin kay Duterte noong 2013 to 2016, may problema ka pagbalik dito. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Usapang lalaki to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Babalik ka pa dito. Pag pinatawag ka,
Yes, Your Honor.
sigurado ka.
Yes, Your Honor.
And lastly, may property ka ba sa Saman Island?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Sabi mo kanina wala kang pera. Paano ka nagka-property sa Saman Island?
Iba man yung lupa, Your Honor. Iba yung cash.
But you have to buy it. Diba? Bibilin mo yun.
No, sa kwento yung retirement ko yun, Your Honor.
Magkano retirement mo?
Ganito, Your Honor. Nag-retire ako, i-retire at the age of 52. Naka-receive ako ng 1.7 million plus. For Bumili ako ng 3 hektarya, mura pa doon noon, Your Honor, sa 300,000 per hectare. So mayroon akong 3 hectare.
Doon sa Samal.
Bumili ako ng beach line na 530 square meters, 650,000. Nakabili ako ng 1,500 square meters na overlooking. Yun ang nabili ko sa retirement ko, Your Honor.
Magkano yung per square? Kamo? Doon sa coastline?
Yung 530 square meters ko, Your Honor, nabili ko lang ng 650,000. Noon po yun, Your Honor.
Do you have the documents? Deed of sale and everything?
Title na lang, Your Honor.
Ito yung deed of sale.
Wala na, Your Honor. Pero, totoo talaga, Your Honor.
Ay,
Yung
hindi ko naman
retirement ko,
sinasabi.
inubos
Hindi ko
ko.
naman sinasabi na sinungaling ka. Tinatanong ko kung may dokumento ka ba to prove that indeed, ganun nga yung pagbili mo.
Ganun talaga yun.
So yung title nasa iyo,
Nasa
pangalan mo.
pangalan ng anak ko, Your Honor.
Eh, ikaw bumili, ba't sa pangalan ng anak mo?
Binigay ko.
Sorry?
Sa kanila ko ipinangalan, Your Honor.
Sino nag-develop ng area ngayon?
Nandoon yun ang bahay ng anak ko, Your Honor. Ako, nandoon yun.
Sa Samal.
Kasama, Your Honor.
May resort ka doon.
Bahay lang sa tabing dagat, Your Honor.
Tapos, so 3 property yun, di ba?
Yung isa, pinagpilit na rin, Your Honor.
Ay, binita mo na.
Yung 1,500.
Magkano?
Napili ko ng 250, pinagpili ko ng 1.4, Your Honor. Ganun lang yun, Your Honor. Buhay-buhay.
Ay, napaka-defensive mo eh. Hindi ko naman tinanong kung buhay-buhay ba yan o kawit-kawit.
Maghanap ka sa mga Your Honor na
Ito, sige, okay. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, can we direct the COMSEC to check all those properties of Mr. Bidaventura since 2008? Doon po sa Saman Island.
Comsec, maybe we can ask Mr. Benaventura to submit to us yung mga properties. Kung ano yung dokumentong meron ka.
nakapangalan sa akin.
Yes, lahat ng nabili mo, lahat na nakapangalan sa'yo.
Sige, okay. So, COMSEC, please coordinate. COMSEC, please coordinate na lang sa kanya yung properties. Ito na lang, last na lang to ha. Last na lang to, Sani. When you were asked by, I think, Congresswoman Sonsi, about the Lapyo, anong sagot mo doon? Remember, you're on record. Ano nga ang sabing ganon? Anong ganon? Tapon. Eh, yung manhuna. Manhuna. Mahangan ka.
Kabalitaran nyo sa human na...
Kita mo?
Iba
Pero kanina nagmahangan ka. When you were asked, hindi mo alam.
Hindi, iba kasi pagka-pronounce yun.
Huwag mo nga akong lukuhin. Papakontent kita eh. Alam mo, Bisaya din ako. Human lang trabaho. Pinaliktad lang.
Manho yun.
Kaya nga man, no. Human na. Tapos na. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Hindi mali ito eh.
No.
O sige, pagbigyan kita. Pero, siguraduhin mo, babalik ka dito ah.
Yes, sir.
Eh, tatawa-tawa ka.
Magpa-relax ka dyan.
Talagang, mukhang naisahan mo na si Dan, pati ako, o isahan mo pa ha.
Hindi, yun. Nasa respeto ko yun.
Eh, basta, your commitment, lalaki ka kausap, marami na human doon sa Davao, o babalik ka dito.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Are you willing to submit your salary?
Hindi ko yung file ko yun.
Ha?
Tagal na kasi yun yung Tingnan ko lang kung nandiyan pa yung file ko.
Oh, but you are willing to submit your SALN?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so please submit your SALN at 2008 and 2021.
Retire na ako, Your Honor.
Di ba employed ka sa City Hall? Plantilla posisyon yun sa'yo?
Sorry po, Your Honor.
After you retired, 2008, you were employed in the City Hall, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Plantilla posisyon yun? EA ka?
Total Minos, Your
Hindi
Honor.
nga, plantilla nga.
Yes, Your Honor.
Plantilla. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi ka EA? Hindi ka executive assistant?
Hindi, Your Security Officer, Your Honor.
Hindi nga eh, pwede rin kasing security officer ka, pero EA ka.
No, Your Honor.
Sir, plantilla posisyon.
Yes, Your Honor. Total Minos.
O nga, plantillado. Kung plantillado, coterminous. O so, submit na lang po, yung salain mo before the next hearing.
Yes,
Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. And the last to interpolate is Congressman Johnny Pimentel. You have 9 minutes before 12 midnight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be brief. So what I have stated before, I'd like to ask questions regarding the assassination of Mayor Halili. May I direct my questions to Mayor Carranza? Magandang gabi po, Mayor Carranza. I'll go direct to the point. Mayor, I understand that you were in the police service before you became mayor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Gaano po kayo katagal sa police service?
Sir, 38 years.
Kailan po kayo nag-retire?
April 11, 2020, sir.
2020. So after that, you ran as vice mayor in 2022, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nung kayo po ay, before your retirement, saan po kayo na-assign?
Immediately, before my retirement, I was the Director of Logistics Support Service in Camprame, Quezon City.
As per record, naging regional director din po kayo ng Region 4A, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kailan po kayo na naging regional director ng Region 4A?
From June 1, 2018 up to October 20, 2019, Your Honor.
Okay. Kailan po nangyari yung pag-assassinate kay Mayor Halili?
I think it's was on July 2, 2018, Your Honor.
So kayo po, nung nangyari po yung insidente, kayo po ang regional director.
Yes, Your Honor.
So therefore, after the incident, I'm very sure that there were reports by the provincial director and the chief of police that were submitted to your office.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're very much aware of the incident, the facts of the case, lahat, alam po ninyo yun. Dahil nagsabit ng provincial director po sa inyo, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So nangyari po yung incident in July 2018.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nung pag-assassinate po kay Mayor Halili, ano po kagad ang ginawa nung kapulisan din?
I was part of the first responder coming from Camp Vicente Lin immediately after the flag raising. I went there. I was joined by the provincial director as well as the chief of police. But when I arrived there, the mayor was already in the hospital, and I went into the crime scene. I walked over. I went into the place where the sniper's supposed position, and I immediately conducted an estimate as to the range, the distance between the firer and the mayor. I even used, since there was no instrument, I used calculation using sine data.
So nung sinukatuloy nyo, yung layo, the distance between the gunman and Mayor Halili, gaano po kalayo yung sukatuloy nyo?
My estimate then was around 75 yards, Your Honor.
So was that a precise
measurement o ano lang ninyo, estimate lang ninyo?
That was based on my estimate. The exact measurement was done by, I think it was done by SOCO and the SITG commander.
So ano ho bang resulta nung sa SITG? Ano talaga yung sakto ng measurement?
Sir, may I asked the SITG commander to,
Sige, pwedeng...
and the provincial director of Batangas
yes,
to,
please let them take this stand.
yeah.
Sino po ba ang may first-hand information who can tell this committee ang exact measurement na ginawa ninyo sa investigasyon, gaano kalayo yung distance nung from the gunman to the mayor himself?
Honestly, sir, hindi ko po alam talaga yung eksaktong distance. Ang alam ko, ginamitan po natin yung range finder. Yung po sinasabi ni General Caraza, yung air distance. Our estimate is 65 yards.
Make an exact measurement during the investigation. Eh dapat sana nun, nakita ko dun sa TV, during the news report, pinakita ko yung site kung saan ginawa yung pagparil. You should have taken the measurement para makita ko natin. So pagpalagay na natin, 75 yards. Anong baril ang ginamit? Sa investigasyon nun ninyo, ano ang ginamit? Was it a handgun? Was it a rifle? Anong caliber ang ginamit ng pagpatay si Mayor Ali?
Sir, as to the caliber used, it was a 5.50, based on the report submitted, it was a 5.56 slug recovered. Shell that was recovered and the slug recovered from the victim, sir.
So nakakuha kayo ng slug lang?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. According to several witnesses, from the range taken by